Chapter 269. Bam. The three of them fell on the yellow sand, glaring at Qin Feiyang with resentment. In the blink of an eye they died. Qin Feiyang put away his Jianghu bag and walked out from behind the sand dune, looking up at the entrance. He could vaguely see 7 silhouettes rushing in his direction. The three of them must have been alerted by their screams earlier on. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. He turned and walked to the 3 corpses. With a thought, he disappeared without a trace. Not long after, the 7 of them arrived at the sand dune. The leader was the old man in black. One of the burly men pointed at the 3 corpses on the ground and exclaimed, "Let's go. They've been killed." The old man in black walked over and his face darkened. One slash to the throat. Wasn't this Qin Feiyang's usual assassination technique? That damn bastard. He was really crafty. "Commander, in my opinion, let's forget about it." "That's right. Although Wei Zhongyang saved you before, he's no longer the king of Yen. There's no need to offend a monster like Qin Feiyang because of him." The 6 men behind him tried to persuade him. "No. If Wei Zhongyang hadn't saved me back then, I would have turned into a pile of bones long ago. How would I have the status I have today? I can't not repay the favor of saving my life. Before he left, he asked me to kill Qin Feiyang. I must do it." The old man in black consumed a face-restoring elixir and regained his true appearance quickly. Who else could it be other than Commander Su? He looked up at the depths of the Death Desert with a ferocious glint in his eyes. "I see. In the ancient castle." Qin Feiyang revealed a look of realization. Lu Hong said, "This Commander Su is also a loyal and righteous person. He's loyal, but he's blindly loyal. Wei Zhongyang is narrow-minded and cunning. He's not worth it at all." Fatso sneered. Swash. After consuming the face-restoring elixir and regaining his true appearance, Qin Feiyang appeared behind Wei Zhongyang in a flash. Commander Su and the others were shocked and quickly took 2 steps back. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Commander Su, I heard what you said just now. So what if I did?" Commander Su's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Qin Feiyang said, "Originally, I wanted to assassinate you when you weren't paying attention, but I really admire your character." Commander Su said disdainfully, "Assassinate me? Do you have the ability to do that?" Qin Feiyang shook the Chang Shui and said with a faint smile, "You should know very well whether I have the ability or not." Looking at the Chang Shui in Qin Feiyang's hand, Commander Su's pupils constricted. It was a treasure that could be used to hide. An indestructible dagger. If Qin Feiyang really wanted to assassinate him, he would have died the moment he appeared out of thin air. Even if he didn't succeed this time, there would be a next time and a time after that. "Commander, this is a good opportunity for reconciliation. You must make good use of it." The other 6 people tried to persuade him in whispers. Commander Su's face was gloomy as he asked Qin Feiyang, "What are you trying to say? Wei Zhongyang is not worthy of you working so hard for. Although Wei Zhongyang saved you back then, you've been working hard for the royal family all these years. That's more than enough to repay his kindness. Moreover, Wei Zhongyang is only using you this time." Qin Feiyang said. "You're lying." Commander Su shouted. "You can think about whether I'm lying or not. Although I'm about to leave the county of Yen, Elder Wang and the others will come immediately if I say the word. There's no way Wei Zhongyang doesn't know about this. Yet he still sent you to kill me. Isn't that just sending you to your death? To put it bluntly, he's using you as a pawn. If he can kill me successfully, he'll be able to vent the hatred in his heart. If he can't, he won't lose anything. He doesn't care whether you live or die." Qin Feiyang said plainly. Commander Su fell silent. There was a conflicted look on his face. "I'll give you a chance now. Return to the county of Yen immediately and do whatever you need to do. I'll let bygones be bygones. However, if you insist on being stubborn, I, Qin Feiyang, am not afraid of you. I'll play with you to the end." Qin Feiyang said. "Commander Su, Qin Feiyang has a point. Wake up. Don't be so stubborn. You still have a bright future ahead of you. The position of commander of the royal family will definitely be yours in the future. Why do you have to do this? Even if we kill Qin Feiyang, Elder Wan and the others won't let us go. By then, there won't be a place for us in the entire county of Yen." The black-robed man and the others also reverted to their original appearances and tried to persuade him. Commander Su looked at them, a little out of his wits. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "I haven't told Elder Wan and the others about this. It's not too late to turn back." "Really?" Commander Su asked. "It's absolutely true." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Okay. Commander Su gritted his teeth and knelt on the ground with a plop. He said gratefully, "Thank you, Brother Qin, for your magnanimity. I will never forget this kindness for the rest of my life." "Thank you, young Master Qin." The black-robed man and the others also kowtowed one after another, deeply grateful. Qin Feiyang also smiled. Killing was very simple. But it was very difficult to educate a person. Therefore, in his opinion, this was the most perfect ending. Of course, he would not show mercy to those who were stubborn. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said, "Go back and cherish the future." Commander Su hurriedly said, "Please give me a chance to apologize to Wolf King in person." Qin Feiyang stared blankly for a moment before he took the Wolf King out. Commander Su said, "Wolf King, we almost killed you yesterday. I'm really sorry. Please forgive us." Wolf King glanced at the 7 of them, his eyes flashing fiercely. A moment later, he stood up and waved his claws generously. "Little Qin Zi won't pursue the matter, so I'm too lazy to pursue it. As long as you don't help the wicked in the future." "Thank you, Wolf King." The 7 of them kowtowed and thanked him. "Let's go. See you later." Qin Feiyang clasped his hands in greeting. Then he led the Wolf King deeper into the forest. Commander Su and the others stood up and looked at the backs of the man and the wolf, their hearts filled with emotions. Although the man and the wolf were notorious, they actually had a kind heart. The black-robed man smiled and said, "Commander, let's go back too. I still have something to do. You guys go back first." Commander Su shook his head. "Commander, what are you going to do? Could it be that you were pretending just now? Do you still want to deal with them?" The 6 of them were surprised. "Nonsense. We went too far yesterday. They can forgive us. How can I still deal with them? I just feel guilty in my heart. I want to secretly escort them as a way to repay their kindness." Commander Su sighed. "So that's how it is." The black-robed man breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Then we might as well go with you. Yes, we are all people you brought out. Wherever you go we will follow." The other 5 nodded in agreement. "Okay." Commander Su was quite touched. He nodded and said a few words. Then he led the 6 of them and followed behind the man and the wolf from afar. "Little Qin Zi, I really don't understand you. I can't help but wonder if you are an imposter." Wolf King looked at Qin Feiyang strangely. In the ruins, when the grandfather and grandson poisoned them, Qin Feiyang was merciful. Now he was merciful to Commander Su and the others. When did this fellow become so kind-hearted? Qin Feiyang said helplessly, "I don't seem to be merciful to those who should be killed, right? For example, Ma Cheng, Patriarch Lin, and the others, he did not let any of them go." Half a month passed. The man and the wolf had already gone hundreds of miles into the Death Desert. Looking around, they couldn't find a single person. Because most of the beasts here were at the War King realm. Only the War King realm dared to come here. But basically, all the War King realm warriors cherished their lives and wouldn't come here to take the risk. "How long do they plan to follow us?" Wolf King turned around and looked at a sand dune dozens of meters behind him. There was a trace of displeasure in his huge eyes. And Commander Su and the other 6 were hiding behind the sand dune. They thought that they were undetectable, but little did they know that not long after they followed them, the man and the wolf had already discovered them. At that time, Qin Feiyang and Wolf King thought that they were going to harm them again. But after slowly observing, they realized that it wasn't what they thought. Because there were several times when they were fighting with the beasts, Commander Su and the others didn't take the opportunity to attack. Roar. A few hundred meters ahead, a loud beast roar sounded out. A ferocious beast was running wildly in the desert, causing yellow sand to fill the sky. At the same time, on the other side, there were a few huge beasts that were napping on the yellow sand like short mountains. Qin Feiyang said, "White-eyed wolf, are you ready?" Wolf King nodded. The man and the wolf restrained their auras and quietly sneaked over. In this half a month, Qin Feiyang had already broken through to the 8-star martial ancestor realm. Wolf King had also broken through once again. His strength was comparable to a 9-star martial ancestor realm. However, in the desert of death with their strength, it was simply not enough. "It's too dangerous ahead. If you continue to follow, you will only drag me back. Give me your quiver and stay here. Wait for me to come back." Commander Su took away the quiver of the 6 people and warned them. Then he grabbed a big iron bow and chased after the man and the wolf. Even though Qin Feiyang and Wolf King didn't make any movements, they were still discovered by a fierce beast. The fierce beast immediately pounced towards them as if it had seen a plate of delicious food. Seeing this, Commander Su quickly pulled the bow and released the arrow in one breath. Accompanied by a sharp piercing sound, The black arrow pierced into the beast's eye. Oh. The man and the wolf were a little stunned. Could it be that Commander Su was escorting them? Commander Su didn't hide anymore. He quickly ran to the man and the wolf and said, "I'll send you out of this area." Without any explanation, his battle chi gushed out and condensed into a boundary. He took the man and the wolf and shot into the depths of the desert. Qin Feiyang was stunned and hurriedly said, "Stop." What? Commander Su didn't stop. He just looked at him in confusion. Wang Hong said that no one is allowed to escort me. I can only rely on my own efforts to get to the state capital. Qin Feiyang was a little helpless. If not, he would have asked Elder Wan to escort him. Why would it be so troublesome? There is such a thing? Commander Su frowned and then said with a smile, "It doesn't matter. Anyway, he is far away in the state capital and doesn't know the situation. Besides, I don't have the ability to send you to the state capital. I can only send you out of this area. When we enter the next area, I will return to Yen City." The next area was filled with fierce beasts of the War Emperor realm. Chapter 270. Qin Feiyang thought about it and felt that it made sense. Thus, he did not reject Commander Su's good intentions. Actually, even without Commander Su sending him off, he was confident that he could easily pass through the desert of death. This was because beasts above the War Chief realm were different from other low-level beasts. Their intelligence was not inferior to humans at all. As long as they had intelligence, there would definitely be room for negotiation. And not only was he a top-quality alchemist, he also had a large amount of treasures. If he was really trapped by the beasts and couldn't leave, he could definitely negotiate with the beasts. On the way, he also found out that Commander Su was actually a 9-star war king. He was only one step away from the War Emperor. In the past, he really didn't realize that Commander Su was actually so strong. With Commander Su's escort, their speed was dozens of times faster. In the blink of an eye, another half a month passed. On this day, 2 men and a wolf stood on a sand dune, looking at the desert in front of them. In front of them they could clearly feel several powerful auras. Commander Su's eyes were filled with fear. "Brother Qin Wolf King, I can only send you here. The rest of the journey will depend on you." Commander Su retracted his gaze and looked at the man and the wolf with a smile. "Thank you." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, "Then we'll meet again." Commander Su cupped his hands and jumped down from the sand dune. He followed the path he came from and quickly disappeared from the line of sight of the man and the wolf. Wolf King chuckled, "This person is quite interesting." Qin Feiyang nodded. If it wasn't for Commander Su's help, it would have taken at least half a year for him and Wolf King to arrive here. This is bad. Suddenly, Wolf King cried out in alarm. "What is it?" Qin Feiyang's expression changed, and he hurriedly scanned his surroundings vigilantly. Wolf King said angrily, "Brother's strength has already reached the 9-star martial ancestor realm, but without the War Emperor, how can I open the 2nd and 3rd level of the Gate of Potential?" A row of black lines appeared on Qin Feiyang's forehead. They were in the desert of death. Could they not be so shocked? It would scare people to death. However, what Wolf King said was indeed a problem. This was because he was about to break through to the 9-star martial ancestor realm. If he did not think of a way, it would delay his cultivation. Don't worry, the desert of death is lacking in everything, but it doesn't lack War Emperor level beasts. Let's go talk to them. Also, let's see if anyone is willing to give us a ride. Qin Feiyang grinned. "You're really bad, but I like it." Roar. Wolf King let out an excited howl and ran towards the desert. Qin Feiyang also strode after him. If anyone saw this scene, their jaws would definitely drop. When others saw the ferocious beasts, they didn't even have time to hide. Instead, they took the initiative to approach them. If this wasn't courting death, then what was? A giant python rushed out of the yellow sand and floated in the air. Its body was dozens of meters long, and its entire body was yellow in color. Its lantern-like eyes were emitting a frighteningly ominous light. "Hey hey hey, we're here." Wolf King shouted at the giant python while waving his hand enthusiastically, as if he had seen an old friend. The giant python lowered its head and looked at Wolf King in a daze. Could it be that this wolf cub's brain was damaged? Wolf King said helplessly, "Big brother's neck is sore, friend, can you come down and talk?" "Friend?" The giant python was startled. It was even more certain that there was something wrong with this wolf's brain. Its eyes shone with a cold luster. It opened its bloody mouth and swooped down towards the man and the wolf. Wolf King said sadly, "Big brother sincerely wants to be friends with you, but you want to eat us. It really makes Big brother disappointed." Scram immediately. The giant python flew into a rage. It didn't even have the mood to eat them. Wolf King grinned and laughed. Don't be like this, come down and let's have a good talk. The giant python was about to go crazy. Where did this lunatic come from? If it ate this wolf cub, would it also become crazy? Decisively, it turned in the air and drilled into the yellow sand. Wolf King was stunned. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and wondered, Big Brother didn't act friendly enough? Qin Feiyang looked at it speechlessly. How could it greet others like this? If it weren't for the fact that he knew the white-eyed wolf well, he would also suspect that it was crazy like the giant python. Let's go and find other beasts. Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly and continued to run forward. The giant python was originally a cold-blooded creature. He didn't expect that it would be scared away by Wolf King. It was also a strange story. But after a few steps, the yellow sand in front of them exploded, and the giant python appeared again. It stared coldly at the man and wolf and said telepathically, Are you playing with this emperor? No. Wolf King hurriedly went up. This move made the giant python retreat. Did this wolf cub have something to rely on so it dared to be so unscrupulous? The veins on Qin Feiyang's forehead bulged. He hurriedly ran up to hold down Wolf King and smiled at the giant python. Senior Beast Emperor, don't misunderstand, it's just like this. Senior? The giant python was still not used to this name. Qin Feiyang said, Senior, we're here to ask you for a favor. This human is still normal, I can eat him. The giant python secretly calculated and immediately pounced on Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's face changed and he hurriedly said, I have a top-grade pill. The giant python stopped, its huge eyes filled with shock and bewilderment. Qin Feiyang didn't talk nonsense. He took out a top-grade healing pill and tempted, As long as you agree to help, I can give you a lot. The giant python looked at the pill patterns on the pill and asked doubtfully, You're a top-grade alchemist? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. What help? The giant python asked. Qin Feiyang was secretly overjoyed and said, Send us to the Sea of Despair and borrow your pressure. What? The giant python looked at the man and wolf in shock. They actually want to go to the Sea of Despair. Are they crazy? Qin Feiyang's heart moved and asked, Senior knows about the Sea of Despair? I've heard rumors but I don't know the details. I only heard that there is a group of mysterious humans living in that sea. Not only can they fly but they can also live in the sea. What are you going to do in the Sea of Despair? The giant python asked. Mysterious humans? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. He knew a little about the Sea of Despair. But he had never heard of such a bizarre thing. He temporarily put aside this doubt and smiled, I have some private matters to attend to. The giant python was silent as if thinking about something and suddenly said, If you have the transformation pill and the barrier-breaking pill, this emperor will agree to send you there. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang immediately frowned. If you don't, then don't talk about it. The giant python said indifferently. Qin Feiyang said, To be honest, I don't have the pill formulas for the transformation pill and the barrier-breaking pill for the time being, but as long as you are willing to help me, I promise to send them to you in the future. Human boy, do you think that beasts are easy to fool? I'm afraid that when this emperor sends you to the Sea of Despair, you will immediately turn hostile and deny it. The giant python looked down at him contemptuously. Hey friend, shouldn't there be more trust between beasts and humans? Look at my brother, he has such a good relationship with little Qin Zi. Wolf King stood up, put his arm around Qin Feiyang's shoulder, and grinned at the giant python. The giant python directly ignored Wolf King and said impatiently, Human, don't waste this emperor's time. Come into this emperor's mouth. After eating you, this emperor still needs to rest. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Why did these words sound so familiar? Yes. It was the lion-headed eagle. The lion-headed eagle also said these words. His face suddenly twitched. Why did these beasts have so many personalities? Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he said with a smile, I have ready-made battle chi pills on me, but they are not the best quality pills. Battle chi pills. The giant python's eyes lit up and it said, This is good. Give me 1,000 pills and I will help you. Wolf King said angrily, Damn, why don't you rob me? Yes, why don't I rob you? As long as I eat this human, all the pills will be mine, right? Wolf Cub, thank you for your reminder. The giant python's huge body shook, and a terrifying pressure shrouded Qin Feiyang like a torrent. Qin Feiyang grabbed Wolf King and disappeared without a trace. The giant python's eyes widened, and it glanced down in surprise. In the castle, Qin Feiyang glared at Wolf King and roared, Do you have a brain? Don't you know what should be said and what shouldn't be said? I didn't expect it to be so cunning. Wolf King smiled embarrassedly. It's all because of you. Qin Feiyang glared at it angrily, then looked at Fatso and said, prepare 500 battle chi pills for me immediately. The two nodded. Wolf King asked in confusion, Little Qin Zi, what is a bottleneck-breaking pill? It's a pill that can let you speak. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. Wolf King nodded thoughtfully, his dark eyes rolling. It's ready. Lu Hong handed a Chengquan bag to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang took the Chengquan bag, walked to the altar and took out 2 potential pills. It turned out that there were a total of 10 potential pills. Fatso and Lu Hong each took 2 pills to open the first and second level of the gate of potential some time ago. Now he had to give Wolf King 2 more. There were only 4 left. It seemed that he still needed to find more medicinal materials for the potential pills. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Fatso and asked, how many medicinal materials do you have now? We originally had 5 sets of medicinal materials for the potential pills. Plus Jianghu's legacy, we have 12 sets in total. Now we have 66 sets of medicinal materials for the red fire-colored glass pill. Fatso thought for a moment and said. Qin Feiyang said, sort them out later and give them to me. Fatso nodded. Don't talk nonsense again. Qin Feiyang reminded Wolf King and then left the castle with Wolf King. The giant python was about to drill into the yellow sand with a belly full of doubts. Seeing the man and the wolf appear out of thin air again, the surprise in its eyes was even stronger than before. Senior, you saw it too. It's impossible to kill us. Here are 500 battle chi pills. I'll give you the remaining 500 when we get to the Sea of Despair. Qin Feiyang threw the Chengquan bag over with force. The giant python wrapped the Chengquan bag with its huge tail and checked it in front of its eyes. Then it looked at Qin Feiyang for a moment. It's the first time I've met such a forthright human. Okay, I'll send you there. After that. Chapter 271. Qin Feiyang heaved a sigh of relief. Although it looked easy on the surface, in reality, it was extremely difficult to convince a berserk beast, especially a cold-blooded creature of the War Emperor realm. Next. Naturally, he had to help Wolf King open the door of potential. However, he didn't dare to take out the potential pill in front of the giant python. If it knew about it, who knew what would happen? Twice. Qin Feiyang brought Wolf King into the castle and let it consume the potential pill inside. Under the pressure of the giant python, Wolf King also successfully opened the second and third levels of the door of potential. His cultivation speed increased by leaps and bounds. After the matter was over, Qin Feiyang climbed onto the head of the giant python. The giant python brought him deep into the desert. As for Wolf King, he went to the castle to recuperate. Human brat, what was that light that appeared on the forehead of that wolf cub just now? When the door of potential was opened, the potential imprint would emit rays of light. However, Wolf King's imprint was covered by its hair, so the giant python was very puzzled. It's nothing. It's just that its forehead is a little strange. Sometimes there will be some light. I'm already used to it. Qin Feiyang said with a smile as he gave a perfunctory reply. So strange. Could it be some kind of beast god? The giant python was secretly shocked. After chatting for a while, Qin Feiyang sat on the giant python's head and refined the top-grade chi-gathering pill. On the way, the number of War Emperor realm berserk beasts they encountered could be said to be countless. However, because the giant python was very low-key, they did not make things difficult for it. Time flew by. A month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, a cool sea breeze blew over, causing Qin Feiyang to be invigorated. He quickly stopped cultivating and stood up to look ahead. At the end of the desert was a long mountain ridge. The highest point of the mountain ridge was hundreds of feet high. The mountain stream was lush with vegetation and berserk beasts. On the other side of the mountain ridge was a blue sea that stretched as far as the eye could see. Looking from afar, there were no strong winds or waves. The sea was very calm. Human brat, don't be fooled by appearances. The sea is not simple. Do you see the fierce beasts living in the mountains? They all have the strength of War Emperor, but they don't dare to go near the sea. The giant python transmitted its voice. Ferocious beasts of the War Emperor realm could communicate telepathically without consuming any beast spirit pills. Qin Feiyang nodded. The more peaceful a place was, the easier it was to encounter danger. A moment later, the giant python flew over the mountain ridge and heard a sound coming from above a pile of rocks. Qin Feiyang jumped down and landed on a rock. He then entered the castle and took out a Chengquan bag and threw it to the giant python. He cupped his hands and smiled. Senior, many thanks. However, I still need Senior to do me a small favor. The giant python checked and confirmed that there were 500 battle chi pills. It smiled and said, What do you need? Speak. After a month of getting along, the python's attitude towards Qin Feiyang was not as cold as it was at first. Senior, please wait a moment. Qin Feiyang sat cross-legged on the rock. He took out a qi-gathering pill and threw it into his mouth. After a month of bitter cultivation, he was about to break through. About an hour passed. Qin Feiyang's body trembled and a powerful aura broke out from his body. Finally, he had stepped into the 9-star martial ancestor realm. Next. Naturally, it was to open the 3rd level of the Gate of Potential. However, before he went to the castle to consume the potential pill, he found a piece of black cloth and stuffed it into the clothes on his chest to cover the potential imprint. This way, the light emitted by the potential imprint could be concealed. After a painful struggle, he also successfully opened the 3rd level. Whew! After letting out a long breath, he raised his head to look at the giant python and smiled. Senior, we'll meet again. The next time we meet, remember to give me a transformation pill and a barrier-breaking pill. The giant python looked at him suspiciously, but it didn't think too much about it. It dragged its huge body and soared into the air, disappearing from Qin Feiyang's line of sight like lightning. I will. Qin Feiyang muttered to himself. This time it was all thanks to the help of the giant python. Otherwise, with his speed, it would take at least 2 to 3 years to reach the Sea of Despair. And now, only 2 months had passed since he left Yen City. Sea of Despair. Qin Feiyang turned around and looked at the sea in front of him, his brows gradually frowning. They had arrived, but how were they going to pass through the Sea of Despair? With a wave of his hand, Fatso, Lu Hong and Wolf King were all brought out. This is the Sea of Despair? The 2 men and 1 wolf were all somewhat stunned. Clean beach. Calm sea. Warm sunlight. There was nothing scary about it at all. Boss, why don't we build a boat? Fatso suggested. Qin Feiyang said, let's go to the seaside and take a look first. The 3 men and 1 wolf jumped onto the beach and ran towards the seaside. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang was surprised Wolf King's speed was so fast. With a few steps, he was more than 10 meters away from them. White-eyed wolf, what's with your speed? Qin Feiyang asked. Just as he finished asking, an unbelievable thought crawled up in his mind and said, could it be that you've already? That's right, Brother Wolf has already activated his battle soul and stepped into the War King. Wolf King turned around and grinned at him. So fast. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Wolf King had only opened the 3rd level of the Gate of Potential a month ago. Although opening the Gate of Potential would definitely increase one's cultivation speed, it was not so easy to break through between a 9-star martial ancestor and the War King. Although it was only a step away, the difference was like heaven and earth. Some people were unable to cross the step even after decades. There were even some people who were stuck at the 9-star martial ancestor for life and died with regrets. According to what Qin Feiyang knew, even those martial arts monstrous geniuses in the imperial capital would need more than half a year. But this guy actually only used a month's time. If this were to spread out, who knew how many geniuses would be angered to death? This also proved that this bastard white-eyed wolf's talent was not inferior to his. Qin Feiyang asked, then isn't your strength equivalent to a 3-star War King? Brother also wants to, but I don't know why, but this time I actually skipped levels consecutively? Wolf King said with some anger. No. Qin Feiyang was startled and said, in other words, your current strength is only that of a 1-star War King? Wolf King nodded. That's good. Qin Feiyang heaved a sigh of relief. If Wolf King continued to skip levels and break through, then he would not be a wolf but a monster. Bastard, you're very happy, aren't you? However, when Wolf King heard his words, he immediately turned hostile. It was fine if he did not sympathize with it, but he was actually gloating over its misfortune? This was intolerable. It pounced and bit Qin Feiyang's butt. Bastard, you're serious? Qin Feiyang immediately retreated. But now, his speed could not keep up with Wolf King. With a few leaps, the Wolf King landed behind him and bit his buttocks. Qin Feiyang howled in pain and roared, bastard, let go of me or else don't blame me for falling out with you. If you want to fall out with me, then so be it. I'm afraid of you. Wolf King's disdainful voice entered Qin Feiyang's mind. He bit down hard. Qin Feiyang was in so much pain that he was sweating profusely. Seeing that, Fatso and Lu Hong hurriedly ran over to persuade him, and finally made Wolf King release his fangs. Qin Feiyang touched his butt. What? At first glance it was blood. His pants were also torn. Bastard, you're actually serious? Qin Feiyang was furious. He took out Chang Shui and sneered, I'll castrate you right now so that you won't be able to touch a female wolf for the rest of your life. You don't act recklessly. Fatso Lu Hong, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and stop him. Wolf King ran while anxiously shouting at Fatso and Lu Hong. Although it had already stepped into the War King, Qin Feiyang had Chang Shui in his hands. If they really fought, he would definitely be castrated in the end. Boss, calm down, calm down. You should hurry up and change your pants. Although your butt is very white and we're all on the same side, Lu Hong is still a woman. Fatso ran up to Qin Feiyang to stop him, looked at Qin Feiyang's butt and laughed. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Only now did he remember that half of his butt was still exposed. This was too embarrassing. He glanced at Lu Hong. Seeing that Lu Hong was blushing and looking elsewhere, pretending not to see even with his thick skin, he couldn't help but blush and quickly hide in the castle. Bastard white-eyed wolf, I'm in trouble because of it. As he changed his clothes, he cursed in his heart. He was extremely angry. Shwa. When he appeared again, Wolf King had already hidden far away. Qin Feiyang beckoned, come here. No. Wolf King shook his head and looked at him with tears in his eyes. Qin Feiyang was both angry and amused. Not only did it bite his butt, it also looked extremely wronged. This ruffian wolf really made people feel helpless. Besides, he couldn't really castrate Wolf King. It was just to scare it. Qin Feiyang put away Chang Shui and shook his head. I just want to see your battle soul. I see. Wolf King ran over with relief and smiled. I knew you wouldn't be so heartless, but it's a battle soul. I'll keep it a secret for the time being. The anger in Qin Feiyang's heart immediately flared up. Fatso raised his hand. Boss, Fat Lord knows what Brother Wolf's battle soul is. If you dare to say I'll kill you. Wolf King glared at him fiercely. Fatso's neck shrank, and he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Forget it, we'll know sooner or later anyway. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, looked at Fatso and Lu Hong and asked, have you made any progress in your cultivation? Lu Hong said with a smile, I just broke through to 6-star Martial Grandmaster. Fatso said with a smile, Fat Lord will soon. Not bad. Qin Feiyang nodded. This speed was enough to crush the top martial arts geniuses in the imperial capital. The 3 men and 1 wolf walked to the seaside and looked at the sea. Not far away there were many reefs exposed on the sea. After being washed by the waves for many years, the surface was as smooth as a mirror. But other than the reefs, there was nothing else to be found. Looks like we have to build a boat. Qin Feiyang whispered and handed the Chang Shui to Fatso. Go make a canoe. Fatso responded and ran towards the mountains behind. Brother will go and help too. The Wolf King also eagerly followed behind. Lu Hong said worriedly, although there is no wind or waves now, the weather in the sea is constantly changing. No one knows what will happen in the next moment. I'm afraid a canoe won't work. I know all this, but building a boat is too time-consuming. Don't move, I'll go to the sea to check the situation. The giant python said that there is a group of mysterious humans living here. I really want to see it. Qin Feiyang reminded Lu Hong and took a step forward. However, as soon as his front foot touched the sea, he immediately retracted it. His face was full of shock. What's wrong? Lu Hong was surprised. The sea is very cold. Qin Feiyang said, his eyes full of surprise. Cold? Lu Hong was stunned. Wasn't the weather quite hot? How could the sea be cold? She squatted down and put the tip of her index finger into the sea. Just like Qin Feiyang, she retracted it like lightning. How could this be? She looked at the tip of her index finger, her face full of disbelief. The sea was not just cold, it was bone-chilling. Chapter 272. The 2 of them stood by the sea, their eyes filled with confusion. The temperature was not cold at all, but the water of the Sea of Despair was so cold. It was too strange. Logically speaking, such cold water should be emitting cold air. It should even freeze. But on the surface there was no abnormality at all. It was really impossible to guard against. If someone was not careful and fell into the sea, they would definitely freeze to death. As expected, the giant python was right. The Sea of Despair was not simple. They could not be confused by its appearance. Boss, our luck is really good. We encountered a withered tree. A moment later, Fatso ran over excitedly with a log in his arms. Wolf King followed beside him. The log was as thick as 2 buckets and 5 meters long. It was just enough to make a canoe. Lu Hong frowned and looked at Qin Feiyang. She said firmly, we can't use a canoe. We have to build a boat. The canoe was too small. Once it encountered a storm, it would definitely capsize. If it fell into the sea, Qin Feiyang would definitely die. Even if they could hide in the castle, they could not hide in the castle forever. Why not use a canoe again? Fatso and Wolf King did not understand. Lu Hong said solemnly, "You will know when you touch the sea." Fatso put down the log and looked at the two of them in confusion. He walked to the sea, put his hand in and quickly retracted it. His fat and oily face was filled with shock. How could this be? Wolf King was also very surprised. "Get out of the way." Qin Feiyang shouted, picked up the log and threw it into the sea with a bang. Immediately after, under their shocked gazes, the log quickly sank to the bottom of the sea. The hearts of the three people and one wolf also sank to the bottom. The log had already dried up and could float on the water, but now it sank. It was enough to show that whether it was building a boat or a canoe, it would not work. Qin Feiyang sighed, "I finally understand why this place is called the Sea of Despair. Even a log could not float, how could it not make people despair? Bastard, Wang Hong sent us here to die." Fatso cursed. With their current abilities, it was impossible for them to cross this vast ocean. Wolf King said, "Why don't we go back to the county of Swallow first and come back after we reach the War Emperor level?" "I understand." Wang Hong is probably worried that I won't go to the prefecture capital after witnessing the horror of the Sea of Despair. That's why he used Yan Nanshan to threaten me. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. He pondered for a moment. He turned to Wolf King and said, "Go talk to the vicious beasts in the mountains and see if anyone is willing to give us a ride. Any price is fine." Wolf King turned around and ran towards the mountain behind him. After a full hour, Wolf King ran back and shook his head at Qin Feiyang. "Even the vicious beasts of the War Emperor realm don't dare to go. Boss, Brother Wolf is right. Let's go back to the county of Swallow first and wait until we reach the War Emperor level before coming back. With your talent, it won't take more than 5 years to reach the War Emperor level." Fatso advised as he looked at the Sea of Despair in fear. "Let's split up and look around. If there's really no other way, we'll go back to the county of Swallow. Lu Hong and I will go together. Before it gets dark, we'll gather here." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he brought Lu Hong and ran along the left coast. Wolf King and Fatso followed the right coast and searched all the way down. On the way, it was unimaginably calm. There was no danger at all. Half an hour later, a steep cliff was in front of Qin Feiyang and Fatso, blocking their path. "Wait for me here, I'll go up and take a look," Qin Feiyang warned. After a few leaps, he landed on a high vantage point and looked ahead. What entered his line of sight were still mountains, beaches and oceans. "Is there really no other way?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Just as he retracted his gaze, he suddenly seemed to have discovered something and looked towards a certain part of the sea in front of him. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a reef that was exposed on the surface of the water. Oh, there seemed to be a person lying on the reef? Qin Feiyang called out, "Lu Hong, quickly come up." Hearing that, Lu Hong's true chi surged as she quickly climbed up and landed beside Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang pointed to the reef and said, "Look, is there a person lying on top of it?" "A person?" Lu Hong was stunned for a moment, then shook her head and laughed. "How is that possible? You must be seeing things." When she looked over, her face was immediately filled with bewilderment. It really did look like a person was lying on it. It was just that because it was too far away she couldn't see it clearly. Qin Feiyang said, "Let's go over there and have a look." The two of them jumped down, landed on the beach and sped along the sea. The reef was getting clearer and clearer. More than 10 breaths passed. They finally saw clearly that there was indeed a person on it. Could it be the mysterious human mentioned by the python? Lu Hong was surprised. It's really possible. Qin Feiyang was quite excited. If there was someone, it meant that there must be a way to cross this sea. But as the distance got closer and closer, Qin Feiyang's eyes gradually became strange. He found that the person lying on the reef seemed to be a woman. Because of the back view, she looked very petite. More than 10 breaths passed. The two of them seemed to have discussed it in advance. Suddenly they braked and stopped. Both of them stared at the person on the reef with their mouths agape. They were only more than 20 meters away from the reef. And the reef was slanted and the person was lying on it. The two of them could see the person's appearance very clearly. It was indeed a woman. About 10 or 19 years old. Her long blonde hair was like waves, messily draped over her shoulders. Her facial features were very exquisite, and her skin was delicate and tender, with a hazy luster in the sun. It was simply a masterpiece of God. However, her upper body was naked. Her skin was as smooth as cream, and her slender waist was slender without any extra flesh. There was no cover at all on her chest. The waves were turbulent, majestic and spectacular. It made people's noses bleed. But, although the beauty in front of him had an angelic face and a devilish figure, Qin Feiyang did not have any evil thoughts. His eyes were fixed on the woman's lower body, and he swallowed his saliva. It was the same for Lu Hong. This was because the lower half of her body was not a pair of human legs, but a golden fishtail. Isn't this the legendary mermaid? There were mermaids in the Sea of Despair? Was he dazzled? Qin Feiyang rubbed his eyes hard and looked again. That golden fishtail really came into his sight. It was not a dream. It was not dazzled. It was real. To actually encounter a mermaid, and a mermaid that was in deep sleep, this was too inconceivable. The two of them could not come back to their senses for a long time. Everyone had heard of the legend of mermaids, but no one had ever seen one. Qin Feiyang used to think that it was just a legend, but he did not expect that it actually existed. Suddenly, the mermaid stretched her waist, looking very comfortable and comfortable. She slowly opened her eyes. It was a pair of beautiful eyes as clear as a human's. Her eyeballs were like two sapphires, exuding a charming luster. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw Qin Feiyang and Lu Hong, and a trace of surprise suddenly crept into her eyes. Ah! She was stunned for a moment. She suddenly screamed, covered her chest with both hands and jumped into the sea in panic. With a thud, she disappeared from their sight. Wait! Qin Feiyang quivered and hurriedly shouted. However, the mermaid never came out again, and the sea quickly returned to calm. Mermaid? Lu Hong muttered to herself. Her face was full of disbelief. Qin Feiyang swallowed his saliva and said with a wry smile, "It's not a dream, we really met mermaids." Aren't mermaids just a legend? Lu Hong obviously still couldn't accept it. It turns out that legends are not necessarily false. Quickly send a message to Fatso and ask them to come over and meet us. I'm going to see if the seawater here is different from other places. Qin Feiyang shook his head, walked to the seaside and reached out to touch the seawater. It was still cold and piercing. How do mermaids live in such a harsh environment? Qin Feiyang murmured, his eyes full of puzzlement. Were they used to it? Or could it be that they could only survive in such an environment? Qin Feiyang's head was full of doubts and he really couldn't figure it out. Lu Hong walked to his side and said, "I've informed them they'll be here soon." Mysterious human? Mermaid? It seems that the mysterious human mentioned by the python is a mermaid. Qin Feiyang pondered as he stood up and looked at the vast and boundless sea. Didn't the python say that there was a group of mermaids? It also said that they could fly and burrow into the ground. Can mermaids fly? Lu Hong asked. I don't know, mermaids are too elusive, and there are no detailed records about them in the ancient books. But what is certain is that as long as we find these mermaids, we will have a way to cross this vast sea. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. Dong. About half an hour passed. One figure after another suddenly rushed out of the sea. Qin Feiyang and Lu Hong's faces suddenly changed, and they hurriedly retreated. Those who rushed out were also mermaids. But unlike the mermaids before, they were all male mermaids. Every one of them was very tall, at least 2 meters tall. They were very burly and looked very ferocious. Those pairs of blue eyes were glowing with an astonishing fierce light. And each of them was holding a sharp blade in their hands. Some were broad serrated knives. Some were steel forks several meters long, shining with a terrifying edge. A total of 10 mermaids came out. They floated on the surface of the water, glancing at Qin Feiyang and Lu Hong. Suddenly, the sea surged and another mermaid emerged on the surface of the sea. It was the mermaid from before. But at this moment her upper body was already wearing clothes. It was a golden scale garment made of golden scales. Her wavy golden hair was wet on the ground. Coupled with the golden scale garment and the golden fish tail, she looked like a noble empress, sacred and inviolable. And the other mermaids were very respectful to her. A tall mermaid next to her pointed a steel fork at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Princess, is it him?" "Princess?" Qin Feiyang was taken aback and couldn't help but look at Lu Hong. The two looked at each other. Encountering a mermaid was already a stroke of heaven-defying luck. But they never expected to meet the mermaid princess. Chapter 273. It's him. The mermaid princess nodded. Her voice was clear and pleasant to the ears. The merman with the steel fork roared ferociously, "Damned human, how dare you peek at the princess? Get over here and await your punishment." "Everyone, this is a misunderstanding. Let me explain," Qin Feiyang hurriedly said. This was a misunderstanding and he didn't mean to see it. Moreover, there was bone-chilling seawater in front of him. How could he roll over? The merman shouted impatiently, "Don't quibble. You only have 2 choices now. One is to dig out your own eyes and the other is to dig out your eyeballs myself." Lu Hong said in a low voice, They are all angry now. Let's retreat first. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. He grabbed Lu Hong's arm, turned around and ran towards the mountain ridge behind them. The mermaid princess pointed at the two of them and said, "Black-winged guard, catch them." A surprising scene suddenly appeared. Dong. A figure jumped out of the water. He was also a merman. But on his back there were two black wings. Whoosh. With a flap of his wings, he was like a ray of light. His speed was unbelievably fast. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with Qin Feiyang and Lu Hong. He reached out with both hands, grabbing Qin Feiyang with one hand and Lu Hong with the other. He turned around and flew towards the mermaid princess. This is a merman who can fly. When Qin Feiyang saw the pair of black wings, he was slightly stunned. He took out Chang Shui and waved it at the Blackwing Guard's hands. The Blackwing Guard was shocked. He seemed to have seen that Chang Shui was extraordinary and hurriedly let go of his hand. Qin Feiyang and Lu Hong immediately fell onto the beach. Immediately after, Qin Feiyang sent Lu Hong into the castle. He looked at the mermaid princess and cupped his hands. "I really didn't mean to offend you. Please forgive me, Your Highness." At the end of the day, he wasn't the one at fault. Who asked this mermaid to lie naked on the reef in broad daylight? At the same time, the mermaid princess suspiciously looked around Qin Feiyang. It seemed that she was looking for Lu Hong. A moment later, she looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Where's that woman?" Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "The outside world is too dangerous. I told her to go and hide for a while. Then I'll kill you first." A cold light flickered in the Blackwing Guard's eyes. He spread his wings and pounced towards Qin Feiyang with lightning speed. "Can't you guys be reasonable?" Qin Feiyang's temper also flared up. "There's no reason for a despicable man like you." The Blackwing Guard's eyes were filled with disdain as he mercilessly struck out with his palm. In the center of his palm, there was a surge of true energy. This mermaid was actually a battle king. Qin Feiyang's pupils constricted. He stretched out his arm and struck out with his palm. Because the Blackwing Guard's speed was too fast, he couldn't dodge at all. He could only meet it head-on. In the blink of an eye, the two palms collided. Return formula. Qin Feiyang's palm emitted strands of golden light. The Blackwing Guard spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale and he was sent flying like a meteorite. Qin Feiyang also took a few steps back. His arm was trembling and he could feel the pain of his muscles being torn apart. Although the return formula could give him a taste of his own medicine, there was a limit to it. The strength of the Blackwing Guard had obviously reached the limit of what he could endure. If he met it head-on again, his arm would definitely break or even explode. As for the mermaid princess and the 10 mermaids beside her, their mouths were wide open in shock. The Blackwing Guard was a 3-star battle king. He was actually sent flying by that person's palm? Could this person also be a battle king? How could this be? My strength was actually reflected back? The Black-Winged King stabilized his body and floated in the air above the sea. He looked at his injured arm in disbelief. Swoosh. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang. His black wings flapped, and his battle chi swept out in all directions, creating a raging wave as he shot toward Qin Feiyang. "I'm a 3-star battle king. How could I be defeated by a 9-star martial ancestor like you? Die." He let out a fierce roar. His face was almost distorted as he punched toward Qin Feiyang with all his strength. "So what if you're a 3-star battle king?" Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. He raised his other arm and collided with the Black-Winged Guard's fist. The return formula appeared once again. The Black-Winged Guard was sent flying again, and blood spurted out of his mouth. "I'm really not his match. How did he do it? He's just a 9-star martial ancestor. How could he be so strong?" The 10 ferocious mermaids looked at Qin Feiyang as if they were looking at a monster, including the mermaid princess. Qin Feiyang also took a few steps back. He lowered his head and looked at his hands. His eyes were shining. He was also quite excited. Last time when he fought with Lin Hua. Lin Hua was a 2-star martial ancestor. At that time he was only a 9-star martial master. After receiving a few punches from Lin Hua, his arm only felt numb. At that time he knew that the power of the return formula was far greater than that. As expected. Now, with the strength of a 9-star martial ancestor, he could fight a 3-star battle king. He glanced at the mermaid princess and the others. He took out a top-grade healing pill and threw it into his mouth. The pill melted in his mouth and turned into a huge amount of energy, quickly repairing his injured arms. A pill with pill markings? At that moment, the mermaid princess's pupils shrank. Could this be the legendary top-grade healing pill? Damn human, I'll kill you. The black-winged guard went crazy. A 3-star battle king being defeated by a 9-star martial ancestor was a great humiliation that he would never be able to wash away in his lifetime. Boom. Behind him, an illusory figure appeared. This was his battle soul. Impossible. However, when Qin Feiyang saw the battle soul, his body trembled. His face was filled with disbelief. That battle soul was actually a human figure. The battle soul was pitch black and its true appearance could not be seen. However, from its tall and sturdy figure, one could tell that it was a middle-aged man. Moreover, behind the battle soul there were 2 black wings of light. Human, turn into ashes. The black-winged guard raised his head and roared. The battle soul behind him was like a death god descending as it stepped towards Qin Feiyang. Brother Wolf is here, don't be arrogant. At this moment, an incomparably arrogant voice sounded in the minds of Qin Feiyang and the mermaids. Qin Feiyang turned his head and saw that Wolf King was shrouded in a golden light. He was like a shooting star as he rushed towards them. This is his battle chi? Qin Feiyang muttered. This bastard came at the right time. Little Qin Zi, I'll let you see my heaven-defying battle soul now. How? Wolf King's heroic spirit soared to the heavens. Following a wolf howl, a huge golden shadow appeared behind him. That huge shadow was as huge as a mountain. It was like a peerless ferocious beast had descended to the world. A terrifying and peerless ferocious aura enveloped the heavens and earth like raging waves. However, the huge shadow was very blurry. There wasn't even an outline. He didn't know what it was at all. However, when the huge shadow appeared, the Blackwing Guard's battle soul flew uncontrollably towards the huge shadow. What's going on? The Blackwing Guard was extremely shocked. He realized that he couldn't control the battle soul. It was as if the battle soul no longer belonged to him. Following that, an even more shocking scene appeared. When the battle soul flew in front of the huge shadow, the huge shadow suddenly opened its mouth and swallowed the battle soul in one gulp. What's going on? Qin Feiyang's eyes widened. The mermaid princess and the 10 mermaids were also so shocked that they couldn't speak for a long time. My battle soul, suddenly. The black-winged guard roared hysterically. Qin Feiyang turned his head to look, a puzzled look in his eyes. Wasn't it just the battle soul being swallowed? Was there a need to be so exaggerated? The mermaid princess frowned and said, Black-winged guard, what's going on? Princess, this subordinate can no longer summon the battle soul. It seems that I have lost this ability. The black-winged guard roared in panic. Impossible. The mermaid princess said resolutely. Qin Feiyang also nodded in agreement. Once the battle soul was activated, it would merge with its master. As long as the master didn't die, the battle soul wouldn't be destroyed. Even if the battle soul was shattered by the enemy during a fight, it could continue to condense. It was absolutely impossible for the battle soul to disappear. Once Brother Wolf comes out, who dares to fight? You little shrimps, hurry up and come into Brother Wolf's mouth. I have never tasted the taste of a mermaid before. Wolf King brought the giant shadow and ran to Qin Feiyang's side, sweeping his gaze over the mermaid princess and the others. At this time, Fatso also ran out from behind a rock. The black-winged guard stared angrily at Wolf King and shouted, What did you do to me? Wolf King laughed sinisterly, Isn't it just depriving you of your battle soul? What's there to be surprised about? Deprive? Qin Feiyang was stunned. The mermaid princess and the others were also puzzled. Boss, Brother Wolf's battle soul is extremely heaven-defying. As long as it is swallowed by his battle soul, the other party will completely lose their battle soul. Fatso laughed and ran over. What? Qin Feiyang's body and mind trembled. He raised his head and looked at the giant golden shadow. The shock in his heart could not be described with words. The merfolk on the other side were also in a state of shock. How could there be such a terrifying battle soul in the world? Little Qinzi, I have already said that I am a peerless wolf god and have been taught by an expert. You just didn't believe me. Do you believe me now? The Wolf King chuckled. Looking at Qin Feiyang's current expression, he was very happy. Peerless wolf god, Qin Feiyang muttered to himself. Was that really the case? Wolf King smiled proudly and looked at the mermaid princess and the others. He said disdainfully, How dare you bully little Qinzi and Xiaohong when I am not here? Are you tired of living? Give me back my battle soul. The black-winged guard looked at Wolf King ferociously. Every living creature could only activate their battle soul once in their life. If they lost it, they would be gone forever. Mermaid Princess said, I don't care who you are. Give him your battle soul immediately, or don't blame me for being angry. Why not? I'm curious. Why are you making things difficult for little Qin all of a sudden? Are all mermaids so unreasonable? Wolf King was puzzled. A mermaid holding a steel fork said angrily, "This damn human peeked at the princess's body while she was basking in the sun. Shouldn't he be killed?" Fatso said disdainfully, "It's just a glance. What's the big deal? Fat Lord has seen it now. Do you also want to kill Fat Lord?" Ahem. Qin Feiyang coughed and looked at the man and the wolf. He said awkwardly, "You don't understand the situation. Don't make trouble for me." What's the situation? Chapter 274. This, Qin Feiyang stammered, and the atmosphere became more and more awkward. Fatso was stunned and turned to look at the mermaid princess. He found that not only was there a touch of red on her cheeks, but she also looked a little embarrassed. Fatso's face twitched and he looked at Qin Feiyang strangely and asked, "Boss, no wonder she was naked at that time, right?" Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. Damn. The legendary mermaid and a princess was actually seen naked by you. Boss, you have good luck with women. Tell me, what's her figure? Is it big? Fatso smiled wretchedly. A row of black lines appeared on Qin Feiyang's forehead. The mermaid princess's veins were bulging and she shouted, "Black-winged guard, go and bring a team up immediately, I want to tear their mouths apart." Yes. The black-winged guard responded respectfully, looked at Wolf King with resentment and dived into the sea. Fatso's face changed and he hurriedly said, "Mermaid princess, can't we talk nicely?" The mermaid princess did not speak and her face was as cold as ice. Wolf King glanced at the panicked Fatso and said, "Coward, what are you afraid of? If they dare to come ashore, I will treat you to barbecued fish." "Shut up, all of you," Qin Feiyang angrily rebuked. Whether they could cross the sea or not depended on the mermaid clan. Offending this princess was equivalent to offending the entire mermaid clan. Wasn't this causing trouble for him? Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, "Princess, I apologize to you on behalf of them. I really mean no harm, please don't be angry." The mermaid princess said, "If you dig out your eyeballs, I will let you go." Isn't this a bit too much? Qin Feiyang frowned. Whoosh. Before his voice died away. One by one, mermaids with black wings flew out of the sea. There were 20 of them. "Greetings, princess." They all knelt in the void and said respectfully, "Take them down." The mermaid princess waved her hand, and the 20 black-winged guards charged towards Qin Feiyang and the others. Boom. Other than the first black-winged guard, a fighting soul appeared behind the others. Moreover, they were all humanoid fighting souls. The first black-winged guard quickly shouted, "Don't activate your fighting soul." However, but it was too late. Swallow. Wolf King let out a long howl, and the giant golden figure behind him swallowed 19 war souls in one gulp. How could this be? The 19 black-winged guards turned pale with fright. Its fighting soul can rob us of our fighting souls. The first black-winged guard said. Why didn't you say so earlier? The 19 mermaids immediately glared at the black-winged guard. The mermaid princess frowned and shouted, "Capture them alive." Capture them alive? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. His eyes flashed as he stretched out his hand and said, "You don't have to do anything. I'll surrender." As he spoke, he sent Wolf King and Fatso to the castle. The mermaids present could not help but be surprised. He was still in front of them a moment ago, but he disappeared in an instant. Was this person a magician? "I've already surrendered. Can you listen to my explanation?" Qin Feiyang smiled at the mermaid princess. "Yes, but not now." The mermaid princess nodded and looked at him coldly. She waved her hand and said, "Take him and bring him to the palace." 2 black-winged guards immediately stepped forward and carried Qin Feiyang towards the sea. Wait. Qin Feiyang's expression changed as he hurriedly said, "The sea is too cold. My mortal body can't withstand it." The mermaid princess ordered the 2 black-winged guards, "Give it to him." One of the black-winged guards took out a bead. It was as big as a pellet and was crystal clear as if it was made of crystal. It was quite beautiful. Cold-avoiding bead? Qin Feiyang was surprised. This thing was a rare treasure that was hard to come by. As long as it was on him, no matter how cold it was, it would not be a threat to him. "Take it." The black-winged guard shouted with a gloomy face. "Thank you." Qin Feiyang thanked him and grabbed the cold-avoiding bead in his hand. "Let's go." The mermaid princess ordered and entered the sea with a group of mermaids. Qin Feiyang was escorted by the 2 black-winged guards and followed behind the mermaid princess, constantly rushing towards the deep sea. Although he had the cold-avoiding bead and was not afraid of the cold, the water pressure that followed almost suffocated Qin Feiyang. After a few more breaths, all the pores on his body were spurting blood. But just as he was about to enter the castle, the black-winged guard who was escorting him took out another bead and stuffed it into Qin Feiyang's hand. The water pressure dropped a lot. What is it? Qin Feiyang looked at it in surprise. This is the water-avoiding bead. He was refreshed and hurriedly mobilized his true qi into the water-avoiding bead. A miraculous scene was discovered. As the true qi poured in, the water-avoiding bead emitted a hazy light, and the surrounding water pressure completely disappeared. Moreover, that radiance formed a transparent barrier around Qin Feiyang. The barrier was 3 meters wide, isolating the seawater from the outside. Tsk. Qin Feiyang was secretly speechless. The water-avoiding bead was about the same size as the cold-avoiding bead. Its entire body was light blue as if it was carved out of jade without the slightest flaw. It was rare to see such a thing. Even in the imperial capital, it was priceless. But in the eyes of these mermaids, it didn't seem to be very rare. At that moment, Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. It seemed that there were a lot of treasures at the bottom of the sea. The seawater was very clear. There were some fish creatures wandering around the barrier. The smallest one was a few meters long. The largest one was dozens of meters long. These creatures could no longer be called fish. They were sea beasts. They all looked extremely ferocious. However, they were very kind to the mermaid clan. There was even a trace of awe. Qin Feiyang saw another group of sea snakes. Each one was more than 10 meters long, and their narrow eyes were emitting a cold light. Not long after, another group of Neptune crocodiles, the longest of which was more than 50 meters long, swam in front of him like a mountain ridge. There was also a group of sawtooth turtles, whose sharp fangs were like saw teeth, extremely terrifying. There were also ferocious tiger king sharks, Neptune lions, and so on. Moreover, there were also many mermaids with steel forks patrolling the water. Along the way, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. He thought that it was impossible for there to be other creatures in such cold seawater. But he didn't expect that there would be so many deep-sea monsters. This was the true face of the Sea of Despair. Recalling his initial plan to cross the Sea of Despair with a canoe, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. What a naive and childish idea. He didn't know how long had passed. The bottom of the deep sea finally entered Qin Feiyang's sight. The scene at the bottom was completely beyond Qin Feiyang's imagination. As far as the eye could see, it was actually a flat building. Large and small palaces formed a huge underwater city. The glazed tiles of various colors were glowing in the water. Around the palace, colorful corals stood in a forest, and seaweed of all kinds grew. The colors were gorgeous, making people feel as if they were in a fairyland. Even with Qin Feiyang's temperament, he was still shocked. He didn't expect that there would be such a wonder in this unknown deep sea. He couldn't figure out how this city could stand tall at the bottom of the deep sea with such high water pressure. The mermaid princess landed in front of a golden palace. Apart from the 20 black-winged guards, the other mermaids all dispersed. "Bring him in," the mermaid princess said without looking back and swam into the hall. "It can't be." Qin Feiyang glanced at the ground and was immediately dumbfounded. The ground was inlaid with cold-repelling and water-repelling pearls. Just within a 5-meter radius, there were no less than 500 to 600 pearls. Wasn't this too extravagant? Could it be that these rare treasures were all radishes and cabbages here? It was no wonder that these buildings at the bottom of the sea could stand tall. The water-repelling pearls didn't need to be revived to have some effect. Just like before. As soon as Qin Feiyang held the water-repelling pearls, the pressure was reduced by a lot. In addition to such a huge number, it was naturally not a problem to protect this underwater city. "What are you looking at? Go in quickly." The 2 black-winged guards who were holding Qin Feiyang shouted impatiently and pushed him into the palace. The other black-winged guards were guarding outside the door. The ground in the palace was also inlaid with densely packed cold-repelling pearls and water-repelling pearls. Moreover, the stone pillars and walls in the palace were inlaid with pearls, gems, colored glass, jadeite, and precious jade. This scene crazily impacted Qin Feiyang's values. It was too extravagant. Any one of these things was enough for a mortal to live a carefree life for several lifetimes. He was like a country bumpkin entering the city, constantly looking around. Right in front of him there was a throne. It wasn't made of gold but of a very large piece of precious jade. The mermaid princess was sitting on the throne at this moment, her golden fishtail swaying leisurely in the water. When Qin Feiyang saw the throne, his eyes almost popped out. He had seen a lot of precious jade, but it was the first time he had seen such a big and pure treasure. Only now did he realize that he, the son of an emperor, used to be a frog in a well. Phew. After letting out a long breath, he secretly decided that he definitely couldn't let Wolf King and Fatso out. Otherwise, something big would definitely happen. Kneel down. The two black-winged guards shouted and pressed Qin Feiyang to the ground. Qin Feiyang's face immediately darkened. Although I bow my head and surrender, it doesn't mean that I'm a prisoner. Besides, in the Great Qin Empire, other than Mother and Uncle Yuan, no one has the right to make me kneel. Qin Feiyang said coldly. How dare you? The two black-winged guards were furious and kicked Qin Feiyang's stomach at the same time. However, Qin Feiyang was like an iron pine tree, standing there proudly and motionlessly. Forget it. The mermaid princess waved her hand and said to the two black-winged guards, "You guys go out and wait." Yes. The two bowed and glared fiercely at Qin Feiyang, then turned around and quickly swam out of the palace. Qin Feiyang's expression also eased a lot. After stretching his muscles and bones, he put the water-avoiding pearl and the cold-avoiding pearl into his arms. Then he raised his head and looked at the mermaid princess. To be honest, this woman was indeed very beautiful. She was not inferior to his cheap sister Ren Wushuang. But it was the fish tail on her lower body that made him somewhat respectful. The mermaid princess also lowered her head and looked at him. This person had a dignified appearance and an extraordinary temperament. He even had the best quality pills on him. In the human world, his identity should not be simple. A moment later, the mermaid princess was the first to break the silence and said, "Call those two people and that wolf out." Qin Feiyang was stunned and said with a wry smile, "Princess, it's best not to let them out." Chapter 275. Why? The mermaid princess was puzzled. This? Qin Feiyang hesitated. It couldn't be that they weren't good people, right? A black-winged guard outside shouted, "If I tell you to shout, just shout. Why are you being so long-winded?" They really didn't understand why the princess didn't directly kill this person. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and turned to look at that person. "If something happens later, will you be responsible?" "I'll be responsible." That black-winged guard looked at Qin Feiyang contemptuously. Who dared to act recklessly here? All right. The corners of Qin Feiyang's mouth curled up. He was waiting for this sentence. He waved his hand and Fatso, Lu Hong and Wolf King instantly appeared out of thin air. What is this place? Damn, why are there so many treasures? Damn, my eyes are dazzled. The three of them scanned their surroundings in shock. It's all fat lords. Fatso's eyes lit up and his saliva flowed. He took out a dagger and hurriedly ran to the stone pillar at the side, holding up the pearls and gems on it. Damn, Fatso, don't snatch it. Wolf King shuddered and roared. He immediately ran over and started snatching with Fatso. The mermaid princess and the black-winged guards were dumbfounded on the spot. Were they bandits? Lu Hong said in a low voice, "Qin Feiyang, is it really okay to let them be so presumptuous?" She was more reserved. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice, "Don't care about them. Do you see the pearls on the ground? Take the opportunity to get more." Lu Hong lowered her head and looked at the cold-repelling pearl and water-repelling pearl under her feet. A trace of doubt appeared in her eyes. She didn't have an illustrious identity like Qin Feiyang, so she didn't know what these pearls were. She also didn't know the value of these pearls. However, since Qin Feiyang had said so, she naturally wouldn't be polite. He took out a dagger from his Chengkuan bag and squatted on the ground, activating his frenzied sweeping mode. To be so impudent in front of the master was simply too rude. After the mermaid princess regained her senses, she glared at Qin Feiyang and said, "Tell them to stop." Fatso and Wolf King were stunned. Why did this voice sound so familiar? "Aya, aren't you that princess? Why are you here?" They followed the voice and looked over. When they saw the mermaid princess, a trace of surprise appeared in their eyes. The mermaid princess glared at the man and the wolf. She gritted her teeth and was so angry that her face turned red. Could it be that he had been treating her like air all this time? Was her presence that weak? What a big piece of jade. Brother Wolf, don't snatch it. It belongs to Fat Lord. Fatso, if you dare to snatch it, I'll kill you. Before the mermaid princess could react, Fatso and Wolf King had their eyes on her throne and rushed over. With a large number of cold avoidance pearls and water avoidance pearls, there was no need to worry about water pressure and cold. Get out of the way, don't block the way. Rushing to the throne, Fatso waved his hand and pushed the mermaid princess away. The mermaid princess was about to explode with anger. After all, she was the master of this place. How could he push her away? However, Fatty and the Wolf King didn't pay any attention to her. Their eyes shone brightly as they stared at the jade. The color is bright and crystal clear. This is a piece of top-grade jade. It's priceless. Brother Wolf, how about we split it? Sure, we're all on the same side anyway. There's no need to fight over it. You keep it first. The man and wolf communicated telepathically. With a wave of his hand, Fatso put the jade into his Jianghu bag without hesitation. You really took it away? The mermaid princess was stunned. Wow, Brother Wolf, look, that pearl is bigger than a wash basin. Take it away. Damn, this gem is even bigger than a fist. It's so colorful and beautiful. Take it away. And these jade, glass and jade stones, they all look very valuable. Brother Wolf, what does Fat Lord want? Take them all away. The man and the wolf went crazy. They saw it and took it away. Those who didn't know would think that this was their home. The palace, which was originally neat and tidy, became a mess in a short while. The mermaid princess was so angry that she went crazy. Looking at the group of stunned black-winged guards at the door, she shouted, "What are you waiting for? Drag them away." Not good, retreat. Wolf King shouted. The man and wolf hurriedly rushed to Qin Feiyang's side. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent Lu Hong, Fatso and Wolf King into the castle. Qin Feiyang pointed at a black-winged guard and said with a smile, "Princess, you heard it with your own ears just now. If anything happens, he will take responsibility." The black-winged guard was instantly furious. He did say it. But how did he know that this man and wolf would be such bastards? Even the princess's throne had been robbed. They were even more despicable than bandits. Take them away and imprison them. The mermaid princess shouted angrily. The palace had been tormented to such a state, and she was not in the mood to continue the interrogation. The two black-winged guards stepped forward aggressively and reached out to grab Qin Feiyang. "I can walk on my own." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and slapped their arms away. He looked at the mermaid princess and said, "I don't have time to waste. I hope Princess can let me leave as soon as possible." After saying that, he turned around and looked at the two black-winged guards. "Lead the way." A fierce glint flashed across their eyes. They turned around and walked out of the hall. Qin Feiyang followed with large strides. "Quickly tidy up this place." The mermaid princess swam out of the palace and instructed the remaining black-winged guards. Then she swam towards a glorious palace. The palace was tall and majestic. It was located in the center of the undersea city. It was like a king, grand and ancient. Around the palace, there were black-winged guards standing straight. "Greetings, princess." When the mermaid princess arrived, the black-winged guards bowed and greeted her. "Where's father?" the mermaid princess asked. Reporting to princess, "The emperor is resting in his bedchamber." One of the black-winged guards said respectfully, "Open the door." The mermaid princess ordered. Her eyes, which were originally full of vigor, seemed a little dim at this moment. The black-winged guard turned around and gently pushed open the door of the palace. After the mermaid princess went in, the door of the palace slowly closed. The decorations here were even more luxurious than the palace from before. To humans, this was simply a huge treasure trove. In the deepest part of the palace, there was a bed made of jade. A white-haired mermaid was lying on it. Beside him, there were a few young mermaids taking care of him. These mermaids had white tails. The clothes on their bodies were also made of pure white fish scales. They looked delicate and refined. "Greetings, princess." In fact, they were all the mermaid emperor's maids. Each of them could be said to be peerless beauty. However, compared to the mermaid princess, they were much inferior. The mermaid princess smiled and said, "You all can leave first." Yes. The few maids left the palace in an orderly manner. After the door of the palace closed, the mermaid princess lowered her head to look at the mermaid emperor. She asked with concern, "Father, are you all right?" "I'm fine. I can still hold on for a while." The mermaid emperor slowly got up. His face was full of wrinkles and he looked very old. His eyes were also very cloudy. However, when he looked at the mermaid princess, his eyes were full of love. "Father, I will definitely think of a way to extend your life." The mermaid princess' eyes turned red. "Life and death are up to fate. Child, these things cannot be forced. The only thing I am worried about now is you. You are still young and weak. Moreover, you are a girl. I am worried that when you inherit the throne, the black-winged king and the white-winged king will harm you." The mermaid emperor sighed deeply. The mermaid princess bit her red lips and said, "Why don't we just give the throne to them? I don't care anyway." "No, they're a bunch of ambitious people. If we give the throne to them, it won't be long before they bring disaster to our mermaid clan. Our mermaid clan is indebted to the first emperor. We have survived in the sea of despair for tens of thousands of years. We must not be destroyed in their hands. The mermaid emperor said. I understand. I will definitely work hard. The mermaid princess nodded. This matter cannot be delayed any longer. Father will publicly announce that you have inherited the throne tomorrow. Child, the mermaid clan will depend on you in the future. The mermaid emperor smiled. So soon. The mermaid princess was stunned. She hurriedly said, Father, it's too soon. I'm not ready yet. Bang. At this moment, the door of the palace was knocked open. You are not ready, but I have been ready for a long time. Mermaid Emperor, pass the throne to me. I promise that I will lead our mermaid clan to create an unprecedented glorious era. A coarse voice sounded. A mermaid wearing black scales barged into the palace. He was tall and sturdy. His eyes were like torches. There were 4 black wings on his back. The mermaid princess was furious. She shouted, Black Wing King, my father is not dead yet. How dare you be so presumptuous? Princess, please calm down. The Black Wing King cupped his hands, but there was no respect on his face. The mermaid princess snorted coldly. Black Wing King, if you can guarantee that you will never invade the territory of humans, I can consider passing the throne to you. The mermaid emperor said expressionlessly. What a joke. Humans are humans. Mermaids are also humans. Why can they live on land? Do we have to live in this narrow place? The Black Wing King sneered. His 4 black wings were steaming with black light. It was full of hostility. If it were not for the mercy of the first emperor, our mermaid clan would have perished long ago. Is the lesson from 10,000 years ago not enough? Have you forgotten the ancestral teachings left by our ancestors? The mermaid emperor said angrily. At this moment, another burst of wild laughter sounded. The laughter was full of mockery towards the mermaid emperor. A white-winged mermaid with an astonishing aura swept into the mermaid emperor's palace. His body was thin, his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. There were 2 snow-white wings on his back. His fishtail was also as white as jade. His chiseled face was full of arrogance. This person was the White Wing King. You are really rebellious. Do you know the difference between a ruler and his subjects? The mermaid princess said sternly. The White Wing King glanced at the mermaid princess. He did not take her seriously at all. He looked up at the mermaid emperor and said disdainfully, It has been almost 10,000 years. Who still remembers the ancestral teachings of our ancestors? You are blaspheming the divine might of our ancestors. You are being disrespectful to our ancestors. Chapter 276. Father, don't be angry. The mermaid princess hurriedly went up to support the mermaid emperor and gently rubbed his chest. Yes, don't be angry. If you die, we will have one less wise emperor. The Black Wing King and the Black Wing King mocked. Get lost. Get out of here right now. The mermaid emperor roared. We will get lost. But if you really dare to announce tomorrow that the princess will take over the throne, I guarantee that the palace will be very lively. The 2 of them threatened without hiding anything and turned around to leave. The mermaid princess sighed. Father, did you see that? They won't let their daughter take over the throne. Sigh. The mermaid emperor sighed deeply, and there was a kind of sadness on his old face. There must be a way to help father. The mermaid princess's heart ached. She must protect the continuation of the mermaid clan and not let the Black Wing King and the Black Wing King run amok. Suddenly, a figure appeared in her mind and she smiled. Father, you rest first. I will go out for a while. Be careful. The mermaid emperor warned. The mermaid princess nodded, helped the mermaid emperor lie down, and then turned to leave the palace. At the same time, a dark ancient castle was located in the northernmost corner of the undersea city. It shone with a cold luster in the water. Here, there was no coral. There was no seaweed. There were few people and it seemed a little dark. Inside the ancient castle there were a total of 2 floors. There were hundreds of cells separated by iron pillars as thick as an arm. Many prisoners were locked up in each cell. They were all mermaids who had committed great crimes. Get in. In front of a certain cell, the 2 black wing guards suddenly pushed Qin Feiyang in. The 2 of them also entered the cell and closed the big iron door tightly, looking at him with evil intentions. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. After stabilizing his body, he turned to look at the 2 people and said in a deep voice, What do you want to do? He was the only one in this cell. However, there were more than a dozen mermaids in the 2 cells next to him. They were all looking at him curiously. Do what? Weren't you very arrogant before? Are you scared now? The two of them walked towards Qin Feiyang step by step, their eyes flashing fiercely. Scared? The corners of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted slightly. The auras that these two people exuded were obviously weaker than the Blackwing Guard that they had fought earlier. He should be a 2-star battle king. Now that his fighting soul had been taken away by Wolf King, his strength could not be used to its peak. There was nothing to worry about. As for the two of them, it was obvious that they were still unaware of his methods. You still dare to be arrogant now? Are all humans as stupid as you? King is right. It's a great shame for the great Qin Empire to be ruled by people like you. Their faces were filled with disdain. Qin Feiyang frowned. Could it be that the Merfolk clan wanted to rebel? Brat, kneel down right now and we'll let you go this time. The two Blackwing Guards' eyes turned cold. Previously, in the Mermaid Princess Palace, they had asked Qin Feiyang to kneel down, but Qin Feiyang refused to do so. They had been holding a grudge against him all this time. Now that Qin Feiyang was imprisoned, how could they let go of this good opportunity to humiliate him? Kneel down? Qin Feiyang crossed his arms and looked at the two of them playfully. If you kneel down and beg for mercy now, I can consider letting you go. You're courting death. The two of them were furious. At the same time, they slapped their palms toward Qin Feiyang. Battle chi emerged from their palms, and a shocking destructive force surged in all directions like a volcanic eruption. The merfolk in the neighboring cells retreated to a corner in fear and curled up together. You're the ones courting death. Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with killing intent as he stretched out his hands. At the same time he activated the return formula. A golden light appeared. Bang! Clang! The palms collided and the two Blackwing Guards were sent flying. Their arms were lacerated, and they slammed into the iron pillar behind them. The iron pillar that was as thick as an arm was bent, and the two Blackwing Guards saw stars. How is this possible? The merfolk in the next cell were all dumbfounded. Whoosh! However, it was not over yet. Qin Feiyang took another step forward, took out the Changshui and stabbed the two Blackwing Guards in the chest. The two Blackwing Guards screamed miserably, and their faces were distorted. Qin Feiyang snorted and retreated to the side. He called out Fatso and Wolf King and said, "Beat them to death. Eat your fat lord's fist. I want to eat roasted wings." The man and the wolf immediately pounced on them. Ah! The two Blackwing Guards screamed miserably and no one dared to listen to them. Human, how did you do it? They are battle kings and you are only a 9-star martial arts grandmaster. How could you send them flying with one palm? Do you have some kind of technique? Teach us quickly. The merfolk in the cells on both sides looked at Qin Feiyang one after another and asked him questions at once. Technique? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He could not help but smile bitterly and ask, "Why are you locked up here?" "Of course we broke the law." "What about you? Aren't you supposed to live on land? Why did they lock you up here?" These merfolk were like curious babies. Qin Feiyang said helplessly, "I accidentally saw your princess's body." "What? Is it the kind that's naked?" "Damn, you're our idol. Tell us, how is the princess's figure? Is it big? Is her skin tender? Are there any traces of it being exploited?" The merfolk on the first floor went crazy. The princess's body was priceless and this kid had seen it all. He was really lucky. Why were they not so lucky? If they could take a look or touch it, it would be worth it even if they died. Qin Feiyang looked at them in a daze with a strange look in his eyes. They were all a bunch of perverts. Ahem. Qin Feiyang coughed and said with an embarrassed smile, "Don't misunderstand. I didn't plan it. I just accidentally saw it." "That's still worth it." Everyone looked at him with envy. Qin Feiyang was speechless. "I say enough. The princess is actually quite pitiful. Don't make fun of her." An older merman sighed. "Pitiful?" Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He looked up at the man and asked, "Senior, how is she pitiful?" The older merman said, "You must have just arrived here." Qin Feiyang nodded. "That's right. The mermaid emperor's time is up and he has no son. He only has the princess as his daughter. The princess will definitely be the next empress." The older merman said. "Isn't that great?" Qin Feiyang said. "To become the empress of a generation, how many people dreamed of this? How could it be pitiful?" "It's good, but the Blackwing King and the White-Winged King will not agree. They have been coveting the throne for a long time. If the Mermaid Emperor really dares to pass the throne to the princess, they will definitely rebel. The princess will be dead then." Those merfolk all showed sympathy. "I see." Qin Feiyang suddenly realized that this mermaid did not have it easy. You were imprisoned here by the Mermaid Emperor. Why do you sympathize with her? Logically speaking, these merfolk should hate the Mermaid Princess. But now there was no hatred on their faces. It was the Black-Winged King and the White-Winged King who ordered us to be imprisoned. The Mermaid Emperor is actually very kind. Yes, as long as they are not crazy criminals, he will give them a chance to turn over a new leaf. The princess is also very understanding. Those merfolk said. Qin Feiyang said, so you're saying that he's also a wise emperor? Everyone nodded. He believed in the wisdom of the Mermaid Emperor, but he did not agree with the understanding of the Mermaid Princess. Boom. At this time, accompanied by a loud noise, the gate of the castle opened, and an indescribably beautiful woman entered the castle. It's the princess. Princess, why are you here? The prison was suddenly in an uproar. The Mermaid Princess smiled and went straight to Qin Feiyang's prison. But when she saw Wolf King and Fatso beating up the two Black-Winged guards, her red lips could not help but open slightly. She was shocked. Stop. She hurriedly shouted. Tieske, who do you think you are? Wolf King glanced at her disdainfully and said, Fatso, I want roasted wings. Cut off their wings for me. Okay. Fatso howled excitedly, took out his dagger, and cut off the wings of the two Black-Winged guards. Their hearts had already been pierced by Qin Feiyang. Then they were beaten up by a man and a wolf. Now their wings were cut off. At this moment, accompanied by painful screams, they died. Dead? The Mermaid Princess and the merfolk in the prison all looked at the two men and the wolf in shock. They actually dared to kill the Black-Winged guards? Weren't they afraid that the Black-Winged King would come and find trouble with them? That's right. They had just arrived here and did not know who the Black-Winged King was. How terrifying was he? This was the so-called newborn calf is not afraid of the tiger. The Mermaid Princess's face was as cold as frost as she said coldly, You guys are really bold. You're right this time. I'm not bold, but I'm bold. How about it? Wolf King stood up and stared at her provocatively. The Mermaid Princess almost went crazy, but for some reason she endured it. She looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Make them disappear from my sight immediately and then follow me. I have something to ask you. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He actually didn't pursue the matter? Strange. With a wave of his hand, he sent Wolf King and Fatso into the castle. Then he opened the iron door of the prison and strode out. After leaving the ancient castle, the Mermaid Princess brought Qin Feiyang to a coral reef not far away. Then they entered a dense patch of seaweed. Only after dozens of meters did the Mermaid Princess stop. This place was very remote and there were no traces of other merfolk. Qin Feiyang looked around and asked suspiciously, Princess, why did you bring me here? Shouldn't she be interrogating him? But from the looks of it, the Mermaid Princess didn't seem to have any intention of interrogating him. The Mermaid Princess asked, Where did your top-grade pills come from? Why do you ask? Qin Feiyang frowned and couldn't help but become vigilant. If you want to leave the Sea of Despair, answer me truthfully. Chapter 277. Qin Feiyang did not answer. He stared at her intently. Being stared at by that fiery gaze, the Mermaid Princess slowly felt uncomfortable. Do you have something to ask of me? Qin Feiyang asked. No. What can I ask of you? Moreover, with your little strength, you can't help me much. The Mermaid Princess shook her head and said coldly. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth raised and he laughed. I won't hide it from you, I am a top-grade alchemist. The Mermaid Princess was shocked as she looked at him in shock. There was a trace of doubt in her eyes. You don't believe me? Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and a large number of pills appeared. There were chi-gathering pills, healing pills, bone-replenishing pills, and so on, all with dazzling pill grain. It really is a top-grade pill. The Mermaid Princess's heart was on fire, and she asked, Then did you help me refine a prolonging life pill? Prolonging life pill? Qin Feiyang was startled. He kept the pill in front of him and said with a faint smile, Didn't you just say that you have nothing to ask of me? Then are you going to help me or not? The Mermaid Princess blushed a little. She was so cold and arrogant even when asking for help. This woman really had a personality. Qin Feiyang could not help but tease, What benefits can I get from helping you? Not only did I let you go but I also saw at this point. The Mermaid Princess could not help but lower her head, her face as red as fire. What did you see? Qin Feiyang held back his laughter and looked at her in confusion. Look, the Mermaid Princess stammered for a while, then raised her head and glared at him. You did it on purpose, didn't you? Qin Feiyang laughed heartily. This woman was quite fun. His face turned solemn as he lowered his head and fell silent. He naturally knew what the prolonging life pill was. A prolonging life pill could extend one's life for 100 years. If it was a top-grade life-prolonging pill, it would definitely be able to extend one's life. However, every living being could only take it once in their lifetime. In the imperial capital, many old fellows would choose to consume the life prolongation pill on the eve of their death. However, the ingredients for the life-prolonging pill were extremely rare. It was probably on par with the potential pill. Because of this, the price was quite high. Putting aside the medicinal ingredients, just the pill formula alone was a huge problem. It was definitely in the pill mantra. However, he hadn't broken through to the Battle King realm yet, so he couldn't open the second page. It was definitely unrealistic to refine it now. What? Is there any problem? Seeing that he didn't say anything, the mermaid princess couldn't help but feel nervous. Qin Feiyang said, "I don't think I've agreed to it yet, right?" The mermaid princess's face turned pale. "I need to think about it." Qin Feiyang didn't promise her just because of that. Although the mermaid emperor had a good reputation, the supreme-grade prolongation pill was no small matter. What if she extended his life and he became greedy again? Therefore, before agreeing, he had to personally meet the mermaid emperor. "How long do you need to think?" the mermaid princess asked. "That depends on my mood." Qin Feiyang grinned and turned around to return the way he came. The mermaid princess looked at his back with a hint of melancholy in her eyes. She sighed deeply and quickly chased after him. She forced a smile and said, "Shall I take you around for a walk?" "That's not good. You're a princess after all," Qin Feiyang said. "It's okay. I won't be a princess for long anyway." The mermaid princess's eyes were a little dim. Qin Feiyang looked at her deeply and nodded. "Well, I'll enjoy the scenery of this undersea city." Under the mermaid princess's lead, Qin Feiyang saw too many incredible things. For example, buildings floating in the water. Mermaids of various forms. Of course, there was no lack of beautiful mermaids. Moreover, there was no distinction between day and night. All kinds of pearls, corals, seaweed, and jade were emitting a soft light, shining on every corner of the undersea city. In short, everything here couldn't be seen with common sense. After walking for a long time, Qin Feiyang saw a square in the distance. He could faintly see a few behemoths standing in the square. Qin Feiyang walked towards the square and asked, "Princess, are there no alchemists in the mermaid clan?" "No." The mermaid princess shook her head, saying, "Nothing could be perfect." Although the mermaid clan had inexhaustible treasures, elixirs were an extravagant hope for them. "Then how did you recognize the best elixir at a glance?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. "It's recorded in the ancient books left by our ancestors. Moreover, occasionally, there will be humans who enter the sea of despair and die here. If we find them, we will take away their Jianghu back." The mermaid princess explained. Qin Feiyang nodded. Suddenly, he stopped and a trace of doubt crept up on his face. Just a moment ago, in his heart there was a strange throbbing. This was a feeling of familiarity. There seemed to be something pulling him. "What's wrong?" The mermaid princess looked at him in confusion. "Nothing." Qin Feiyang smiled and continued to walk towards the square. The undersea city was isolated from the world. How could there be something related to him? Maybe it was just a whim. However, to his surprise, the sense of familiarity became stronger and harder to calm down. Why is this happening? Qin Feiyang stopped again and looked up at the square. He found that this sense of familiarity came from the square. That is the holy land of our mermaid clan. Every mermaid who is about to step into the War King realm will go there to receive the inheritance. The mermaid princess introduced. Holy land. Qin Feiyang frowned. Why did the holy land of the mermaid clan give him such a feeling? He took large strides and walked quickly towards the holy land. The mermaid princess hurriedly said, "You can't go. The holy land is not for outsiders to enter." "I'm not going in. I'm just looking outside," Qin Feiyang said without looking back. As he got closer, the sense of familiarity became stronger and stronger, impacting every cell in his body. The blood in his body seemed to be burning. Finally, he used the smoke-gathering steps and rushed towards the square. The mermaid princess anxiously chased after him, afraid that Qin Feiyang would trespass into the holy land. So, Qin Feiyang could clearly see the entire holy land. The holy land was about 10,000 feet. There were hundreds of mermaids standing around. On their backs there were 2 white wings. According to the mermaid princess, these white wing guards were responsible for maintaining the order of the undersea city. As for the black wing guards, they were responsible for maintaining the order of the sea outside. In the center of the Holy Land there were 4 stone statues. The leading stone statue was the tallest, at least a dozen meters tall. The other 3 stone statues were shorter by a head and lined up side by side behind the tall stone statue. There were more than a dozen mermaids who were crawling at the feet of the 4 stone statues. Their faces were pious as they muttered. They were all 9-star martial grandmasters and were receiving the inheritance. What a familiar back view. Qin Feiyang's gaze locked onto the tall stone statue as he muttered to himself. That back view seemed familiar. But for a moment he couldn't remember. What are you looking at? The mermaid princess looked at him suspiciously. Why did this person become strange the moment he reached the Holy Land? Qin Feiyang didn't answer her. He took a detour and came to the front of the stone statue. The entrance to the Holy Land was in front of the stone statue. Stop. This is the Holy Land of our clan, you can't go in. The 2 white wing guards guarding the entrance immediately waved the 5-feet-long halberds in their hands and stopped Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang glanced at them indifferently and raised his head to look at the stone statue. Boom. When he saw the face of the stone statue, he exploded. In his head, it was as if thunder was roaring and rumbling. How is this possible? Deep disbelief crept up on his face. The face of the stone statue was well defined. One could tell at a glance that he was a middle-aged man. His face seemed to have been carved by a knife, with a sense of vicissitudes. That pair of eyes were bright and full of spirit, like a pair of eyes of the heavens, as if they could see through everything and see the origin of the world. In his hand he was holding a broken sword. That's right. It was a broken sword. There was no sword tip. Although it was only carved from stone, one could still feel the shocking sharpness. It felt as long as he waved his sword, the world would be split into 2. In a trance. That body of more than 10 meters was like a towering mountain, emitting a king's domineering aura that made one tremble. The owner of this stone statue was definitely an overlord of the world. Qin Feiyang, what's wrong with you? The mermaid princess chased over and looked at him in surprise. It's him, but why would his stone statue be here? Qin Feiyang acted as if he didn't hear it and kept muttering in his heart. He had seen this stone statue before. Even a few years ago he would see it every day. That face, that broken sword, had already been engraved in the depths of his soul, and he would never forget it. Because in the center of the imperial capital, there was an identical stone statue. And the owner of this stone statue was his ancestor, the first emperor. But why would the statue of the first emperor be here? Qin Feiyang's heart was in a mess. Take that human down for this king. All of a sudden, an angry shout sounded. The white-winged king flapped his wings, bringing with him an astonishing baleful aura as he broke through the waves. The 2 white-winged guards guarding the entrance immediately went forward and grabbed Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was indifferent. He even seemed to not notice as he stared at the statue of the first emperor. Seeing this, the mermaid princess took a step forward and stood in front of Qin Feiyang, shouting, "All of you stop for this princess." The 2 white-winged guards frowned and hurriedly retreated, raising their heads to look at the white-winged king who was flying over. The white-winged king landed at the entrance and coldly snorted, "Princess, what do you mean?" The mermaid princess said, "This princess hasn't asked you yet, what right do you have to capture him? He killed 2 of my black-winged guards in prison and even cut off their wings. This kind of action is not only provoking this king, but also declaring war on my mermaid clan. This person must be handed over to this king to deal with." The white-winged guard shouted. "What? He's actually so vicious. Doesn't he know that wings are more important than our lives to us? Kill him, we must kill him." Chapter 278. The mermaid princess turned to look at Qin Feiyang. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was still staring at the statue, she couldn't help but feel anxious. What exactly was this person doing? The White-Winged King had personally come to find him. Could he have some reaction? The White-Winged King's eyes flashed with a sinister light. He glanced at Qin Feiyang and said in a deep voice, "Princess, please step aside immediately." At this moment, the Black-Winged King also broke through the waves and said coldly, "If you don't hand him over, even if you are the princess, this king will not let this matter rest." "They're all here." The mermaid princess's expression changed. "I was the one who asked Qin Feiyang to kill those 2 Black-Winged guards." In a moment of desperation, she blurted out these words. "What? Princess, why did you do it?" The White-Winged guards looked at her in disbelief. The Black-Winged King shouted, "Nonsense, who doesn't know that you love your people like your children? How could you do such a thing?" The White-Winged King followed, "That's right, don't take the blame for him." "I didn't take the blame for him. Those two black wing guards were talking about me in the prison, and I happened to hear it. In a fit of anger, I asked Qin Feiyang to help me kill them. What? Are you going to interfere now even if this princess kills two scum? The mermaid princess said coldly. If it was really the princess who did it, then this king naturally wouldn't dare to interfere. But this king has asked those prisoners. It clearly has nothing to do with you, princess. What's the reason for you to protect him like this? The Black Wing King said in a deep voice. You believe the words of the prisoners? To think that you are the kings of the mermaid clan. You really don't have brains. The mermaid princess sneered. The Black Wing King and the other two couldn't help but clench their fists tightly. Their eyes were frighteningly gloomy. At this moment, Qin Feiyang suddenly took a step forward and stepped into the holy land of the mermaid clan. With another step, he landed in front of the statue of the first emperor. The mermaid princess was stunned and immediately became angry. Was this guy crazy? Didn't he say that he couldn't enter the Holy Land? Why didn't he listen? Wasn't it troublesome enough? Damn it. How dare you trespass into my clan's forbidden grounds? Kill him. The Black Wing Emperor and the White Wing Emperor roared at the same time. More than 30 White Wing guards immediately rushed toward Qin Feiyang with murderous intent. In this world, apart from Uncle Yuan and my mother, there is a third person worthy of me, Qin Feiyang, paying my respects. That is you, ancestor. Qin Feiyang fell to his knees with a thud. The group of White Wing guards stopped and looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and respectfully knelt 3 times and kowtowed 9 times. The first emperor was not only a legend but also his goal. Ever since he was young, he had longed to become a supreme overlord like the first emperor. In fact, he even surpassed the first emperor. The kowtow was complete. Qin Feiyang stood up and looked at the White Wing King and the White Wing King with a cold smile. What are you waiting for? Kill him quickly. The White Wing King shouted. The group of White Wing Kings immediately charged toward Qin Feiyang. Boom. But suddenly, the statue of the first emperor trembled slightly and let out a deafening sound. Qin Feiyang suddenly turned around and looked up at the statue. At this moment, the entire undersea city was shocked. No matter which corner the mermaids were in, they all looked toward the sacred ground. What's going on? Why did the emperor statue move? The Black Wing Emperor, the White Wing Emperor, the Mermaid Princess, the White Wing Guards, and the dozen or so mermaids who were receiving the inheritance also raised their heads at the same time and looked at the emperor statue in surprise. Almost 10,000 years. The statue of the first emperor had never had any abnormalities. Today was the first time. And at this moment, Qin Feiyang felt a sense of familiarity in his heart that was unprecedentedly strong. That was a kind of kinship where blood was thicker than water. Boom. Crash. Suddenly, the entire statue emitted a purple-gold aura, and the entire sacred ground instantly turned into a vacuum zone. The seawater was separated and the next door was outside. Following closely, the phenomenon reappeared. 2 beams of dazzling purple-gold divine light shot out from the statue's eyes and headed straight for Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang wanted to dodge, but he was shocked to find that his body couldn't move. In an instant, Qin Feiyang was enveloped by the divine light. His whole body slowly floated up into the air. He didn't stop until he was in front of the statue. This is the inheritance of the first emperor. A trembling voice sounded. The mermaid emperor flew over from afar. His old, cloudy eyes sparkled like 2 bright moons. The inheritance of the emperor? The mermaid princess and the others were stunned, looking at the mermaid emperor with some confusion. This is an ancient secret that only the mermaid emperors of each generation know. Back then, the first emperor left his inheritance in the statue. Only one kind of person in the world can obtain his inheritance. And this human youth undoubtedly meets this condition. The mermaid emperor's eyes were fanatical, and he was so excited that his body was trembling. Father, what kind of person is it? The mermaid princess asked. The black-winged monarch and the white-winged monarch also looked at him in surprise. I can't say. If I say it, I will anger the first emperor, and there will be divine punishment. The mermaid emperor shook his head, pretending to be mysterious. The black-winged monarch snorted, spread his 4 wings and rushed toward Qin Feiyang with shocking murderous intent. Seeing this, the white-winged monarch also rushed toward Qin Feiyang. We can't let them interfere with Qin Feiyang receiving the inheritance. The mermaid princess's face changed. Child, don't worry. They won't succeed because no one in the great Qin Empire dares to offend the first emperor. The mermaid emperor smiled. Before he finished his words, 2 screams sounded. Before the black-winged monarch and the white-winged monarch could get close to Qin Feiyang, they were hit by two beams of purple-gold divine light, and they were immediately blasted to the ground. Even the wings on their backs were broken. How is this possible? The two climbed up pathetically and looked at the statue in disbelief, blood spurting out of their mouths. When the mermaids were receiving the inheritance, they would fail if they were disturbed. But this outsider had the protection of the divine light? This was not fair. There is no such thing as fairness in this world. The mermaid emperor's eyes were like torches, and he could see through the thoughts of the two. He shook his head and smiled. And Qin Feiyang's consciousness was very clear. He could clearly feel that the purple-gold divine light was continuously flowing into his body, and it was also opening up his meridians. Boom. In less than 5 breaths, all the meridians in his body opened up, and the purple-gold divine light flowed along his meridians like a flood, rushing toward a certain place. And this place was Qin Feiyang's lower abdomen. This was also where the qi was. The so-called qi was where the battle qi was stored. In other words, with the help of the purple-gold divine light, his cultivation was advancing toward the battle monarch realm. I didn't expect that I would receive the inheritance of my ancestor on this trip, Qin Feiyang murmured. The excitement in his heart could not be any greater. Wang Hong letting him go to the state capital by himself was actually helping him. Suddenly, his face contorted. Opening up the qi was like opening up an internal space in a complete rock, and the whole process was extremely painful. Many people could not bear the pain when opening up the qi and thus fainted. And this was equivalent to digging one's own grave. Either they would die and their bodies would explode from the true qi, or they would fail and never have the chance to step into the battle monarch realm. But to Qin Feiyang this bit of pain was nothing at all, because the pain of opening up the qi was completely incomparable to the pain of opening up the door of potential. Boom. All of a sudden, a muffled explosion came from within his body. The purple-gold divine light crushed the shackles and poured into a dark area. This was the qi. As the purple-gold divine light poured in, the qi also became brighter. It was a fist-sized space. At the same time, Qin Feiyang's aura also crazily soared, and finally he heard a one-star battle emperor. Moreover, behind him a huge beast shadow appeared. When the beast shadow solidified, it was actually a purple-gold divine dragon. It was 100 meters long, with 5 huge dragon claws under its abdomen and a thick dragon horn on its head. The whole thing looked lifelike, as if a real divine dragon had descended. It circled around Qin Feiyang, letting out a loud dragon roar that reverberated at the bottom of the sea for a long time. Moreover, there was also a mighty dragon's aura that spread in all directions. At this moment, other than the Mermaid Emperor and the others, almost all the clansmen of the Mermaid clan were kneeling on the ground in worship. His battle soul is actually a purple-gold dragon soul, exactly the same as the first emperor. The Mermaid Emperor's body trembled violently, and his old eyes shone with endless light. Purple-gold dragon soul. Qin Feiyang raised his head to look at the battle soul. The excitement on his face could not be concealed. His father, the current emperor, had activated the Golden Dragon Battle Soul. According to the ancient records, the Golden Dragon Battle Soul was far inferior to the Purple Gold Dragon Soul. Father, you didn't expect that I, who was expelled from the imperial capital, would be able to activate a battle soul that is even stronger than yours. He clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes spat out a thick flame of hatred. Boom. However, at the next moment, behind him a flame suddenly appeared. Immediately, the flames overflowed into the sky, illuminating the entire undersea city. What's going on? Qin Feiyang was bewildered, looking at the flame behind him in confusion. The Mermaid Emperor and the others were also at a loss. Father, look, there seems to be something inside the flame. The Mermaid Princess stretched out her slender finger and pointed at a certain place, shouting in surprise. Including Qin Feiyang, everyone looked over. Within the flame there was a fire lotus. The fire lotus had a total of 9 leaves, and its shape was almost exactly the same as the snow lotus. However, the difference was that each leaf was condensed from flames. How is this possible? He actually has 2 battle souls. The Mermaid Emperor suddenly exclaimed, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. 2 battle souls. The Mermaid clan suddenly burst into an uproar. Although every living thing that stepped into the battle monarch realm had the opportunity to activate the battle soul, not every living thing could succeed. Some people failed. It could be said that there was only a 50% chance. Generally speaking, those who succeeded only had 1 battle soul. In history there had indeed been two battle souls. But those were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. As long as they did not die prematurely, they would definitely be an overlord in the future. The key now was that Qin Feiyang had activated two battle souls, and one of them was the purple gold dragon soul. This was even more incredible. In the entire Great Qin Empire, only the first emperor had the purple gold dragon soul. Chapter 279. Two War Souls. Qin Feiyang's eyes shone brightly. This was truly a pleasant surprise. Clang. However, without waiting for everyone to calm down, another loud bang suddenly exploded in their hearts. It was as though a divine sword had been unsheathed. With Qin Feiyang as the center, rays of shocking sharpness spread out in all directions, covering the sky and the earth. Behind him, a fiery red sword soared into the air. The battle sword was more than 10 meters long. It was completely red as though it was cast from lava. Third War Soul? Qin Feiyang was stunned. The Mermaid Emperor and the others were stunned as well. The Holy Land fell into a deathly silence. This person had activated 3 War Souls? Was this a dream? That was right. This had to be a dream. This was because there had never been a person with 3 War Souls in the Great Qin Empire. However, when they rubbed their eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang again, their hearts were filled with shock and astonishment. The purple gold dragon soul was like a true dragon. It danced above Qin Feiyang's head. Its might shook the world. The 9-leaf fire lotus hovered on his right. Waves of fire surged into the sky. It was as though he had transformed into a god of fire. The crimson sword soul hovered on Qin Feiyang's left. Its sword chi was like a rainbow that pierced through the air. This was not a dream. He really had 3 War Souls. Unbelievable. How did he do it? Was he still human? With these 3 War Souls, I won't have to worry about not being able to reach the imperial capital. I'll kill all my enemies. Qin Feiyang looked at the purple gold dragon soul, the 9-leaf fire lotus and the crimson sword soul. He was filled with pride. With just a thought, the 3 fighting souls turned into a ray of light and entered his body, becoming one with his body. Meanwhile, the true chi in his sea of chi was quickly converted into battle chi. There were 3 types in total. The first type was the purple gold dragon chi. The second type was the fiery battle chi. The third type was the crimson sword chi. The attribute and color of battle chi were closely related to the war soul. For example, Yan Nanshan's war soul was a firehawk. His battle chi was fiery red. For example, Zuan's battle soul was a black python, and his battle chi was black in color. In short, the type of fighting soul that was activated would determine the type of battle chi that would appear. Furthermore, every fighting soul had its own gifted superpower. The difference was in strength and weakness. For example, Wolf King's fighting soul had the innate ability to rob other living beings of their fighting souls. The stronger the power of the divine ability, the higher the level of the fighting soul. The purple gold divine light on the emperor's statue gradually dissipated. This also meant that the inheritance had ended. Qin Feiyang also slowly landed on the ground. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and turned to look at the face of the statue. Ancestor, thank you for granting me the purple gold dragon soul. He bowed to the statue 3 more times. The purple gold divine light on the statue dissipated completely, and the seawater surged in from all directions. Qin Feiyang hastily activated the water avoidance pearl and the cold avoidance pearl. Then he stood up, his eyes shining brightly. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. As long as he stepped into the Battle King realm, not only would he be able to open the second page of the elixir scripture, but he would also be able to refine higher-level elixirs. Most importantly, he would be able to continue cultivating the 6-word divine formula. The power of the return word divine formula was already so amazing. The second divine formula would definitely be even more powerful. At this moment, with the help of the mermaid princess, the mermaid emperor came to Qin Feiyang. He cupped his hands and smiled. May I know your name? Senior, you are too polite. My name is Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang smiled. Your surname is Qin. He has also received the recognition of the first emperor and has awakened the purple gold dragon soul. Could he be a descendant of the first emperor? The mermaid emperor secretly pondered and was quite shocked. He smiled and said, Brother Qin, can you do me the honor of going to the palace for a chat? That's what I was thinking. Qin Feiyang also had a lot of doubts in his heart. The mermaid emperor smiled. Suddenly, he frowned and turned to look at the white-winged emperor and the black-winged emperor. He said with a sullen face, This brother Qin is the descendant of the first emperor. No one is allowed to hurt him. In addition, No one is allowed to disturb me while I am talking with Brother Qin. He added. Umph. The two snorted coldly, flapped their wings, and broke through the waves with a gloomy look in their eyes. Qin Feiyang glanced at the two and raised his head to look at the 3 stone statues behind the statue of the first emperor. The 3 stone statues all had fish tails and wings. But the difference was, the stone statue in the middle had a fish tail and wings that were golden. The stone statues on the left and right had a fish tail and wings that were white and black. And they all had a total of 5 pairs of wings. Strange. Qin Feiyang was puzzled. They are all ancestors of the mermaid clan. The mermaid emperor explained. The statue in the middle was the first mermaid emperor. The statue on the left was the first black-winged emperor. The statue on the right was the first white-winged emperor. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization and asked suspiciously, "The first mermaid emperor has golden wings, why don't you and the princess have them?" "I'm ashamed to say this. Although I am the emperor of the mermaid clan, I have not received the inheritance of the ancestors. Only those who are recognized by the ancestors can grow golden wings. As for my daughter, she is only an 8-star martial arts grandmaster now and has not received the inheritance. I hope she can succeed." The mermaid emperor sighed. "Father, I will definitely succeed." The mermaid princess looked at the statue of the first mermaid emperor with a determined look in her beautiful eyes. At this moment, a black light suddenly flashed out from the eyes of the statue of the first black-winged emperor and landed on one of the dozen or so mermaids who were praying below. A magical scene suddenly appeared. That person screamed in pain. The clothes and skin on his back split open, and 2 black wings grew out from both sides. At the same time, a black shadow appeared behind him. It was that person's fighting soul. And it was also a humanoid fighting soul. It was exactly the same as the fighting souls of the other black-winged guards. "I see." Qin Feiyang finally understood. This humanoid fighting soul came from the 3 statues. The mermaid emperor smiled and said, "This is the inheritance of the mermaid clan. Every mermaid's fighting soul is the shadow of the 3 great ancestors." Qin Feiyang asked, "You did not receive the inheritance. Does that mean you do not have a fighting soul?" "Yes, this is the reason why the black-winged emperor and the white-winged emperor have always been dissatisfied with me." The mermaid emperor sighed deeply. "In that case, if the princess can receive the inheritance, grow golden wings and activate the fighting soul, will the black-winged emperor and the white-winged emperor dispel the thoughts in their hearts and fully support her?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Logically speaking, that is indeed the case. Because mermaids with golden fish tails have the purest bloodline power, and there will not be one in hundreds of years. According to the rules of the mermaid clan, as long as a mermaid with a golden fish tail is born, she is destined to be the next mermaid emperor. But people's hearts are unpredictable. No one knows the true thoughts of the black-winged emperor and the white-winged emperor." The mermaid emperor shook his head and sighed. He glanced at the 30-odd white-winged guards and said, "There are too many people here. Let's go somewhere else to talk. Please follow me." Qin Feiyang nodded. It seemed that the father and daughter were in a very bad situation in Undersea City. The mermaid emperor did not stop along the way and returned directly to his palace. After closing the door, the mermaid emperor ordered the mermaid princess to prepare a seat for Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said, "No need. Let's talk business." "Business?" The mermaid emperor was stunned. The mermaid princess said, "Father, you may not know, but Qin Feiyang is also a top-grade alchemist. I am begging him to help me refine a prolongation pill." "A top-grade alchemist?" The mermaid emperor was shocked and cupped his hands. "May I ask, little brother, how old are you now?" Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Almost 17. "Almost 17? In other words, he was only 16 years old now? Stepping into the battle monarch realm at the age of 16? And 3 war souls? And a top-grade alchemist?" This was too shocking. The mermaid princess also opened her red lips slightly and looked at Qin Feiyang in disbelief. She originally thought that the man in front of her was at least 20 or 30 years old, but he had a young face and did not look old. But she never expected that he was really a 16-year-old boy. She also did not expect that the human boy she casually brought would be a once-in-a-lifetime genius. Looking at the exaggerated expressions of the father and daughter, Qin Feiyang could not help but smile helplessly. It seemed that he had to keep a low profile in the future. Ahem. He coughed dryly and avoided the topic of the prolongation pill. He wondered, why is the statue of the first emperor here? The mermaid emperor came back to his senses, pondered for a moment and said, "Before answering this question I want to ask, are you a descendant of the first emperor?" "No." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Impossible. The Mermaid Emperor said flatly. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Did he have any proof to make such an assertion? The Mermaid Emperor said, just now in the sacred ground, I said that only one kind of person can gain the recognition of the first emperor and obtain his inheritance. The Mermaid Princess and Qin Feiyang nodded. This person must have compassion for the common people and a heart that embraces the world. At the same time, he must have the bloodline power of the first emperor. The Mermaid Emperor said. There is such a thing? Qin Feiyang frowned. So, his identity could not be hidden anymore? Brother Qin, you don't have to be so vigilant. Because the ancestors of the Mermaid clan had a very deep relationship with the first emperor. Otherwise, the first emperor would not have left a statue here. Moreover, the reason why the Mermaid clan can survive until today and have this piece of land in the Great Qin Empire is also because of the first emperor's kindness. The Mermaid Emperor said with a smile. There was obvious gratitude on his face. Qin Feiyang said calmly, since the first emperor is kind to you, why do you still have thoughts of rebellion? Thoughts of rebellion? The father and daughter were stunned. Brother Qin, what do you mean? When have we ever had thoughts of rebellion? You can't say such things. The Mermaid Emperor said anxiously. There was panic in his eyes. Qin Feiyang frowned. I remember that the 2 Blackwing guards who sent me to prison said such a thing. They said that it is a great shame that the Great Qin Empire is ruled by people like us. They dared to say such things without restraint, and you still dare to say that you have no thoughts of rebellion? Qin Feiyang shouted. This is a great injustice. The Mermaid Emperor lamented. The Mermaid Princess was also a little anxious. If this misunderstanding was not resolved, Qin Feiyang would not refine the prolongation pill for her father. Chapter 280. The atmosphere in the hall was extremely heavy. The Mermaid Princess looked at her father and then at Qin Feiyang. I can guarantee with my life that my father has no intention of rebelling. Qin Feiyang shook his head. I only believe what I hear. The Mermaid Princess gritted her teeth. Fine, I'll tell you the truth. It's not my father who wants to rebel. It's the Black-Winged Monarch and the White-Winged Monarch. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. They don't want to stay in the ocean of despair and want to fight for a place on land, but they've been suppressed by my father. If they take the throne, they'll definitely take action. The Mermaid Princess said. They're digging their own graves. Qin Feiyang sneered. With the power of the Great Qin Empire, destroying the mermaid race was as easy as blowing off dust. Of course, we know that we don't have the strength to challenge the Great Qin Empire. That's why my father is determined not to pass the throne to them. The Mermaid Princess sighed. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and then asked the Mermaid Emperor, You're not weak. Why don't you just kill them? I can't kill them. If I kill them, all the Black-Winged Monarchs and White-Winged Monarchs will rebel. At that time, my mermaid clan will inevitably fall into the suffering of war. Plus, their strength is about the same as mine. Now that I'm about to die, I can't beat them. The Mermaid Emperor shook his head. Qin Feiyang frowned. If that's the case, why don't they just kill you and take the throne? They have their own concerns. The Mermaid Emperor has always been a golden mermaid. This is the rule left by our ancestors. If they take the throne, first, it's against our ancestors' rules. Second, the other mermaids won't recognize them. Unless I announce to the world, admit it with my own mouth and give the throne to them. This is why they don't dare to kill me and my father. The Mermaid Emperor said. Qin Feiyang understood. This was the misfortune of the royal family. If he was just an ordinary person, why would he have so much trouble and so many worries? Qin Feiyang asked, You just said that the first emperor was kind to your mermaid race. What's going on? The Mermaid Emperor said, Unless you are a descendant of the first emperor, I will not answer you. Oh. Qin Feiyang glanced at the father and daughter. After hesitating for a while, he nodded and said, Okay, I admit that I am indeed the son of the current emperor. The Mermaid Emperor shuddered and bowed. Greetings, Your Highness. He had no doubts. That was because he had obtained the heritage of the first monarch and awakened the purple gold dragon soul. The Mermaid Princess at the side was astonished. The person she brought back was actually a prince of the Grand Qin Empire? Meanwhile, inside the castle, Fatso and Lu Hong were also shocked. They knew that Qin Feiyang had a powerful background, but they did not expect him to be so powerful. No wonder Qin Feiyang knew everything. No wonder he had mastered so many perfect martial skills. It turned out that he was the son of an emperor. The two of them could not help but look at Wolf King. They saw that Wolf King was lying on the side, not affected in the slightest, quietly taking a nap. This guy had long known Qin Feiyang's true identity. Jiji, Fatso suddenly laughed strangely and said, Lu Hong, Fat Lord is right, following the boss, you will have a bright future. Lu Hong nodded. There was no doubt about that. Moreover, even if Qin Feiyang was not the son of an emperor with his monstrous talent, his future was limitless. Inside the palace. Seeing that the mermaid princess was still in a daze, the mermaid emperor hurriedly said, Daughter, what are you waiting for? Quickly bow to his highness. Forget it. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and shook his head. I'm just a prince in dire straits, there's no need to be so polite. He said it so casually. He was even a little conflicted about this identity. The mermaid emperor could not help but have a trace of doubt in his heart. But he did not ask much. As long as he knew that this child was the descendant of the first emperor, it was enough. Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and said, I hope you can help me keep my identity a secret. A secret? Your Highness, don't worry. The mermaid clan is isolated from the world. For 10,000 years, we have never appeared in front of anyone. In addition, we live under the sea. Even the current emperor, your father, does not know of our existence. We will definitely keep your secret. The mermaid emperor was stunned at first, then said solemnly. Qin Feiyang believed this. Because in the historical records of the imperial palace, there was almost no information about the mermaid clan. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, In that case, tell me about the situation of the first emperor. He had always worshipped this ancestor and wanted to know more about his past deeds. This matter dates back to 10,000 years ago. The mermaid emperor told him everything in detail. It turned out that, when the first emperor founded the Great Qin Empire, the mermaid clan had already existed. And their overall strength was very strong. At that time, the mermaid clan also wanted to rule this territory, which posed a great threat to the first emperor. But the first emperor, whether in strength or strategy, was almost unmatched. In just a few years he swept the mermaid clan. Originally, the mermaid clan thought that the first emperor would kill them all, but they did not expect that in the end, they were merciful and were able to preserve their bloodline and survive. Moreover, the first emperor also erased that part of history. This was also the reason why there were no relevant records of the mermaid clan in the historical records of the underground palace. And the first mermaid emperor, the Black-Winged King and the White-Winged King, in order to thank the first emperor for not killing them, after settling their clansmen, they left with the first emperor. After Qin Feiyang heard this, he also felt that it was very incredible. If he had not accidentally come to the mermaid clan, he was afraid that he would not know this history for the rest of his life. Qin Feiyang said, Then do you know where the first emperor and the others went? No one knows. The mermaid emperor shook his head. It was said that, according to the ancient records of the mermaid clan, that year the first emperor and all his subordinates, including the 3 ancestors of the mermaid clan, all disappeared overnight. It was as if they had disappeared from the world, leaving behind an eternal mystery. It's getting more and more mysterious. Qin Feiyang murmured. After a moment of pondering, he shook his head hard. These things were not something he was qualified to ponder. Back to the topic, how many days do you have left to live? Qin Feiyang asked. At most half a year. The mermaid emperor said. Half a year, time is tight. Qin Feiyang sighed and said with a faint smile, You guys wait for a while, I'll go and see if there are any elixir recipes for the prolongation pill. As soon as his voice fell, Qin Feiyang disappeared into thin air. The mermaid emperor glanced at the void in front of him in surprise. This person is not simple. I can even see the shadow of the first emperor in him. Daughter, what you heard today you must rot in your stomach, understand? After a long time, the mermaid emperor let out a long breath and looked at the mermaid princess with a serious expression. Your daughter understands. The mermaid princess nodded, her eyes flashing with an inexplicable light. In the castle. Boss, you are too unjust. You didn't even tell us about such an awesome identity. If you had told us earlier, Fat Lord could have shown off. As soon as Qin Feiyang came in, Fatso stared at him bitterly. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him, looked at Lu Hong and said in a deep voice, I was afraid that you guys would go out and talk nonsense, so I didn't tell you. Although you all know now, you must not spread it. What? You are the son of an emperor. Who dares to offend you? Fatso frowned. Some things, the later you know the better. Qin Feiyang said, turned around, walked to the altar, opened the cover of the pill scripture, and then flipped to the first page. The contents of the second page immediately appeared. The first thing that came into sight was the battle chi pill. Qin Feiyang immediately came forward and looked carefully. Regeneration pill, transformation pill, heart protection pill, life-seizing pill, for symbols pill, and so on. They were all familiar names. Wolf King also immediately became spirited. He ran to Qin Feiyang and asked, "Is there a transformation pill and a bottleneck-breaking pill?" "There is a transformation pill, but I haven't seen a bottleneck-breaking pill." After Qin Feiyang said that, he continued to look down. His eyes suddenly locked on a certain spot, smiled and nodded. "There is a bottleneck-breaking pill." Wolf King immediately howled excitedly and roared, "Fatso, hurry up and see if there are any medicinal materials for the transformation pill and bottleneck-breaking pill. Why are you in such a hurry? Can't you see that the boss is still looking?" Fatso rolled his eyes. "Found it." Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. "What did you find?" The two men and the wolf looked at him in confusion. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "Life-prolonging pill. According to the prescription, the best quality life-prolonging pill can prolong one's life by 200 years. If it is a divine pill with dragon-shaped pill chi, one pill can prolong one's life by 10,000 years. Really? The two men and the wolf leaned over and looked in the direction Qin Feiyang was pointing. Their eyes suddenly burst out with brilliant light. "This pill with dragon-shaped pill chi is too amazing, isn't it?" Wolf King asked, "Little Qin Zi, how can we refine a pill with dragon-shaped pill chi?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "There is no record in the pill scripture. It may be in the last few pages, but it must have something to do with alchemy, fire and spiritual force. Then I guess we will never be able to refine a dragon-shaped pill chi in our lives." The fatty's face was filled with disappointment. Because the level of spiritual force was innate and could not be improved like cultivation. For example, Lu Hong's spiritual force was at the 5th level, so it would always be at the 5th level. "Don't be discouraged. Nothing is certain. Lu Hong, prepare the brush and ink," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. The path of cultivation was endless. There was no way now, but it did not mean there would be no way in the future. Maybe there was a way to improve the strength of spiritual force, but they did not know it. After Lu Hong prepared the brush and ink, Qin Feiyang wrote down the medicinal materials for the life-prolonging pill one by one. Then, he put down the brush and walked to the iron box. What will the second magic art be? Looking at the iron box in front of him, Qin Feiyang's eyes were full of expectation. He bit his finger and a drop of blood fell on the iron box. Clang. After the iron box was opened, Qin Feiyang directly turned to the second page. Fight. An eye-catching word suddenly came into sight. It was as majestic as Iron Hook and Silver Stroke. And Chapter 281. As the battle intent surged, the three men and one wolf all retreated under their instincts. Their bodies and minds were trembling. This battle intent was too strong, enough to shock anyone's heart. Without a doubt. The second divine art was the battle word art. Qin Feiyang swallowed his saliva, walked to the front of the iron box, looked at the word battle, and then looked at the small words below. The stronger the opponent, the braver the more he fought. This was the profound meaning of the battle word art. Moreover, once the battle word art was activated, no matter how serious the injuries were, he would be able to recover in an instant. In a protracted battle, he had the absolute advantage. As expected of a divine art. Qin Feiyang could not help but become excited. One had to know. In a bloody battle, the scariest thing was to be seriously injured. Because even the highest grade healing pill could not instantly heal the injury. However, as long as he had the battle word art, he could completely catch his opponent off guard. The most important thing was that the battle word art did not have any side effects. Qin Feiyang knew that once used he would fall into a weakened state for a period of time. Anyone with a little bit of ability could easily deal with it. But the battle word art would not. However, the next headache was that copying the battle word art would definitely be the same as copying the return word art, delaying the speed of cultivation. Sure enough, it was impossible to have the best of both worlds. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, closed the 6-word art, grabbed the list of medicinal ingredients for the prolonging life pill, and prepared to leave the castle. Fatso said, "Boss, there's something I want to discuss with you." What? Qin Feiyang turned to look at him in confusion. Fatso hesitated for a moment, then said, "Can you wait for Lu Hong and I to break through the War King before leaving?" What? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Fatso laughed awkwardly. "Although we all know that only you can obtain the inheritance of the first-generation emperor, we still want to bask in your glory and see if we can get any benefits." Qin Feiyang could not help but laugh. "Is that okay?" Fatso asked. Qin Feiyang said, "If I remember correctly, you are only a 5-star martial ancestor, and Lu Hong is only a 6-star martial ancestor. When you break through to the 9-star martial ancestor, Fatso hurriedly said, don't worry. If we haven't broken through to the 9-star martial ancestor realm within a year, we'll leave immediately. 1 year? Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and nodded. All right, I'll give you 1 year. Thank you. Fatso and Fatso looked at him gratefully. Work hard on your cultivation. Qin Feiyang smiled and left the castle. A year's time was neither short nor long. He could afford to wait. Furthermore, as long as he could prolong the life of the Mermaid Emperor, it would be easy for him to leave the Sea of Despair with the help of the Mermaid clan. Therefore he wasn't in a hurry to leave. Just nice. He could also take the opportunity to focus on copying the battle symbol formula. Inside the palace, the Mermaid Emperor was relatively calm. Perhaps when his time was up, he was more open-minded about everything. But when the Mermaid Princess saw that Qin Feiyang hadn't come out for a long time, she was like an ant on a hot pan, anxious and uneasy. The moment Qin Feiyang came out, she came in front of Qin Feiyang and asked, "How is it? Do you have the pill formula?" "I have the pill formula. But you have to find the herbs yourself. Also, I have a rule. I will never refine pills for free. This is the list. Take a look." Qin Feiyang said and handed the list over. The Mermaid Princess hurriedly took the list and looked at it carefully. The Mermaid Emperor also looked down. A moment later, the Mermaid Emperor looked up at Qin Feiyang and shook his head. "We don't have any of these herbs." "None?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Look at my head." He slapped his forehead in annoyance. The herbs for the life-prolonging pill could only survive on land. And this was the bottom of the deep sea and the water was so cold. How could there be any? "Wait a little longer," Qin Feiyang said and entered the castle again, handing the list to Fatso. "Look for it and see if there are any herbs for the life-prolonging pill." Fatso immediately took out his Jianghu bag and searched. Bang! Suddenly, a loud sound came from outside the castle. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Outside, the Black Wing King and the White Wing King rushed into the hall side by side. The Mermaid Princess frowned. "What do you want now? Can you let us have a few days of peace?" The Black Wing King sneered. "If you want peace, it's very simple. Immediately announce to the world that you will abdicate the throne to us." The White Wing King said, "That's right. As long as you give up the throne, we will never disturb you again." What? The father and daughter's expressions changed. The Mermaid Emperor said angrily, "Are you forcing me to abdicate?" The Black Wing King said, "Not forcing but abdicating." The Mermaid Emperor said in a deep voice, "Don't even think about it. Even if I die, I will not announce it to the world." Swish. The wings on the White Wing King's back spread and he instantly landed in front of the Mermaid Princess. His large hand reached out and grabbed her neck. "What are you doing? Let go." The Mermaid Emperor was anxious. Who would have thought that the two of them had already lost their minds to this extent? The White Wing King said coldly, "If you don't do as we say, I will kill her." The Mermaid Princess hurriedly said, "Father, you can't agree to it." "Shut up." The White Wing King's 5 fingers tightened, and the Mermaid Princess immediately entered a suffocating state. However, she did not struggle nor did she beg for mercy. She only looked at the White Wing King coldly. "If not for the fact that she is still useful, I really want to kill this little bastard immediately." The Mermaid Princess's gaze made the White Wing King very uncomfortable. There was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. The Black Wing King walked to the White Wing King's side and looked at the Mermaid Emperor. "Emperor, your daughter and the throne you choose for yourself." "I." The Mermaid Emperor clenched his fists and closed his eyes. His old face was filled with pain. "Daughter, I'm sorry. Father cannot give the throne to them. I can only sacrifice you," he muttered in his heart. He opened his eyes and looked at the two. He shook his head and said, "Even if you kill her, I will not give the throne to you. You old bastard, you're about to die and you're still occupying the throne. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you and your daughter?" The White Wing King's face was ferocious and full of hostility. "Kill us if you can." The Mermaid Emperor coldly glanced at the two. The White Wing King laughed sinisterly. "Okay, I will kill your daughter first and then slowly torture you." "Wait." The Black Wing King stopped him. He looked at the Mermaid Princess's beautiful face and laughed sinisterly. "It's a pity to kill such a beautiful woman. Why don't we give her to our subordinates?" The Mermaid Emperor's old body trembled. The White Wing King's eyes lit up. He nodded and said, "Good idea. Our subordinates have been eyeing this princess for a long time. She is still your niece. How can you be so heartless and do such a thing to her?" The Mermaid Emperor roared, his entire body trembling. The Black Wing King shrugged and said indifferently, "We have no choice. You forced us to do this. Don't blame us for being cruel." Stubborn. "If that's the case, I will kill you today even if I have to sacrifice my life." The Mermaid Emperor's turbid eyes shone with a dazzling light. At the same time, a terrifying aura spread out from his body. At this moment, his back was straight and his eyes were sharp. He was like a lion that was about to awaken. The Black Wing King and the White Wing King instinctively took a few steps back. "Don't you want your daughter's life? If you dare to kill us, our subordinates will let you know what madness is." The two of them said sinisterly. "It doesn't matter. Anyway, the Mermaid clan will be exterminated sooner or later in your hands. I might as well kill them myself." As soon as the Mermaid Emperor finished speaking, his aura exploded. The entire undersea city trembled at this moment. The White Wing King laughed coldly. "Black Wing King, go and play with him." "That's what I was thinking. Old thing, I have never faced you head on. I want to see if you are stronger or if I am stronger." The Black Wing King's body trembled. An aura that was not inferior to the Mermaid Emperor's roared out. "Black Wing King, there is only one throne. Be careful not to be used by the White Wing King. When you and my father are both injured, I'm afraid the first person he will eliminate will be you." The Mermaid Princess caught her breath and hurriedly shouted, "Little niece, you are really smart. But unfortunately your attempt to sow discord is useless. Because I have already discussed with the Black Wing King to jointly control the fate of the Mermaid clan." The White Wing King sneered. "What?" The Mermaid Princess's face turned pale. At this moment, the Mermaid Emperor and the Black Wing King finally clashed. Boom. The palace instantly split into 4 or 5 pieces. The two leaped up, carrying dazzling battle auras, and charged toward the top of Undersea City. Because they did not want to destroy Undersea City. What's going on? Why is the Emperor fighting with the Black Wing King? Those mermaids who did not know the truth suddenly became restless. But the Black Wing Guards and White Wing Guards in various places were very clear in their hearts. It seemed that they had completely fallen out. These two are really too much. In the ancient castle, Lu Hong's face was cold. Even if they wanted to deal with the Mermaid Emperor, they should not use such a despicable method. "Little Qin, at the very least, you've seen her naked. It's too irresponsible of you to just sit back and watch." Wolf King snickered. A row of black lines appeared on Qin Feiyang's forehead. But now he was not in the mood to bicker with Wolf King. He looked at Fatso and said, "Have you found the medicinal herbs?" "Don't rush me." Fatso waved his hand impatiently. Finding medicinal herbs was a very complicated and time-consuming task. Qin Feiyang said, "Lu Hong, go and help." Lu Hong immediately squatted on the ground and helped to search. Fatso snickered and said, "Boss, why don't you go out first and think of a way to save the mermaid sister-in-law from the White Wing King?" Qin Feiyang's veins were bulging. If it weren't for the fact that Fatso was sweating profusely, he really wanted to kick him. And at this time he obviously couldn't appear. Because as long as he appeared, he would definitely be entangled by the White Wing King. One had to know. The White Wing King had always wanted to kill him. Besides, he couldn't help much if he went out. The only thing that could change the situation now was the prolongation pill. Chapter 282. Above the Undersea City, the battle between the Mermaid Emperor and the Blackwing Monarch had reached its climax. The seawater around them churned wildly. The Blackwing Monarch summoned his war soul. It was also a humanoid war soul. But it was dozens of times larger than the Blackwing Monarch's war soul. It was like a mountain above his head. "Go to hell, you old man." The Blackwing Monarch roared, and the war soul charged toward the Mermaid Emperor like a grim reaper. Umph. The Mermaid Emperor snorted, placed his hands in front of his chest, and quickly formed a seal. Neptune seal kill. With a low roar, a golden seal rushed out of his hands and collided with the humanoid war soul. Boom. Both of them were destroyed. The Blackwing Monarch flew out, his face pale. But the Mermaid Emperor kept spitting out blood as he flew. "The heavens are unfair. We are all mermaids, but why are you golden-tailed mermaids born to be the successor of the Mermaid Emperor? And we, the Blackwing Mermaids and the Whitewing Mermaids, have to obey your orders." The Blackwing Monarch roared. "Because our bloodline is purer than yours, and because we remember the ancestral teachings and follow them." The Mermaid Emperor steadied his old body and shouted each word clearly and forcefully. What a ridiculous ancestral teachings. Mermaid Emperor, if you were at your peak, I would not be afraid of you. But now you are on the verge of death. Today is the day you die. The Blackwing Monarch roared and summoned his war soul again. Together with the war soul, they charged toward the Mermaid Emperor. "Even if my time is up, I am not someone you can disobey." The Mermaid Emperor was full of fighting spirit. Although he was at a disadvantage, he was not afraid at all. He brazenly fought with the Blackwing Monarch. "Father?" The Mermaid Princess stared at the old man, her face full of worry. "Stop looking. Since we've already shed all pretense of cordiality, today will definitely be his doomsday." The White-Winged Monarch sneered. The Mermaid Princess said sternly, "The mermaid race will be destroyed by your hands sooner or later. You don't have to worry about that. By the way, where is that Qin Feiyang? My subordinates saw him enter the main hall with their own eyes. Why didn't I see him?" The White-Winged King's eyes flashed with killing intent. The Mermaid Princess said, "I advise you not to touch him because he is not someone you can afford to offend." "Haha, can't afford to offend him? What a joke. When I find him, I'll kill him first." The White-Winged King laughed maniacally, his face full of contempt. Inside the castle. "Boss, it's all here. A total of 5 portions." Fatso put the sorted herbs into an empty Chengkuan bag and handed it to Qin Feiyang. Lu Hong also stood up and shook her head. "I didn't expect that the medicinal ingredients for the life extension pill would be even rarer than the medicinal ingredients for the potential pill." "Of course. Life is priceless." Qin Feiyang smiled, grabbed the Chengkuan bag, walked to the pill scripture, and read the refining method of the life extension pill in detail. After memorizing one by one, Qin Feiyang walked to the pill furnace, controlled the netherworld devil flame, and refined the spiritual liquid. It was his first time refining the life extension pill, so he was especially careful in every step. Especially the control of the fire, he couldn't be careless at all. Now he couldn't fail. Because with the Mermaid Emperor's current state, he couldn't last long. Every minute and second was consuming his life. The pitch-black flames burned fiercely. Inside the pill furnace it was crimson red. The temperature kept rising. The first medicinal ingredient required 20% of the fire. The second and third medicinal ingredients required 30% of the fire. Qin Feiyang gradually discovered that as the level of the pill increased, the speed of refining the spiritual liquid became slower. It seemed that he had to start looking for a higher-level pill fire and pill furnace. Otherwise, the efficiency of refining pills in the future would be greatly reduced. The fourth, fifth, and sixth medicinal ingredients required 50% of the fire. Until the last medicinal ingredient, it actually required 90% of the fire. Throughout the entire process, Qin Feiyang was also sweating profusely and his clothes were soaked in sweat. The next step was the fusion of the spiritual liquid. He absolutely could not fail at this step. He was very careful, even more so than when refining the potential pill. Crack. However, it was because he was too careful that he was a little nervous. When all the spiritual liquids were fused together, he lost control and a crack suddenly appeared in the pill furnace. Oh no. Qin Feiyang's expression changed drastically. This was the sign of a furnace explosion. If the furnace really exploded, it would be more than a failure. This was because he didn't have an extra pill furnace. If it really exploded, there was no way to continue refining. And the crisis of the mermaid clan naturally couldn't be resolved. I must not explode. He tried hard to calm himself down. Relying on his powerful mental strength and experience, he was finally able to control the situation. The pill furnace didn't explode. But the crack was growing rapidly. Before he could heave a sigh of relief, he controlled a piece of mental strength and poured it into a jade bottle on the altar, rolling out a drop of solidifying liquid. Crack. At this time, a second crack appeared on the pill furnace. On the side, Fatso, Lu Hong and Wolf King stared at the two cracks, their pupils constricting together. Their bodies were also sweating profusely. They were even more nervous than Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and slowly merged the solidifying liquid into the spiritual liquid. The spiritual liquid suddenly shone brightly and quickly solidified. The pill furnace also seemed to have reached its limit. The third and fourth cracks appeared one after another. The ear-piercing clanging sound reverberated within the ancient castle, affecting the minds of everyone present. Hurry up, hurry up. Everyone roared in their hearts. The pill was about to take shape. If the furnace exploded now, it would be even more tragic. Clang. Suddenly, accompanied by a deafening noise, the pill furnace suddenly exploded. At the same time, a dark green divine light swept out from the pill furnace. Qin Feiyang grabbed it in his hand. Following closely, the fragments of the exploding pill furnace sent him flying. Lu Hong, Fatso and Wolf King were not spared. The sharp shards cut through their skin and some even entered their bodies. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 people and 1 wolf hit the wall behind them almost at the same time, and they all spat out a mouthful of blood. Qin Feiyang hurriedly checked his injuries and found that his heart and sea of qi were not hurt, so he quickly got up. Regardless of whether the pill in his hand was destroyed or not, he turned to Wolf King and the others and shouted, "Are you all okay? I won't die. It's not a big deal." Wolf King and Lu Hong got up one after another and shook their heads at him. Fatso was lying on the ground, motionless. Blood was gushing out of his chest. His eyes were like a dead man's. His pupils were dilated and empty. Qin Feiyang's expression changed. Could it be that his heart was hurt? He hurriedly squatted beside Fatso and shouted, "Fatso, wake up. If you're not dead, make a sound. His chest is bleeding." Lu Hong grabbed Fatso's clothes and tore them apart. Immediately, she saw a fragment inserted into Fatso's flesh. "It's over. Fatso must be dead. This bastard, when he was alive he made me hate him, and when he died he made me sad." Wolf King cursed angrily, his eyes a little wet. "Why is it like this?" Qin Feiyang's face was full of disbelief. Although Fatso was wretched and shameless, he was loyal to him and very loyal. He never thought that he would kill Fatso with his own hands. "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have refined pills in the castle." His heart was full of self-blame. Lu Hong's eyes were also red, tears welling up in her eyes. Cough, cough. But suddenly, Fatso coughed. His empty eyes quickly regained their color. When he saw Qin Feiyang and the others, he couldn't help but be stunned and asked, "What are you doing? Damn it, you're not dead. Bastard, you actually pretended to be dead and lied to us. Are you looking for a beating?" The 2 men and the wolf were furious on the spot. Pretended to be dead? Fatty was stunned for a moment before he abruptly stood up like a carp. He glared at the 2 men and the wolf, pointed to the position of his heart and roared, "Are you all blind? If it weren't for Fat Lord's meat, this fragment would have already killed Fat Lord. And you said that Fat Lord pretended to be dead. Do you have a conscience?" Fatso roared with righteous indignation, the flesh all over his body trembling. "Me?" Qin Feiyang, Lu Hong and Wolf King looked at each other. Fatso's body of fat was still useful. At least for now he was able to keep his life. Okay, it's our fault, please calm down." Qin Feiyang smiled at Fatso and said to Lu Hong, "Help him deal with it." "Okay." Lu Hong nodded, turned her head and rolled her eyes at Fatso and said, "Bear with it." Then she reached out and pulled out the fragment. "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, be gentle. Can't you see that Fat Lord is injured?" Fatso howled miserably. "If you say any more nonsense I won't help you." Lu Hong furrowed her brows. "Okay, Fat Lord, bear with it. That's not right, why are your eyes all wet? Are you sad for Fat Lord? It seems that you still have a little conscience." Fatso laughed proudly, even forgetting the pain. "The best." Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly, opened his hand, and a pellet-sized elixir appeared in his sight. The elixir was dark green with a strong aura of life. A circle of elixir patterns surrounded the elixir, emitting a dazzling light. Seeing the elixir patterns, Qin Feiyang breathed a long sigh of relief. Although the furnace exploded, although Fatso almost lost his life, the prolongation elixir was not destroyed. However, finding a new elixir furnace was now the most urgent task. "After dealing with it, you guys hurry up and cultivate," Qin Feiyang warned. Then he activated the water avoidance pearl and cold avoidance pearl and left the ancient castle. "The palace is destroyed?" As soon as he appeared, seeing the palace that had been turned into ruins, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but be stunned. At the same time, powerful ripples of battle could be felt coming from above. He looked up and his expression suddenly changed. The Mermaid Emperor was completely suppressed by the Black-Winged Guard. Not only was his golden fishtail shattered, but his entire right arm was gone. Blood was gushing out, dyeing the seawater red. His upper body was also covered in wounds. Fortunately, the prolongation elixir didn't fail. Qin Feiyang muttered. Facing the young and vigorous Black-Winged King, the Mermaid Emperor had no chance of winning. "Qin Feiyang, be careful." Suddenly, the Mermaid Princess exclaimed. "Little bastard, come, let me see the strength of someone with a purple gold dragon soul." The White-Winged King's bone-chilling voice followed. "What's your cultivation level? And what's my cultivation level? You have the nerve to say that? Can you be any more shameless?" Qin Feiyang turned his head to look at the White-Winged King and directly scolded him to his face. This old man deserved a scolding. Chapter 283. Boom. Before his voice died away, the White-Winged King roared out a terrifying aura that rolled toward Qin Feiyang. "This aura is even stronger than Yan Nanshan's." Qin Feiyang was secretly shocked. Could this person be a 9-star combat emperor? When he was enveloped by the aura, he felt as if he was being pressed down by a giant mountain. His legs trembled violently and he found it difficult to breathe. Kneel down before me. The White-Winged King roared. Don't even think about it. Qin Feiyang screamed and broke free from the restraints of the aura. He roared, Mermaid Emperor, come down quickly. The White-Winged King and the Black-Winged King were stunned. There was a trace of suspicion in their eyes. However, the Mermaid Princess and the Mermaid Emperor were pleasantly surprised. He must have refined the prolongation pill. Boom. The Mermaid Emperor's aura was like a rainbow. He went all out and crazily attacked the Black-Winged King. After a few breaths, he pushed the Black-Winged guard back with one palm and did not continue fighting. He rushed toward Qin Feiyang like lightning. White-Winged King, quickly kill that little bastard. The Black-Winged King steadied his body and chased after the Mermaid Emperor while shouting at the White-Winged King. He had a premonition that something would happen next. Moreover, it was related to that human youth. The White-Winged King glanced at the Mermaid Emperor. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he pointed his index finger in the air. Boom. A white battle chi gushed out. Like a giant python, it rushed toward Qin Feiyang. Be careful. The Mermaid Emperor and the Mermaid Princess shouted at the same time. Kill me? You don't have that ability. Qin Feiyang's lips curled into a mocking smile. With a thought, he disappeared without a trace. The battle chi swept past the place where he disappeared. Not far away, a few palaces were instantly razed to the ground. The sound of the explosion was deafening. The White-Winged King and the Black-Winged King were surprised. Earlier their subordinates had told them about this, but at first they did not think much of it. Wasn't it just a magician? What's the big deal? But now that they saw it with their own eyes, they realized that this was not the case at all. This person wasn't performing a magic trick. He had a treasure that allowed him to hide. At this moment, the Mermaid Emperor landed where Qin Feiyang had disappeared. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air and gave the prolongation pill to the Mermaid Emperor. Thank you. The Mermaid Emperor looked at him gratefully. While the Black-Winged Monarch and the Mermaid Emperor were still in a daze, he quickly threw it into his mouth. Medicinal pills. And it's a pill with pill veins. The Black-Winged Monarch and the Black-Winged Monarch's eyes widened. Although they were in a trance, they could still clearly see the pill veins on the life-prolonging pill. His heart was filled with disbelief. It was actually a top-grade medicinal pill. This pill is also for you. This is all I can do. The rest is up to you. Also, listen to my advice. Don't be merciful anymore. When it's time to be cold-blooded, be cold-blooded. Qin Feiyang stuffed another regeneration pill into the Mermaid Emperor's hand and disappeared again. Thank you. The Mermaid Emperor muttered. He could clearly sense that both his exhausted chi and blood, as well as his depleted life force, were rapidly recovering. The source of his strength seemed to have been ignited. Waves of explosive power surged in his body like a torrent. The Black-Winged Monarch and the Mermaid Emperor finally regained their senses. Their faces were filled with sarcasm. So what if you have a top-grade medicinal pill? Your time is up. Unless you have a prolongation pill, you're still going to die. The Black-Winged Monarch rushed toward the Mermaid Emperor with a murderous look in his eyes. You guys are really short-sighted. The Mermaid Emperor swallowed the regeneration pill and a cold smile appeared on his face. This regeneration pill was just an ordinary pill. Its effect couldn't be so fast. But the vitality in his body was rapidly recovering. The Mermaid Emperor was not afraid. He leaped and faced the Black-Winged Monarch. The two of them fought again. How did his strength become stronger? As soon as they exchanged blows, the Black-Winged King noticed something strange. Impossible. It must be an illusion. However, after a few rounds of collision, he could clearly feel that the Mermaid Emperor's strength had become stronger. Moreover, it was getting stronger step by step. Why is this happening? The Black-Winged Monarch was extremely surprised. All of a sudden, the Mermaid Emperor roared and the right arm that he had lost was reconstructed. The Black-Winged Monarch was shocked. Moreover, he also noticed that the Mermaid Emperor was gradually becoming younger. That's right. He was really much younger than before. The wrinkles on his face gradually decreased. His stooped body was not as weak as before. Even through his clothes, a few abdominal muscles could be seen. The White-Winged Monarch also noticed this. His face was full of surprise. The Mermaid Princess was crying tears of joy. Her father had always been a hero in her heart. Once, watching her father grow old bit by bit, her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. She wanted to help her father, but she was powerless. She endured all the pain in silence and never confided in anyone. Now, seeing her father gradually recover his former vigor, the excitement in her heart could no longer be controlled. She was like a child, crying uncontrollably. When the white-winged monarch noticed her abnormality, his eyes suddenly turned cold and he shouted, "Tell me what's going on? Until now you still don't understand. Father said that you were short-sighted, but he thought too highly of you. The supreme-grade pill that Qin Feiyang gave to father just now was the prolongation pill." The mermaid princess's eyes were full of ridicule. "What? Damn little bastard." The two of them were instantly furious. Boom. And at this time, the mermaid emperor's aura finally recovered to its peak. "Black-winged monarch, white-winged monarch, do you still want to continue?" He glanced at the black-winged monarch and the white-winged monarch, his whole body emitting a terrifying aura of an emperor. Most of the wrinkles on his face had disappeared, and his face was glowing. He was at least 10 years younger. The black-winged monarch's face was gloomy. Suddenly, a look of madness appeared in his eyes. "Since we have already shed all pretense of cordiality, then we must fight to the death today. Kill." He summoned his human-shaped war soul, and with a low roar, he charged forward angrily. At the same time, he formed a seal with both hands, and a palm-sized black seal, carrying a shocking demonic aura, charged toward the mermaid emperor. This was another battle art of the mermaid clan. Seal of the Sea King. It also came from an inheritance, and only the black-winged mermaids could cultivate it. "Don't be stubborn." The mermaid emperor roared. Golden light shone in front of him, and a terrifying aura erupted like a volcano, unstoppable. The seal of Neptune appeared out of nowhere. This was one of the battle arts that the mermaid emperors cultivated. The seal of Neptune turned into a bright golden light, breaking through the water waves, crushing the human-shaped war soul, shattering the seal of the Sea King and bombarding the black-winged monarch. Immediately, the black-winged monarch screamed and flew out. On all sides of Undersea City was an endless mountain range. Mountains stacked on top of each other. The black-winged monarch flew into the mountain range, smashing one peak after another. The rumbling sound was like thunder, deafening. So strong. Looking at this scene, the white-winged monarch could not help but shudder. What's the point of this? The mermaid emperor sighed deeply, retracted his gaze, and looked down at the white-winged monarch. He said indifferently, "It's not too late to turn back now." The white-winged monarch's heart trembled. In his heart, a deep fear emerged. His large hand firmly grabbed the mermaid princess' neck, and he laughed sinisterly. "Don't be so complacent. Break your own arms now or I will really kill her." The mermaid emperor clenched his 10 fingers, and there was a trace of hostility in his eyes. Cough cough. At this moment, the black-winged monarch flew over in a sorry state, constantly coughing up blood, and laughed sinisterly. "Your daughter is in our hands. You have no choice. Is that so?" The mermaid emperor looked at the two of them, and a smile crept onto his face. He looked at the mermaid princess and said, "Daughter, for the safety of the mermaid clan, father can only let you down." The mermaid princess smiled and slowly closed her eyes, without the slightest hint of blame. Seeing this, the black-winged monarch and the white-winged monarch became anxious. If the mermaid emperor really did not care about the mermaid princess, then they would be completely finished today. "I'll kill you first." The mermaid emperor suddenly looked at the black-winged monarch, and killing intent appeared in his eyes for the first time. Boom. He took a step forward and landed in front of the black-winged monarch. The black-winged monarch's pupils shrank and he hurriedly retreated. But the mermaid emperor was faster, and a palm landed on his chest. "Ah!" The black-winged monarch screamed and his entire chest caved in. Blood gushed out of his mouth. He really wants to kill. The white-winged monarch's heart trembled. The mermaid emperor was easygoing and he never cared about gains and losses. And he would not be angry because of one thing. Even when facing those unpardonable evil clansmen, he would persuade them with kind words. In the eyes of all the mere people, he was a benevolent emperor. So, even if he did not activate his battle soul and did not have the golden wings, he was still deeply loved by the mermaid clan. But this time, he was really angry. He took another step forward, and his big hand turned into an eagle's claw, grabbing the black-winged monarch's wing. With a puff, a piece of the black wing was torn off by the mermaid emperor on the spot. "Ah!" The black-winged monarch's face contorted and he screamed, "Let go of our king." A group of black-winged guards rushed over angrily. "What? Do you want to rebel like the black-winged monarch? If so, I don't mind uprooting all of you black-winged guards." The Mermaid Emperor glanced at them coldly. It was not easy for the Mermaid clan to survive until now, and he did not want to hurt these clansmen. But Qin Feiyang was right. They should be cold-blooded. Sometimes they had to use iron-blooded methods. Kindness would only increase the other party's arrogance. All the Black Wing Guards stopped in unison, and their eyes were filled with fear. The Mermaid Emperor now seemed to have changed into a different person, cold and ruthless, and they were afraid. Ah! The Mermaid Emperor grabbed another piece of the Black Wing Monarch's wing and tore it off forcefully. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Emperor, please show mercy and spare the king's life. No matter how wrong he is still the king of the Mermaid clan. Even if he doesn't contribute, he has worked hard. Emperor, I beg you. Those Black Wing Guards all knelt on the ground, begging. King, let the princess go as well. Don't make any more mistakes. As long as you know your mistakes and can change, the Emperor will definitely forgive you. A group of White Wing Guards also ran over and knelt in front of the White Wing Monarch, begging. It seems that the outcome has been decided. Chapter 284. As soon as Qin Feiyang appeared outside, everyone present looked at him in unison. Their expressions were different. The Mermaid Emperor and his daughter were very grateful. The Black-Winged King and the White-Winged King were full of resentment. If it weren't for Qin Feiyang's interference, the Mermaid Emperor would have been killed long ago. The control of the Mermaid clan had already fallen into their hands. It was this human youth who had ruined their overall plan. As for the White-Winged Guard and the Black-Winged Guard, their expressions were full of fear. Everyone was watching, but Qin Feiyang was extremely calm. He had seen even grander scenes than this before. He glanced at everyone and said indifferently, "Don't look at me like that. I'm just a passerby." The White-Winged King said angrily, "Since you're just a passerby, why are you getting involved? Do you have nothing better to do?" "I just can't stand your style." "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang looked at him indifferently. Hearing this, the White-Winged King was so angry that his nose was crooked. A White-Winged Guard said anxiously, "King, don't quarrel with him. Let go of the princess. If this goes on, the Emperor will really kill you." Not only did the White-Winged King not let go, he even laughed loudly. "You're hopeless." The Mermaid Emperor's face turned cold. The seal of Neptune appeared out of thin air and shot toward the White-Winged King like a golden meteor. "Mermaid Emperor, do you really think that this king and the Black-Winged Guard want to rebel? Now, this king will tell you that it's the will of the ancestors to make you back down." The White-Winged King laughed wildly. "Ancestors?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "Impossible." The Mermaid Emperor shouted resolutely. Swish. At the same time, two figures, one black and one white, silently descended above the undersea city. They were also two mermaids. A black-winged fishman. A white-winged fishman. They were both middle-aged and quite tall and sturdy. But behind them there were actually 3 pairs of wings. The white-winged fishman waved his hand, and a white beam of light swept out. The seal of Neptune that was heading toward the White-Winged King was instantly annihilated and turned into nothingness. "Who is it?" The Mermaid Emperor was shocked. He looked up and his expression changed. "Greetings, White-Winged 9 ancestors, Black-Winged 9 ancestors." At this moment, all the fishmen prostrated themselves on the ground, including the White-Winged King. The Mermaid Emperor did not kneel, but his expression was one of respect. "White-Winged 9 ancestors. 9 Black-Winged ancestors." Qin Feiyang felt a chill in his heart. 3 pairs of wings. He didn't expect the Merfolk clan to have such a strong person. When he visited the undersea city with the Mermaid Princess, the Mermaid Princess had mentioned it to him. The Merfolk's wings would increase with the improvement of their cultivation. The Warlord had a pair of wings. The War Emperor had 2 pairs of wings. 3 pairs of wings was an existence that surpassed the War Emperor. The 2 ancestors also looked at Qin Feiyang. The moment their eyes met, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel his heart tremble. However, he didn't avoid their gazes. Instead, he looked directly at the 2 of them. From their eyes, he could see a trace of greed. That was right. The 2 of them must be coveting something on him. Immediately, Qin Feiyang's heart sank. After a while, the 2 ancestors turned their gazes and glanced at the Mermaid Emperor and the others. White-Winged King released the princess. Mermaid Emperor released the Black-Winged King as well. The White-Winged 9 ancestors said expressionlessly, "Yes." The White-Winged King bowed and finally released the Mermaid Princess. The Mermaid Emperor also released the Black-Winged Guard. He looked at the 2 of them and asked, "Just now, the White-Winged King said that all of this was your idea. Is that so?" "That's right, it was our idea." The 2 of them nodded. Did I do something wrong? The Mermaid Emperor said angrily. On the contrary, you did very well, but in the end, you did not obtain the inheritance of the first Mermaid Emperor. Now that your time is up, you should give up the throne. The two ancestors were a little disappointed and regretful. The Mermaid Emperor said in a deep voice, I have already taken the prolonging pill and have 100 years of life. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. No, the best prolonging pill can extend your life by 200 years. What? The White-Winged King and the others were shocked. The Mermaid Princess was also stunned. She quickly came in front of Qin Feiyang and asked, Is this true? Qin Feiyang nodded. That's great. The Mermaid Princess was overjoyed. Ha! The Mermaid Emperor also laughed and said, Ancestors, did you hear that? I still have 200 years of life. So what? For powerhouses like us, 200 years is just a blink of an eye. The two ancestors glanced at Qin Feiyang and said faintly, 200 years is indeed too short, but I am confident that I can break through the War Emperor realm and step into a higher realm within 200 years. The Mermaid Emperor's heroic spirit soared to the sky, and his entire body was brimming with unparalleled confidence. He was not exaggerating, because his cultivation realm was about to break through. But unfortunately his time was up. He thought that he would regret it for the rest of his life. But he never expected that Qin Feiyang would appear at this time and give him a chance to be reborn. Hearing his words, the two patriarchs were rather moved. This was the first time they saw such a confident side of the Mermaid Emperor. The White-Winged King suddenly said, Ancestors, don't listen to his nonsense. He is just stalling for time. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Even now, he still wanted to get rid of the Mermaid Emperor. This person was really malicious. The most important thing was, these two ancestors were not good people either. They thought that the outcome was already decided, but now it seemed that this was just the beginning. At the same time, the Mermaid Princess also glared at the White-Winged King. But the Mermaid Emperor turned a deaf ear. He did not even look at the White-Winged King. His eyes were fixed on the two ancestors. Perhaps in his eyes, the White-Winged King was just a clown. A moment later, the Black-Winged ancestor shook his head and said, Whether you can break through in 200 years or not, you must abdicate today. The white-clothed ancestor said, That's right, this is what all of us want. The Mermaid Emperor's face darkened. All of us. Qin Feiyang was shocked and asked in a low voice, Princess, who exactly is there in your mermaid clan who has surpassed the War Emperor? They live in another place and rarely appear. Some of them have even never appeared, so I'm not too sure. The Mermaid Princess whispered. It seems that the strength of the mermaid clan is not to be underestimated. Qin Feiyang muttered to himself. We don't have time to waste. Quickly announce to the world that the Black-Winged King and the White-Winged King will be given the throne. Seeing that the Mermaid Emperor did not respond, the two ancestors lost their patience and urged him. The Mermaid Emperor clenched his fists and said, If you can guarantee that the Black-Winged King and the White-Winged King will never betray the great Qin Empire, I can give up the throne. You don't need to worry about this. You just need to enjoy your old age. The two ancestors said. The Mermaid Emperor was not angry. Instead he smiled. However, his face, which was full of vicissitudes of life, carried a kind of desolation and self-deprecation. Qin Feiyang also felt inexplicably sad. It could be seen that the Mermaid Emperor really was a saint emperor who loved his people as if they were his children. He desperately wanted to protect the inheritance of the mermaid clan. Unfortunately, there were too many ambitious people in the mermaid clan. The Mermaid Princess whispered, Qin Feiyang, you are the son of the emperor. Can you help my father? How can I help? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. He was the son of the emperor in name only. Not to mention helping the mermaid emperor, if his identity was exposed and spread to the ears of those in the imperial capital, there might be no place for him in the entire great Qin Empire. The White-Winged ancestor raised his eyebrows and said, Mermaid Emperor, do you need me to repeat myself? Sigh. Glancing at the huge undersea city, the Mermaid Emperor sighed and nodded, Okay, this emperor will. Let's take a gamble. At this time, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, took a step forward and shouted, Wait! Everyone's eyes fell on him in an instant. The White-Winged ancestor said, Human young man, this is a family matter of the mermaid clan. I advise you not to interfere. I can't help it. I don't have any good points, but I like to meddle in other people's business. Qin Feiyang shrugged. Meddling in other people's business is considered a good point? Everyone was speechless. I'm afraid you don't have the ability to interfere here. The eyes of the two ancestors flashed with a shocking cold light. Seeing this, the Mermaid Emperor hurriedly said, Little brother, thank you very much for standing up for this emperor at this time, but the situation is set. Who said the situation is set? The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth raised slightly, looked at the two so-called ancestors and said indifferently, to be honest, I really do have the ability. Not only that, I also have the ability to destroy the mermaid clan. As soon as the last two words came out, his temperament changed drastically, like a cold-blooded god of death, making the mermaid princess next to him tremble. The killing intent of the two ancestors surged. Don't think I'm putting on an act. Look at what this is. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and an image crystal appeared out of thin air. A mere battle king actually has an image crystal? The two ancestors were shocked. This time, I crossed the desert of death and came to the sea of despair to go to the state capital. But I didn't expect that the state capital's test for me would let me discover the mermaid clan. Say, if I report your matter to the state capital, how will the state capital react? What if I report the fact that you want to rebel? What will they do? Qin Feiyang sneered. As soon as these words came out, the mermaids around were in an uproar. The mermaid clan had been able to survive until now because they had not been discovered by humans. If the news really spread, it would not be long before a large number of human powerhouses came here. The white-winged ancestor said in a deep voice, "What do you want?" The mermaid emperor will continue to be the mermaid emperor. As for you old things, do what you have to do, don't join in the fun. Qin Feiyang said. Impossible. The two ancestors said flatly. In that case, I'll inform the state capital now. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed sharply. Boom. The pressure of the two ancestors roared out at the same time, instantly shrouding Qin Feiyang. Immediately after. Chapter 285. Idiot. Qin Feiyang laughed in disdain and instantly hid in the castle. But as soon as he entered the castle, his heart became heavy. Other than Wang Hong, he had never met any other rankers that surpassed the War Emperor. So, he didn't know if the castle could protect him. Fatso sighed. Boss, why are you doing this? Could it be that you really have taken a fancy to that princess? Stop talking nonsense. Qin Feiyang glared at him. Fatso asked doubtfully, since you don't like her, why are you standing up for her? Haven't you heard of shooting the bird that sticks out? Aren't you usually very smart? Why are you so stupid now? If the mermaid emperor is really deposed, do you think we can leave the Sea of Despair alive? White-winged king and black-winged king won't let me go, and the two great ancestors have ulterior motives towards me. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. For 10,000 years, the Merfolk clan was unknown to the world because they were not discovered by outsiders. Now that he knew, he would definitely be silenced. Fatso thought about it carefully and realized that it was true. He was a little embarrassed and laughed. With Fat Lord's brain, there's no reason for him to not think of this. He must have been infected by Wolf King's stupidity. Oh. Wolf King immediately bit down. Pain, pain, pain. Brother, Fat Lord is wrong, quickly let go, the meat is about to fall off. Fatso howled miserably on the spot. Serves you right. Qin Feiyang glared at him fiercely, and listened carefully to the movements outside. Where is he? Where did he hide? Two ancestors, he has a treasure to hide in. He must be hiding in there right now. A conversation was transmitted into the castle. Qin Feiyang finally heaved a sigh of relief. Next, he sized up the castle, his eyes shining brightly. Even the existence of the War Emperor could not sense the existence of the castle. What kind of treasure did Uncle Yuan leave for him? After I find Uncle Yuan, I must ask him clearly. Qin Feiyang, come out immediately. Let's talk. The voice of the white-winged 9 progenitor suddenly appeared. Fatso hurriedly said, Boss, you can't go out. If they're lying in ambush outside, you'll die in their hands the moment you go out. Qin Feiyang frowned and sighed, if only I could see the situation outside. Oh. He took a deep breath and entered a state of high alert. Whoosh. With a flicker, he appeared outside. Boom. Immediately. A large hand grabbed at him. It was the white-winged 9th ancestor. His entire body carried a strong killing intent. Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank as he hastily took a step back and shouted, You're courting death. I'll report this to the state government right now and have your merman clan exterminated. Fortunately, he was prepared. Otherwise, he would have lost his life in that instant. The white-winged 9th ancestor frowned. This young man was too vigilant. Shwa. At this moment, the mermaid emperor swooped down and stood in front of Qin Feiyang. Looking at the white-winged 9th ancestor, he shouted, Do you really want my mermaid clan to perish? The white-winged 9th ancestor coldly snorted and sent a sound transmission. He knows too much. He must be silenced. If you kill him now, we will let you continue to be the Mermaid Emperor. An existence that surpassed the War Emperor could directly send a sound transmission. Right now, only the Mermaid Emperor could hear it. The others, including Qin Feiyang, who was right behind the Mermaid Emperor, could not hear it. The white-winged ninth ancestor thought that the Mermaid Emperor would agree. However, the Mermaid Emperor didn't even think about it and said, "He is the successor of the first emperor. Our mermaid clan should protect him, not kill him." Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Hearing the Mermaid Emperor's words, he immediately knew that the white-winged ninth ancestor must have secretly instigated the Mermaid Emperor to kill him. "Old thing, you were the one who was heartless first. Don't blame me for being unjust," he sneered. He took out the image crystal and poured his battle chi into it. The Mermaid Emperor's expression changed and he hurriedly said, "Little brother, you can't tell the people outside. I beg you, please have mercy." It was too late. A peerless aura swiftly manifested. It was his cheap sister, Ren Wuxia. "Quickly dodge, don't let her see you," the Mermaid Emperor roared. For a moment, this place was in chaos. All the mermaids ran towards a place where Ren Wuxia could not see. After Ren Wuxia appeared, she looked at the environment behind Qin Feiyang and frowned. "Feiyang, where are you?" Qin Feiyang looked at the Mermaid Emperor. The Mermaid Emperor was silent and looked at him pleadingly. He then looked at the two great ancestors as well as the White-Winged Emperor and the Black-Winged Emperor. The White-Winged Emperor and the Black-Winged Emperor's faces were also full of fear. The two great ancestors frowned and their eyes were hazy. Qin Feiyang looked up at Ren Wuxia and said with a smile, "Sister, I found a very fun place. Do you want to come?" Ren Wuxia smiled faintly and said, "I want to, but as soon as I returned to the state capital, I was locked up by Grandpa. Don't just play around. Hurry up and report to the state capital." "I'll be there as soon as possible." "Sister, who is your grandpa?" Even Wang Hong showed respect when he mentioned him. Qin Feiyang was puzzled. In fact, he was giving the Mermaid Emperor time. Because he believed that the Mermaid Emperor must know his intention. Sure enough, the Mermaid Emperor immediately flew to the two great ancestors and whispered something with an angry face. Ren Wuxia smiled and said, "My grandpa's status is very high. When you come to the state capital, you will know." Is it higher than the governor's?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. "It won't be higher than the manor head, but it won't be lower either." Ren Wuxia smiled mysteriously. Qin Feiyang was getting more and more puzzled. Suddenly, a terrifying thought appeared in his mind and he said in surprise, "Is your grandpa the governor?" "Not higher than the governor's but not lower either." Then only the governor met these two conditions. Ren Wuxia was stunned and said with a wry smile, "I wanted to give you a surprise, but I didn't expect you to guess it so quickly. This cheap sister's grandpa was actually the governor's?" Qin Feiyang's mood suddenly became complicated. What he was most afraid of was meeting the governor. But now, with his relationship with Ren Wuxia, it was only a matter of time before they met. At the same time, knowing that Qin Feiyang was acquainted with the governor's granddaughter, the Mermaid Emperor was even more anxious. The two great ancestors' eyes also changed and there was a trace of deep fear in their eyes. "Qin Feiyang, let's talk again." The white-winged nine ancestors transmitted their voice. They finally compromised. They could only compromise. Because if Qin Feiyang said it, the army of the state capital would probably immediately rush to the Sea of Despair. Qin Feiyang also laughed. Ren Wuxia asked in confusion, "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing. I just haven't seen you for a few months. Sister, you've become prettier." Qin Feiyang chuckled. "Little bastard." Ren Wuxia rolled his eyes and frowned. "Are you in some kind of trouble?" Qin Feiyang laughed narcissistically and said, "I'm such a smart person. What kind of trouble can I get into?" "Well, I'll contact you when we get to the state capital." Ren Wuxia rolled his eyes and said, "Be careful on the way. If you really can't do it, let me know. I'll send someone to pick you up." Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded and put away the image crystal. He looked at the two great ancestors and said with a smile, "It should be like this from the beginning. There's no need to hurt our friendship." A hint of hostility flashed in the eyes of the two. "This is a matter of our clan. As an outsider, you shouldn't interfere. But since it's already like this, let's think of a more fair way to solve this matter," the black-winged ancestor said. Qin Feiyang crossed his arms and said with a faint smile, "Since you said so, you must have thought of a way. Tell me about it." "If the princess can grow golden wings in 3 days, the Mermaid Emperor will continue to rule the Mermaid clan. But if he can't, he has to give up the throne and you can't continue to interfere. The black-winged ancestor said. That's fair? Qin Feiyang was stunned and was about to speak. The mermaid princess said first, Ancestors, with all due respect, you're obviously biased. To accept the inheritance, one must break through to the Battle Monarch realm. But I just broke through to the 8-star Martial Grandmaster realm. How can I do it in 3 days? After talking for so long, don't you want my father to abdicate? In the past, when I heard rumors about you, I respected you, but I didn't expect you to be so unreasonable. She scolded with righteous indignation. That's right. If she's given enough time, I guarantee that she can grow golden wings. Because the bloodline power in her body is several times stronger than mine. The mermaid emperor almost roared and his face was full of pride. The black-winged ancestor said expressionlessly, This is the biggest concession we can make. Whether you can do it or not depends on your ability. Slap. The sound of a loud slap could be heard. Qin Feiyang clapped and said with a smile, Wonderful, wonderful. I've finally seen it. What's the meaning of being invincible? It should be referring to the two of you. The two ancestors clenched their fingers tightly, and the cracking sounds of their joints could be heard. They were extremely angry. If it were not for the fact that they were not confident, they would have killed Qin Feiyang long ago. Qin Feiyang glanced at the two of them with undisguised disdain. He looked at the mermaid princess and asked, Are you really confident that you can grow golden wings? Yes. The mermaid princess's eyes were firm. Qin Feiyang looked at the two ancestors and said, Do you mean what you say? Of course. The two of them nodded. Qin Feiyang said, Well then, let's go to the sacred land immediately. Everyone was surprised. Princess, 3 days is too long. I only need 3 breaths to help you break through to the 9-star Martial Grandmaster realm. Qin Feiyang flicked his sleeves and took the lead to walk to the sacred land. 3 breaths. The mermaid princess's body and mind trembled. How could he do it in 3 breaths? But in her heart, she believed Qin Feiyang's words. Daughter, follow him quickly. The mermaid emperor grabbed the mermaid princess and chased after Qin Feiyang. He also chose to believe Qin Feiyang unconditionally. The reason was very simple. This young man was the successor of the first emperor. Breaking through to the 9-star Martial Grandmaster realm in 3 breaths? What a daydream. I'd like to see how you can do it. The two ancestors looked at each other and flew to the sacred land with a face full of sarcasm. Let's go and see how that arrogant idiot embarrasses himself. The white-winged king and the black-winged king also led their subordinates and rushed to the sacred land. Chapter 286. Holy Land. Qin Feiyang didn't go in. Instead, he bowed to the statue of the first emperor from afar. The white-winged ancestor said impatiently, Don't dawdle. Hurry up. The white-winged king stood at the side and said disdainfully, If you can really do it, I will bark like a dog in front of everyone. Looking for a beating? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He looked at the white-winged king and asked, Are you really going to bark like a dog? The white-winged king said provocatively, I am a man of my word. Qin Feiyang grinned and said, Black-winged king, do you want to bet too? If I lose, I will give you a regeneration pill. The pair of wings you lost will be back soon. He offered a very tempting offer. The black-winged king's eyes lit up and he sneered, Let's bet. Do you think I'm afraid of you? You have guts. Qin Feiyang laughed sinisterly and entered the castle. Fatso chuckled and said, Boss, let Fat Lord go out and join in the fun. Qin Feiyang said, Are you sure you want to go out? You only have 1 year. The smile on Fatso's face froze. He shook his head and said, Forget it. Fat Lord should focus on cultivation. Qin Feiyang walked to the altar and took out a top-grade red fire-colored glass pill from the jade box. Then he appeared outside the Holy Land with Wolf King. There is a loud sound in the sky. Brother Wolf has appeared. You two old men, let me ask you first. Do you know how a dog barks? Wolf King immediately stood up and roared in high spirits. He looked at the Black-Winged King and asked. The two immediately looked at Wolf King with murderous eyes. Qin Feiyang smiled and walked to the mermaid princess. He said with a smile, This pill is for you. Consider it your compensation. Compensation? The mermaid princess was stunned. Then she came to a realization and blushed. What happened to me? He's just a teenager. Why should I blush? She was a little flustered. Qin Feiyang stuffed the pill into her hand and said with a faint smile, Quickly take it. I guarantee that they will be shocked. The mermaid princess calmed herself down and looked at the pill. Then she opened her red lips and put it into her mouth. 1 breath. 2 breaths. 3 breaths. After 3 breaths, he saw that the mermaid princess's cultivation had not changed at all. The black-winged monarch and the others had mocking looks in their eyes. They were about to open their mouths to mock them. Boom. The mermaid princess's aura was like a volcanic eruption. It suddenly soared to the level of a 9-star martial ancestor. Furthermore, his aura did not stop and it was still rising. How is this possible? She just broke through to the 8-star martial ancestor realm. What kind of pill did she take just now? How could it possess such terrifying power? Everyone at the scene was dumbfounded and filled with disbelief. Even the mermaid emperor and the mermaid princess were in disbelief. Very quickly, the mermaid princess's soaring aura stopped. He did not directly break through to the 1-star battle king. Qin Feiyang was not surprised. This was because only creatures below the battle king level would take the red fire-colored glass pill. Therefore, what happened next would depend on the mermaid princess's luck. Am I dreaming? The mermaid princess was stunned for a moment, then said in surprise, "Father, it's really magical. I feel that I can break through to the battle king realm soon." The mermaid emperor was also full of smiles. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Little brother, if I remember correctly, this should be the red fire-colored glass pill, right?" Qin Feiyang nodded. Damn it. He actually has this kind of pill. The 2 patriarchs were furious. Although the mermaid clan was not unfamiliar with pills, they did not understand them very well. Therefore, they did not know how many tricks Qin Feiyang had up his sleeves. Wolf King chuckled and said, "Old man, why aren't you barking like a dog?" Qin Feiyang laughed, "Let's wait for a while, so as not to disturb the princess from accepting the inheritance." Phew. The mermaid princess took a deep breath, stepped onto the sacred ground, and swam towards the statue of the first-generation mermaid emperor. After a few breaths, she stopped at the foot of the statue, her expression extremely pious. "Ancestor, the mermaid clan cannot fall into the hands of evil people. If you can hear me, please help me." She muttered to herself, prostrated herself on the ground and kowtowed. The black-winged king and the white-winged king looked at each other, and a cold light flashed across their eyes at the same time. But at this moment, Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal. At that moment, everyone was shocked. The mermaid emperor asked in surprise, "Little brother, what are you doing?" Qin Feiyang laughed, "Of course it's to prevent villains from causing trouble." Villains? The mermaid emperor was stunned, and suddenly came to a realization. He glanced at the black-winged king and the others and said in a deep voice, "If anyone dares to disturb her from accepting the inheritance, I will fight them to the death." Finished speaking. With a flash, he landed behind the mermaid princess, carefully protecting her. The black-winged king and the others looked at Qin Feiyang. That sinister look in their eyes seemed to want to pull out his tendons, peel his skin, and drink his blood. After the mermaid princess finished kowtowing, she prostrated herself on the ground, quietly waiting for the inheritance to descend. Time passed by breath. 100 breaths later. There was no movement from the statue of the first-generation mermaid emperor. Did it fail? Qin Feiyang frowned. The 2 ancestors and the black-winged monarch both had smiles on their faces. Generally speaking, if the inheritance did not descend after 100 breaths, it meant that it had failed. Qin Feiyang, did you see that? Even the first-generation mermaid emperor agreed to his abdication. This is the will of the heavens. The white-winged 9th ancestor said with a smile. Qin Feiyang glanced at him and looked at the mermaid princess. He could clearly see that her body was trembling. Why is it like this? The bloodline power in my body will not lose to any mermaid emperor, but why can't I obtain the inheritance? Could this really be the will of the heavens? She muttered, trying to control her tears, but she couldn't control them at all. Child, don't be sad. Look at father, even without the inheritance, he can still cultivate to the 9-star war emperor. The mermaid emperor sighed deeply and went forward to comfort her in a low voice. But what about the mermaid clan? Are they really going to fall into the hands of these villains? The mermaid princess said. The mermaid emperor couldn't help but clench his hands tightly. He raised his head and looked at the statue of the first-generation mermaid emperor, his eyes filled with desolation. Why did you do this to my daughter? Why? Suddenly, he roared hysterically. Qin Feiyang walked a few steps behind the mermaid princess and snorted, "This kind of statue is not qualified to make people kneel." After that, he grabbed the mermaid princess's wrist and pulled her up. The white-winged king sneered, "Mermaid emperor, can you announce it to the world now?" The mermaid emperor closed his eyes and let out a long breath. When he opened his eyes again, there was no longer any reluctance in them. He said lightly, This throne, it's fine if I don't want it. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly looked at the mermaid princess's wrist, his face full of surprise. What are you looking at? Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess were stunned and also looked down. The two of them immediately revealed a trace of awkwardness. Qin Feiyang hurriedly let go. But then he was shocked to find that his hand seemed to be stuck to the mermaid princess's wrist, and he couldn't take it away. What's going on? Qin Feiyang was surprised. The mermaid princess also looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. Qin Feiyang blushed and hurriedly explained, "It's not that I don't want to let go, it's that I can't." Wasn't this a joke? How could this happen? The mermaid princess tried, and a trace of surprise appeared on her face. Don't move. The mermaid emperor suddenly shouted in a low voice. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang and the White Wing King looked at him in confusion. The mermaid emperor didn't say anything. When he looked closer, he immediately saw that Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess's hands were glowing with a layer of faint golden light. It was almost impossible to see with the naked eye. What are you doing there? I'm telling you, don't try to stall for time. The Black Wing King and the White Wing King shouted. This guy is finally in heat. How rare. Wolf King chuckled and quickly ran over, saying disdainfully, Little Qinzi, if you like her, just say it. Why do you have to find such a lousy excuse? The mermaid princess blushed. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang was particularly embarrassed and said angrily, Who has time to find excuses? I really can't give her away. Don't explain, I understand. After all, you are already 16 years old and the princess is so beautiful. It's normal for you to be in heat. But Princess, your fishtail? Ahem. Forgive me for being blunt, but I'm afraid it's a little difficult. Wolf King laughed mischievously. Get lost. Qin Feiyang roared like thunder and kicked fiercely at Wolf King. The Wolf King easily dodged the attack and shook his head. I've heard people say that men in heat are easily irritable. Looks like it's true. The mermaid princess lowered her head, and her cheeks were so red that water was about to drip out. Qin Feiyang was about to go crazy. Is this wolf cub done yet? Didn't he see that the atmosphere was getting more and more awkward? What's more, the mermaid emperor was right in front of him. Did he think about his feelings when he teased his daughter like this? However, no matter how mischievous Wolf King was, the mermaid emperor did not pay attention to him. His eyes were firmly locked on Qin Feiyang's hands. As time passed, the golden light became more and more intense. Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess finally noticed this phenomenon and were immediately surprised. Could it be that all of this was related to this golden light? Wow. The golden light gradually became extremely dazzling. Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess were both submerged in the golden light. The Black Wing King and the others looked at each other, their faces full of doubts. But suddenly, two bright golden lights flashed out from the eyes of the first-generation mermaid emperor statue, enveloping Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess. This is the inheritance. How could this be? Could it be related to that kid again? The two ancestors' eyes were wide open in anger, and their eyeballs were about to pop out. That's right. This is the inheritance. I finally understand. The mermaid emperor muttered to himself, his body trembling. This was excitement. Swoosh. He suddenly turned around and looked at the Black Wing King and the others, his eyes full of vigilance. At the same time, Wolf King also turned to look at them, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Little Qinzi is finally in heat. If any of you dare to disturb them, Brother Wolf promises that today will be the end of the mermaid clan. As soon as these words came out, everyone's gaze became incomparably strange. The veins on the mermaid emperor's forehead were also bulging. This rogue wolf was really a damn bastard. The White Wing ancestor looked at the two people shrouded in golden light and frowned. Mermaid Emperor, what the hell is going on? Except for the two of them, no one else is qualified to know about this matter. Chapter 287. Everyone was puzzled. What was it that only the person involved had the right to know? At the same time, Qin Feiyang, who was inside the golden light, was also puzzled when he heard the mermaid emperor's words. He turned to look at the mermaid princess. He realized that the mermaid princess's eyes were slightly closed and there was a layer of hazy light on her cheeks. It was as if she had fallen into a deep sleep and was very peaceful. Suddenly, he looked at the mermaid princess's back with a strange light in his eyes. The clothes on her back bulged as if something was going to come out. The golden scale clothes suddenly broke. The two wings grew bigger and appeared behind her, as if they were made of gold, shining with golden light. Every feather was like silk, soft and beautiful. Did I succeed? But what does this have to do with me? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. The one who received the inheritance was the mermaid princess. Why did she tie him together with her? He tried but he still could not loosen his grip. What did this mean? Was she deliberately playing with him? Boom. When the golden wings grew out, the mermaid princess's aura also soared rapidly. It stopped at the one-star battle king level. At the same time, a golden battle soul appeared behind her. The battle soul's appearance could not be seen, but its figure was similar to the first mermaid emperor. Looking at the mermaid princess, she was like a queen who had descended to the world, exuding a sacred and inviolable aura. If she didn't have the fishtail, this woman's beauty would definitely not be inferior to my cheap sister. Qin Feiyang mumbled. At this moment, the mermaid princess opened her eyes and there was a layer of hazy golden light in her pupils. She turned to look at Qin Feiyang and asked in confusion, "What are you mumbling about?" "Did I?" No. Congratulations on receiving the inheritance." Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly and hurriedly changed the topic. "Inheritance?" The mermaid princess was stunned. She looked up at the battle soul above her and then turned to look at the wings on her back. Her face was instantly filled with surprise. "I succeeded. I really did it. Father, there's no need to abdicate." Qin Feiyang, thank you. She was as excited as a 3-year-old girl jumping for joy. In the end, she even kissed Qin Feiyang's face. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Touching the place where he was kissed, a strange feeling welled up in his heart. No matter what, he was almost 17 years old. He had matured in a certain aspect. Teasing him like this, wasn't she afraid of getting herself into trouble? Seeing this, the mermaid princess covered her mouth and laughed. "Don't think too much. In my eyes, you're just a little brother who hasn't grown up yet." Qin Feiyang's face twitched. The other people of the same age had already gone to seek out other women. Although he didn't have this hobby, it didn't mean that he hadn't grown up. Moreover, this mermaid princess seemed to be only a few years older than her. The mermaid princess sensed that the atmosphere was not right, and her beautiful face could not help but blush slightly. "Try again, can you let go of me?" "Why should I let go? Anyway, I'm just a little brother and I can't do any harm to you." Qin Feiyang grinned. The mermaid princess said anxiously, "But if it continues like this, others will misunderstand." "So what if it's a misunderstanding?" Qin Feiyang looked indifferent. The mermaid princess glared at him and said angrily, "Why are you like this?" "What about me?" Qin Feiyang asked back. "You," the mermaid princess gnashed her teeth in shame and anger. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. He didn't continue to tease her, and his 5 fingers loosened slightly. This time, the previous situation didn't happen. He let go easily. Qin Feiyang opened his palm and looked at his palm, but he didn't find anything wrong. Why were they stuck together? He looked at the mermaid princess' wrist again and found nothing unusual. Strange. Qin Feiyang frowned and walked out of the golden light. That golden light also quickly rushed into the mermaid princess' body. Not long after, she appeared in front of everyone's eyes. She actually succeeded. The Black Wing King and the others were stunned. The golden wings and the golden human-shaped battle soul were especially dazzling in their eyes. Fear and respect also arose in their hearts. This fear and respect didn't come from the mermaid princess, but from that battle soul. That battle soul symbolized the first-generation mermaid emperor. Qin Feiyang temporarily suppressed his doubts, raised his head to look at the 2 ancestors, and said with a faint smile, "What else do you have to say now?" The 2 of them were silent. Qin Feiyang said, "Let's see what you have to say. Then go back to where you came from." The 2 ancestors looked at each other. The White Wing ancestor said, "We admit defeat, but you have to come with us." "On what basis?" Qin Feiyang frowned. The Black Wing ancestor said in a deep voice, "I might as well tell you the truth. We don't believe that you will keep this secret, so you can't leave the Sea of Despair." Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. What he was worried about had indeed happened. The White Wing ancestor said, "As long as you stay here peacefully, not only will we not hurt you, but we will also treat you as an important guest." Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "I still have a lot of things to do. I can't stay here." The 2 ancestors' gazes turned cold. The mermaid emperor said, "Ancestors, I can guarantee that he won't reveal our mermaid clan." "What guarantee do you have?" "The words of humans can't be trusted at all." The 2 ancestors said angrily. The mermaid emperor said firmly, "I guarantee it with my life." The 2 ancestors frowned. The mermaid emperor said, If it were anyone else I wouldn't dare to guarantee it, but Qin Feiyang is trustworthy. The White Wing ancestor said in a deep voice, if anything happens will you be responsible? I said, I guarantee it with my life. The Mermaid Emperor said. Since you're so stubborn, let's wait and see. I'd like to see if this human is what you said. The two ancestors snorted coldly and turned into streaks of light, disappearing in front of everyone. The Black Wing Emperor and the White Wing ancestor looked at each other and turned to leave with unwillingness in their hearts. Hey, aren't you guys forgetting something? Wolf King suddenly shouted. The two of them shuddered. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, forget it? Asking people like them to bark like dogs is an insult to dogs. Don't go overboard. The two of them turned around and glared at Qin Feiyang, killing intent flashing in their eyes. Am I wrong? Dogs represent loyalty. They will protect their masters to the death. What about you guys? Back then, the first emperor didn't exterminate the mermaid clan and even gave you a pure land. However, not only do you guys not know how to be grateful, you even tried to overthrow the great Qin Empire. You guys are worse than animals. Qin Feiyang shouted. The two of them were so angry that smoke came out of their heads and their bodies trembled. They had lived for hundreds of years and no one dared to speak to them like this. Not to mention humiliating them in public. Qin Feiyang glanced at the two of them and smiled at the Mermaid Emperor. I have something to talk to you about. I have the same intention. Follow me. Black Wing Emperor, White Wing Emperor, I hope you guys can take care of yourselves. The Mermaid Emperor said coldly and left quickly with the two people and the wolf. Bastard, I'll kill you myself sooner or later. The Black Wing Emperor and the White Wing Emperor looked at Qin Feiyang's back with a ferocious expression. If it weren't for Qin Feiyang helping the Mermaid Princess and the Mermaid Emperor, they would have already ascended the throne. So, in their eyes, Qin Feiyang had undoubtedly become a thorn in their flesh. In a palace. Little brother, thank you very much. Please accept my bow. The Mermaid Emperor bowed. This time, if it weren't for Qin Feiyang, losing the throne would be a small matter. Both father and daughter would probably lose their lives. Senior, you're too polite. It's just a small matter. Qin Feiyang smiled and helped the Mermaid Emperor up. To Qin Feiyang it was indeed a small matter. But to the Mermaid Emperor, it was a life-saving grace. If you like anything, just take it. I just hope you don't dislike it. The Mermaid Emperor cupped his hands. No. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand and smiled. What a joke. Any one of these treasures would be priceless treasures if they were to be taken out. He couldn't wait to take them all. How could he dislike it? The Wolf King was even more direct. It had already begun to loot the palace, its eyes glowing with greed. Be more polite. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and looked at the Mermaid Emperor. Senior, why did that happen just now? The Mermaid Emperor said, this is what I wanted to tell you. Take off your shirt. Take off my shirt? Qin Feiyang frowned but still obeyed. When he took off his shirt and saw the red potential mark, the Mermaid Emperor was stunned. Qin Feiyang was also stunned. But what he saw was not the potential mark. He found that there was a golden heart-shaped mark on his chest. When did it appear? Why didn't he feel it at all? At this moment, the Mermaid Emperor exclaimed, I didn't expect you to open the third level of the gate of potential. No wonder your talent is so terrifying. I was just lucky. Qin Feiyang smiled and wondered, what's with this heart-shaped mark? Lucky? The Mermaid Emperor shook his head and didn't ask any more questions. He explained, this is called the concentric knot. Not only you have it, but my daughter also has it on her chest. I have it too? The Mermaid Princess was stunned. She turned around and pulled up the golden scale clothes on her chest. She found that there was indeed a heart-shaped mark. She tidied up her clothes and turned to look at the Mermaid Emperor. She asked suspiciously, Father, why is this happening? Only the Mermaid Emperors of the past generations know about this. Legend has it that the first emperor and the first Mermaid Emperor were worried that the Mermaid clan and the humans would start a war again, so they left a concentric knot in the statue. Only when a person with the bloodline of the first emperor and a mermaid with the bloodline of the first Mermaid Emperor have physical contact will the concentric knot appear. And as long as the concentric knot appears, it means that the two clans have been reconciled forever. All along, the Mermaid Emperors and I thought this was just a legend, but we didn't expect it to be true. It also happened to my daughter. The Mermaid Emperor sighed. Even he felt like he was dreaming. After listening, Qin Feiyang also sighed. The first emperor was indeed a far-sighted and wise monarch. The Mermaid Princess thought for a moment and asked, Father, how can I make the concentric knot disappear? Chapter 288. Qin Feiyang also felt uncomfortable. Concentric knot. Just from the name alone it felt very ambiguous. It seemed that he and the mermaid princess weren't that close, right? Ahem. The mermaid emperor coughed and said, the appearance of this concentric knot means that you are going to be husband and wife. What? Both of them were dumbfounded. The mermaid emperor smiled and said, to put it more bluntly, the concentric knot will only disappear after you consummate your marriage. Isn't this forcing us to get married? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Putting aside the concentric knot, the mermaid princess was indeed very beautiful, but her lower body was a fishtail. How could they consummate their marriage? How could they cheat him like this? The mermaid princess looked up at Qin Feiyang and couldn't help blushing. She asked, Father, is there no other way? No. The concentric knot means that your hearts are connected. No matter how you try to avoid it, you will become husband and wife sooner or later. The mermaid emperor looked at the two of them with a smile. He was very satisfied with Qin Feiyang, his future son-in-law. Wolf King came over and glanced at the two of them sneakily. Little Qinzi, you saw the princess body as soon as you came to the Sea of Despair, and now you have a concentric knot. This is heaven's will. Heaven's will can't be disobeyed. Little Qinzi, why don't you get married now and have a chubby baby as soon as possible? If you die one day, at least you won't have no successor. Wolf King laughed sinisterly. Qin Feiyang's face darkened and he said angrily, You bastard, get out of here as far as you can. What a troublemaker. Didn't he see that he was so annoyed? The mermaid emperor hurriedly reached out and said, Wait, White Wolf, what did you just say? Qin Feiyang saw my daughter's body? Father. The mermaid princess glared at the mermaid emperor and lowered her head. Her cheeks were red. Yes. Didn't your subordinates tell you? If it wasn't for that, we wouldn't have been captured by your daughter and brought here. That's why I said this is fate. Wolf King chuckled. If you have the guts to say another word, I will castrate you right now. Qin Feiyang's veins bulged as he glared fiercely at Wolf King, his heart burning with rage. Fine, I won't tell you. Lecherous bastard, I despise you. Wolf King glanced at him with disdain. He turned around and continued to loot for treasures while drooling. Fate? The mermaid emperor was stunned. He looked at the mermaid princess and then at Qin Feiyang. With a serious expression he said, Qin Feiyang, my daughter is innocent. You have to take responsibility. The mermaid princess said angrily, Father, he's just a little brat. Why should he take responsibility? Little brat? Daughter, you don't understand the people on the land. They are already flirting around when they are 15 or 16 years old. What's more, you are only 4 or 5 years older than him. There is a saying that a woman 3 years older than her husband will carry gold bricks. You are 4 or 5 years older than him. It's equivalent to him carrying 4 or 5 gold bricks back. He has made a profit. Well, I have decided. I will marry you tomorrow. The mermaid emperor said. Senior, it's not like that. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. He even said something like, a woman 3 years older than her husband will carry gold bricks. This mermaid emperor really knows how to talk nonsense. What, you want to deny it? Let me tell you, our mermaid clan values innocence the most. If you don't take responsibility, don't blame me for falling out with you right now. The mermaid emperor said with a sullen face. Falling out with him? To be honest, Qin Feiyang was really not afraid. It was just that with such a complicated relationship he couldn't get angry. What should I do? He racked his brains to think of a solution. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Senior, give me some time and also give the princess some time. After all, we don't have that kind of feeling between us. The mermaid princess said, Yes, father, aren't you making things difficult for us by doing this? This? The mermaid emperor hesitated for a moment, looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, Are you worried about my daughter's fishtail? Actually, you don't have to worry. Because we mermaids' tails can also turn into human legs. The mermaid emperor said. Wolf King's eyes lit up and roared, That's easy, let's go to the bridal chamber. Wolf Cub, I'm going to castrate you. Qin Feiyang was furious and couldn't hold it in anymore. He took out Chang Shui and pounced on Wolf King. You're serious? Wolf King was shocked and ran out of the palace without looking back. This bastard is really infuriating. Qin Feiyang glared at Wolf King angrily and walked to the front of the mermaid emperor. Senior, what I mean is, I'll think of a way to remove the concentric knot first. If it really doesn't work, the princess and I will slowly discuss the marriage. What do you think? Qin Feiyang asked. The mermaid princess also hugged the mermaid emperor's arm and said coquettishly, "Father, don't worry about us young people, okay?" The Mermaid Emperor looked at the two and said helplessly, "Well, I don't care, it's up to you, but I have to explain it to you clearly." "Explain what?" The two were puzzled. The Mermaid Emperor looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Before the concentric knot is removed, you can't be intimate with other women, it will make your heart burst. Daughter, you're the same." The two were dumbfounded. This meant that if they couldn't think of any other way to remove the concentric knot, they had to get married. "Ancestor, aren't you tricking us?" Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly. "In addition, when you are separated, you can feel the emotions in the depths of your hearts. If one party is in a life and death crisis, the concentric knot will light up and actively send a signal for help to the other party. Moreover, it will also guide the other party's direction." The Mermaid Emperor said again. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang felt bitter in his heart. It seemed that this was the so-called telepathy. "Well, I won't disturb your relationship." With that, the Mermaid Emperor turned and left with a smile on his face. "Relationship?" Qin Feiyang shook his head with a wry smile. Seeing this, the Mermaid Princess said unhappily, "Look at you, you don't seem to like me very much? Do I really annoy you that much?" "Annoy?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and shook his head. "No man would hate a woman as beautiful as you, but I'm not qualified to think about this now." The Mermaid Princess breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Why not?" "Because I still have a lot of things to do." Qin Feiyang sighed deeply and said with a faint smile, "I'm going to stay here for a while. Do you welcome me?" "Of course." The Mermaid Princess smiled sweetly. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Then you go ahead. I'm going to cultivate too. Help me look after the white-eyed wolf and don't let it mess around." The Mermaid Princess nodded. When Qin Feiyang put on his clothes and entered the castle, Fatso and Lu Hong looked at him strangely. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at them and walked to the iron box without saying a word. He opened the iron book and prepared to copy the battle formula. Suddenly, he looked back at Lu Hong, his eyes flickering. Lu Hong was stunned and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Qin Feiyang smiled and turned to look at the battle formula. Originally, he wanted to try it with Lu Hong and see if he really couldn't be intimate with other women. But he was worried that it would destroy this balanced relationship. After all, Lu Hong was also a woman and had been with him for so long. He didn't want their relationship to become complicated. So after thinking about it, he gave up this idea. But just as he was about to copy the battle formula, a strange emotion suddenly emerged in his heart. In this emotion, there was a trace of disappointment, a trace of hesitation, and a little joy and expectation. This was not his emotion. It was the Mermaid Princess' inner emotion. Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the Mermaid Princess really had feelings for him? Impossible. I must be thinking too much. He shook his head hard. If the Mermaid Princess really had feelings for him, she wouldn't have been so calm before. Besides, the Mermaid Princess had said it herself that she only treated him as a little brother who hadn't grown up yet. However, he discovered helplessly that he couldn't calm down and cultivate at all. This was because the Mermaid Princess' inner emotions kept entering his heart. He couldn't stop it even if he wanted to. This couldn't go on. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, trying not to think too much. About an hour later, Qin Feiyang finally calmed down. Rather than saying that he had calmed down, it was more accurate to say that he had gotten used to this feeling. However, no matter what, he could finally cultivate in peace. He opened his eyes and looked at the bottom of the second page. A line of small words immediately entered his vision. Only after entering the War Master realm could he open the third page. War Master, it won't be long. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He extended his index finger and pressed his fingertip on the first stroke of the battle formula. A wave of flaming battle chi surged into it. This was the battle chi of the 9-leaf fire lotus. The battle formula had a total of 9 strokes. Each stroke required a huge amount of battle chi. It could be said that it was dozens of times more than the return formula. However, he wondered if it would be like the return formula where his cultivation base would increase by a realm after successfully copying a stroke. Less than 100 breaths. The flaming battle chi in Qin Feiyang's sea of chi was almost depleted. This is too fast. He frowned. He mobilized the Crimson Sword chi and continued to copy. Less than 100 breaths. The Crimson Sword chi was depleted as well. He switched to the Purple Gold Dragon chi again, but it only lasted for about 100 breaths. Gasp. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but gasp. How many battle chi pills would this require? He looked for Lu Hong and asked for all the battle chi pills. There were a total of 130,000 pills. Although they couldn't compare to a supreme grade battle chi pill, There was nothing he could do now. Without the cauldron, Qin Feiyang couldn't refine them. He could only make do with them. Next, Qin Feiyang refined the battle chi pills as he focused on copying. Occasionally he would be called out by the mermaid princess to walk around and relax. Of course, this was the mermaid emperor's idea. It was for the two of them to spend more time together and develop feelings for each other as soon as possible. Fatso and Lu Hong, on the other hand, paid no attention to what was happening outside. They cultivated diligently in seclusion. Their cultivation bases were improving day by day. As for the Wolf King, it spent its days in Undersea City, mingling with the merfolk. However, even though it was wandering around, its strength was improving. This was because Qin Feiyang had given it half of the battle chi pills. He kept the pills in a universe bag and hung it around its neck like candy. It would eat one whenever it thought of it. There was another use for the universe bag. It could store treasures. Chapter 289. As for the Mermaid Clan. With the recovery of the Mermaid Emperor's strength, the Black-Winged Guard and the White-Winged Guard did not dare to act rashly. Ever since the Black-Winged King and the White-Winged Guard were humiliated by Qin Feiyang in the sacred ground, they had not appeared in front of anyone. It was said that they were in seclusion. But no one knew the actual situation. And their attempt to force him to abdicate had also become a farce. Time passed. A month passed. Bang. The first stroke of the battle word art was finally completed. His fighting spirit soared into the sky. Moreover, Qin Feiyang's cultivation also broke through. 2-star Battle King. It can increase my cultivation. At this rate, when I master the battle word art, it will be the day I break through to the War Emperor. He was rather excited. Because in this way he did not have to cultivate separately. He only had to focus on copying the battle word art. However, the consumption of battle chi pills made his heart ache. In a month he had consumed 30,000 battle chi pills. There were only 130,000 battle chi pills in total. He gave half to Wolf King, leaving more than 60,000. Now that he had consumed another 30,000, there were only 30,000 left. It was probably not enough for him to copy the second stroke. True enough. After the second month, he was still close to successfully copying the second stroke. Qin Feiyang had no choice but to close the iron book. It was urgent to find the pill furnace. He turned to look at Fatso and the White-Winged Guard. In the past 2 months, the two of them had worked really hard and had not rested. This kind of effort was also exchanged for a huge harvest. In almost a month they could break through a small realm. Now, Lu Hong was an 8-star martial ancestor. Fatso was also a 7-star martial ancestor. If this speed was spread out, who knew how many martial arts geniuses would be angered to death? But compared to Qin Feiyang he was slightly inferior. This was because when he was in the martial ancestor he could break through a small realm in 10 days to half a month. It seems that in less than a year, both of them will be able to step into the Battle King realm. Qin Feiyang whispered with a smile on his face. The stronger the two of them were, the more help they would be to him. Shwa. With a thought, he appeared in the palace. Greetings, Sir Qin. The 2 Black-Winged Guards guarding the door immediately ran in and bowed. After the incident 2 months ago, both the Black-Winged Guard and the White-Winged Guard were now in awe of Qin Feiyang. Where's the princess? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. The princess is taking a walk in the garden outside. Do you want us to take you there? The two of them asked. Take a walk? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He walked out of the palace and stood on the steps in front of the door, looking forward. Dozens of meters away there was a garden that was about 1,000 feet wide. In the garden, corals stood in great numbers and all kinds of underwater plants formed a beautiful scenery. On a small path, a blonde woman was walking slowly with her head lowered, as if she was thinking about something. That's right. The mermaid princess was walking. Her golden fishtail and wings had disappeared. What replaced it was a pair of long legs, slender and tall. She was wearing a light golden chiffon dress, which made her look incomparably luxurious. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply and walked towards the mermaid princess. After spending some time together, he had already discovered that the mermaid princess had indeed developed a good impression of him. Those 2 long legs were undoubtedly the best proof. Qin Feiyang quietly walked up and patted her shoulder lightly. Ah! The mermaid princess was shocked. She turned around and saw that it was Qin Feiyang. She said angrily, "Why are you walking so quietly? You'll scare me to death." Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. You're too engrossed in your thoughts. Tell me, what are you thinking about? The mermaid princess immediately looked away in a panic. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed inwardly. With the concentric knot, he and the mermaid princess's hearts were connected. How could he not know what she was thinking? However, there were some things that even if both sides knew in their hearts, they could not point it out. After calming himself down, Qin Feiyang asked, "Princess, do you know where to find a pill furnace?" Pill furnace? The mermaid princess was stunned and asked suspiciously, "As an alchemist, shouldn't you carry one with you? I originally had one, but when I was refining the prolonging life pill, it accidentally exploded." Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. It was embarrassing to talk about a furnace explosion. So that's how it is. In these years, many people have died in the sea of despair. We have also picked up many Jianghu bags. Let's go, I'll take you to see father. Maybe there will be a pill furnace in the treasury. The mermaid princess naturally grabbed his hand and walked towards a magnificent hall. Sigh. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and looked at the mermaid princess's hand that was grabbing his hand. He could not help but sigh inwardly again. A moment later, the two walked into the palace. The mermaid emperor was cultivating. When he sensed someone coming in, he opened his eyes and saw Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess coming in hand. His face was full of smiles. This meant that the relationship between the two had warmed up. It would not be long before he would have a son-in-law. Although Qin Feiyang was still young, he was handsome and dignified. Most importantly, he was mature and steady. His daughter was also well-educated and a national beauty. When the two of them stood together, they were simply a match made in heaven. The more the mermaid emperor looked at them, the more satisfied he was. Qin Feiyang naturally retracted his hand and cupped his hands. "Greetings, senior." The mermaid emperor smiled and said, "Don't call me senior. It sounds too distant. Call me uncle." Qin Feiyang was stunned and nodded. "Yes, uncle." The mermaid emperor chuckled. "That's right. Why are you looking for me?" The mermaid princess smiled and said, "Father, Qin Feiyang needs an alchemy furnace. Do we have it in our treasury?" An alchemy furnace. The mermaid emperor lowered his head and pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "I can tell you with certainty that we don't have one." "Then what should we do?" The mermaid princess looked anxiously at Qin Feiyang. "No hurry." Qin Feiyang smiled. The mermaid emperor said, "Indeed, there's no hurry. Look at you. Ever since that incident, you've been cultivating all day and haven't spent time with my daughter." Qin Feiyang was stunned. Was he blaming him for neglecting the mermaid princess? The mermaid princess said angrily, "Father, what are you talking about? Don't talk nonsense." "Am I talking nonsense? You two should spend more time together and talk more. How about this? There's nothing fun at the bottom of the sea. You two can go outside." The mermaid emperor smiled. "Really?" The mermaid princess was overjoyed. "Of course." The mermaid emperor nodded and continued, "However, you can't leave the sea of despair." Okay. The mermaid princess was overjoyed. She grabbed Qin Feiyang and ran outside. Let them go out for a walk. Their relationship will definitely warm up quickly. Why am I so smart? A smug smile appeared on the mermaid emperor's face. After leaving the palace, the mermaid princess pulled Qin Feiyang and swam toward the surface of the sea. "Princess, can you slow down a little?" Qin Feiyang was helpless. "You don't know. Ever since I was born, father has never allowed me to go out. Every time I sneak out, I'll be scolded by him when I come back. I especially like the sun. It makes people feel warm." The mermaid princess said. She was like a canary that had just escaped from its cage, jumping and laughing happily. "I especially like the sun," Qin Feiyang murmured. For the mermaid princess who lived at the bottom of the sea all year round, it was indeed an extravagant wish to see the sun. The mermaid princess was not only beautiful, but her laughter was also very infectious. Qin Feiyang's mood also gradually relaxed. He might as well put down everything and accompany her to walk around. At the same time, he could also relax. Ever since he was expelled from the capital, he had been living under great pressure every day. Every step he took was like walking on thin ice. He was afraid that if he was not careful, he would fall into an irrecoverable situation, especially when he entered the state capital. He was afraid that the pressure he would face would be even greater. Therefore, before entering the state capital, it was indeed necessary to relax and face the unknown with a new state of mind. The sun hung high in the sky. The sunlight spread down, making the calm surface of the Sea of Despair seem to be plated with a faint layer of gold leaf. Bang! A group of sea beasts suddenly rushed out of the sea. There was a huge Neptune crocodile. There was a sea python that was dozens of meters long. There was also a huge sawtooth turtle, a tiger king shark and a Neptune lion. There was also a snow-white and extraordinary seahorse. If someone was here at this moment, their jaw would definitely drop. Why did so many sea beasts appear all of a sudden? And if one looked carefully, they would be shocked to find that there was a man and a woman sitting on the backs of two seahorses. And those sea beasts were all led by them. The man and woman were none other than Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess. Although the sea beasts of the Sea of Despair were very ferocious, they were very docile in front of the mermaid princess. What a warm sunlight. The seahorse stood on the surface of the sea. The surrounding sea beasts jumped up and down in joy. The mermaid princess rode on the back of the seahorse and looked up at the sun, her beautiful eyes slightly narrowed. Her golden wavy hair shone dazzlingly under the sunlight. She had a look of enjoyment and intoxication. Her light golden tulle dress fluttered gently in the wind. The white jade-like skin under the dress was faintly discernible and hazy. At this moment she was like a painting fairy bathed in the sunlight, exceptionally charming. Unknowingly Qin Feiyang was stunned. There was even an inexplicable restlessness in the depths of his heart. Do you think I'm very beautiful? The mermaid princess noticed his strangeness and her red lips curled up slightly. She was a little proud in her heart. Ahem. Qin Feiyang coughed a few times and nodded. You're indeed very beautiful. But if you're not wearing anything like last time, then you'd be even more beautiful. Qin Feiyang, I didn't expect you to be a pervert too. Take this. The mermaid princess flew into a rage out of humiliation. She patted the seahorse's back and it immediately rushed towards Qin Feiyang. Anyway, there are no outsiders here. We'll get married sooner or later. Why don't you let me feast my eyes now? Haha, let's go. Qin Feiyang laughed and patted the seahorse's back. The seahorse under him immediately ran wildly on the surface of the sea. Pervert, shameless, stop right there. Catch me if you can. The two of them chased after each other. Countless sea beasts surrounded them like stars surrounding the moon. They gradually disappeared into the horizon. Chapter 290. In the blink of an eye. 4 months passed. In these 4 months, Qin Feiyang followed the mermaid princess to many places. The entire Sea of Despair, whether it was on the sea or under the sea, had left their footprints. There were thrilling encounters. There were also battles. There were also huge storms. There was even one time when a huge tornado appeared, and the two of them and the sea beasts were almost swept away. But more than that, there was laughter. Qin Feiyang's mood was unprecedentedly relaxed. It could be said that these 5 months of consolidation were very helpful for his future growth. The feelings in the mermaid princess's heart were also getting deeper and deeper. In the beginning she would hide it, but later she would occasionally reveal her deep love. To be honest, in the face of such a beautiful and kind woman, it would be a lie to say that he was not moved. If it wasn't for the fact that he still had so many things to do, Qin Feiyang would really fall in love with this woman and even stay for her. But there were some things that he had no choice about. There were some feelings that he had to bury in his heart. On this day, the 4-month-long trip was finally over. Because Fatso and Lu Hong had reached the critical moment of breaking through to the War King realm. Back at the undersea city, Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess went directly to the mermaid emperor's palace. The mermaid emperor glanced at the two and said with a smile, "You're back. It seems that you two have had a lot of fun outside these 4 months." The mermaid princess said, "Father, it's really interesting outside. If you have time, you should go out more often. I'm old, I can't walk anymore. I'm not like you young people who are so energetic. How is it? When are you going to get married?" The mermaid emperor looked at the two with a smile. The mermaid princess's delicate body trembled, and she lowered her head in silence. Because on the way back, Qin Feiyang had already told her that he would leave today. The mermaid emperor frowned, looked at Qin Feiyang and said in a deep voice, "Did you bully my daughter when I wasn't around?" The mermaid princess hurriedly said, "Father, don't misunderstand. He didn't bully me." "Then why are you so unhappy?" The mermaid emperor was puzzled. The mermaid princess hesitated for a moment and sighed faintly, "It's better to let Qin Feiyang tell you personally." The mermaid emperor controlled his temper and said, "Qin Feiyang, tell me what happened." Qin Feiyang said, "I won't hide it from Uncle. I'll be leaving the Sea of Despair soon." "What?" The mermaid emperor suddenly stood up and said angrily, "Then what about my daughter?" "Uncle, please calm down. To be honest, any man who sees the princess will like her, including me. But everyone has their own difficulties and I am no exception. So please forgive me, Uncle." "Princess, I can only apologize." Qin Feiyang bowed and said. The mermaid emperor said, "If you have any difficulties, you can tell me. I can help you." Qin Feiyang remained silent. "But," the mermaid emperor said angrily. The mermaid princess said anxiously, "Father, don't force him. Just let him go. If we are fated to meet again, we will definitely meet again. The Mermaid Emperor said, You silly child, aren't you afraid that this farewell will be forever? That can only mean that we are not fated to be together. The Mermaid Princess smiled, but it was very forced. Sigh. The Mermaid Emperor glanced at the two of them, and after a long while he sighed, Forget it, forget it. You guys can do as you see fit. Thank you, uncle. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands. Next. With the help of the Mermaid Emperor, Fatso and Lu Hong successfully opened the third level of the Gate of Potential. Next. The two of them headed to the sacred ground. Qin Feiyang took out the last potential pill and handed it to the Mermaid Princess, smiling, I only have one potential pill left. I hope you don't mind. If he had the alchemy furnace, he could still refine it. Unfortunately, the alchemy furnace had exploded, and he could only give her one. The Mermaid Princess shook her head and said, I don't have any enemies here, so I don't need the potential pill. You should keep it. After all, you are wandering outside. What a considerate girl. Little Qinzi, you might as well marry her. Otherwise, if she is kidnapped by another man in the future, it will be too late for you to regret it. The Wolf King walked in leisurely and grinned at Qin Feiyang. Shut up. Qin Feiyang glared at it and stuffed the potential pill into the hands of the Mermaid Princess. He also told her that she could only take it when she broke through to the 9-star Battle King. The Mermaid Emperor frowned and said, Qin Feiyang, I don't care what difficulties you have. In the future you will come back and marry my daughter. Father, are you afraid that your daughter won't be able to marry? He is not the only man in the world. The Mermaid Princess pouted and said in a huff. That's right. With my daughter's beauty, I don't know how many people will fight to marry her. The Mermaid Emperor glanced at Qin Feiyang indifferently and said proudly. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Boss, we are back. Fatso and Lu Hong ran into the main hall with a trace of excitement on their faces. Did you get something? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Fatty let out a sinister laugh. With a whoosh, 2 black wings sprouted from his back. At the same time, 2 white wings also appeared on Lu Hong's back. How is this possible? Qin Feiyang and Wolf King were dumbfounded. The Mermaid Emperor and his daughter were also in disbelief. How could someone who was not a mermaid obtain the inheritance of the first black-winged king and the first white-winged king? Lu Hong smiled and said, We also feel like we are dreaming. Originally, they didn't have much hope, but they didn't expect that the result would really surprise them. The Mermaid Emperor asked, Is it the same for the War Soul? Lu Hong shook her head and said, The War Soul is different. We only have an extra pair of wings, but the War Soul is not passed down. Qin Feiyang said, Then what is your War Soul? Our War Soul is also related to the statue of the first emperor. Let's keep it a secret for now. Fatso laughed. Lu Hong was all smiles, but she didn't show any signs of speaking. I can understand Fatso's reaction, but Lu Hong, how did you become like this? It seems that you have been led astray by the white-eyed wolf and Fatso. Qin Feiyang's face was filled with displeasure. Lu Hong smiled but did not say anything. Fine, you guys keep pretending to be mysterious. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at the two. To be honest, he was really curious. If it was related to the first emperor, then it must be an incredible war soul. Wolf King glanced at the Mermaid Princess and urged, Okay, let's go, or a certain little girl will cry. You are the one who will cry. The Mermaid Princess glared at him, but her eyes were indeed beginning to moisten. Qin Feiyang looked at her deeply and said, Uncle Princess, we will meet again if fate wills it. The Mermaid Emperor waved his hand impatiently and said, Get out, don't look annoying. Let me see you off. The Mermaid Princess smiled. Qin Feiyang nodded. The group walked out of the hall and swam towards the sea. Sigh. What should go will go in the end. It's just that I pity my obedient daughter. The Mermaid Emperor sighed deeply, his face full of melancholy. On the sea, the Mermaid Princess stood on the head of a Neptune crocodile. Qin Feiyang, Fatso, and Lu Hong each sat on the back of a seahorse. As for the Wolf King, he temporarily went to the castle. The few of them did not speak and the place fell into a dead silence. In the end, it was Qin Feiyang who broke the silence and said with a smile, Princess, please go back. I can hug you. The Mermaid Princess hesitated. Qin Feiyang was silent for a while, jumped down from the back of the seahorse and landed on the head of the Neptune crocodile. He stretched out his hands and took the Mermaid Princess into his arms. At this moment, the tears in the Mermaid Princess' eyes finally couldn't be controlled and burst out. Don't cry, I'm not worth your tears. Qin Feiyang was a little sad in his heart. The mermaid princess cried even more fiercely. Her pitiful appearance made one's heart ache. Fatso and Lu Hong looked at each other with a look of pity. They were not blind. They could see that Qin Feiyang also liked the mermaid princess very much, but it was a pity that he buried it in his heart. Time passed breath by breath. Qin Feiyang gently pushed away the woman in his arms and whispered, "I really should go." The mermaid princess asked, "You will come back, right?" "I." Qin Feiyang hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and said, "I'm sorry." He didn't know if he could survive in the end, so he didn't dare to make any promises. He could only say sorry. Finished? He resolutely turned around, jumped on the back of the seahorse and shouted, "Let's go." The 3 seahorses immediately stepped forward and broke through the waves. The mermaid princess's delicate body trembled and her face was pale. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was about to disappear, she suddenly raised her head and shouted, "Qin Feiyang, I don't want to be sorry, I want you to live well, I will wait for you even if it is 10,000 years. Her voice reverberated in the sky above the sea, carrying a deep sense of love and reluctance. Qin Feiyang heard it. The words "I will wait for you, even if it is 10,000 years" almost broke the line of defense in his heart. His 7-foot body trembled slightly. But he didn't look back and quickly disappeared from the sight of the mermaid princess. The mermaid princess looked in that direction in a daze. Until the sun set. Until night fell. Until the stars twinkled in the middle of the night, she didn't leave. "Child, let's go back." The mermaid emperor floated to the surface and looked at his haggard daughter with heartache. He didn't expect his daughter to have such deep feelings for him. The mermaid princess murmured, "Father, how did you feel when you fell in love with mother back then?" When 2 people fall in love, they will experience many things, ups and downs, life and death. Your path has just begun. And your path will be more difficult than anyone else's. Because Qin Feiyang has too much on his shoulders. He is destined to have an extraordinary life. If you really like him, you have to be strong and keep going. The mermaid emperor stood beside the mermaid princess and looked up at the bright starry sky with a smile. "I understand. I have to work hard to cultivate. I won't be very strong, but at least I can help him when he is in danger." The mermaid princess clenched her jade-like hands, and her eyes were filled with determination. "What a silly child." The mermaid emperor sighed and said with a smile, "Let's go back with father. Father will teach you those battle arts." "Okay." The mermaid princess nodded and finally looked away. What? The Neptune crocodile carried the father and daughter and sank to the bottom of the sea. This place quickly returned to peace. Chapter 291. On the surface of the sea in the middle of the night, the 3 seahorses were like shooting stars. They were as fast as lightning, stirring up huge waves behind them. Fatso asked, "Boss, according to the seahorse's speed, how long will it take for us to leave the Sea of Despair?" "About half a month." Qin Feiyang said. "I wonder if the Black-Winged King and the White-Winged King will come out and cause trouble." There was a trace of worry on Lu Hong's face. Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and shook his head. "No, the Mermaid Emperor will definitely keep an eye on them. This father and daughter pair are really good to you. Boss, can you tell us what difficulties you have?" Fatso looked at him suspiciously. After a moment of silence, Qin Feiyang said, "I can only tell you that my enemies are enough to make anyone afraid." The 2 looked at each other, their eyes full of shock. Lu Hong said in realization, "So you're afraid of implicating the mermaid clan?" "That's not right, boss." "You're afraid of implicating them, but aren't you afraid of implicating us? Why does Fat Lord feel like we've boarded your pirate ship?" Fatso said unhappily. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "Don't worry. If that day really comes, I'll let you leave in advance." "Forget it. Fat Lord is not the kind of person who doesn't value loyalty. As long as you're successful, don't forget that Fatso used to accompany you through water and tread on fire." Fatso said with a smile. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. He turned his head and looked at the sea behind him. He could clearly sense the emotions in the mermaid princess' heart. But he had no choice. "Take care," he muttered in his heart and looked back into the distance. That deep gaze seemed to be able to pierce through time and space and see the distant imperial capital. "Mother, I'm almost at the state capital. I'm just 1 step away from returning to the imperial capital. You must wait for me." Time was like sand between fingers. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, a long coastline finally entered the sight of the 3 of them. Behind the coastline was a vast mountain range. The peaks were stacked on top of each other, looking majestic and majestic. There were no signs of humans, only the roars of beasts. A moment later, the 3 seahorses stopped by the sea. Qin Feiyang and the other two jumped down. The moment their feet touched the ground, the three of them felt as if they were in a dream. Now that they were awake, Qin Feiyang turned around and looked at the three seahorses. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Many thanks for sending me off. However, could you please wait here for a while longer?" The three seahorses looked. And at most. The three seahorses nodded. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands. The three seahorses turned around and quickly sank into the sea. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and said to Fatso, "Go and check out the situation. See how strong the beasts in the mountain range are." Fatso's face turned pale. He said angrily, "Boss, you're too unrighteous. You're sending Fat Lord to his death, you know? Don't you have wings?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. "That's right, Grandpa Fatty can also fly now." Fatso patted his head and two black wings appeared. Let's go." He roared in high spirits and spread his wings. He turned into a black stream of light and rushed into the sky. Looking at that arrogant guy, Qin Feiyang was envious. Why not give him a pair of wings? He turned to look at Lu Hong and asked curiously, "What are your battle souls?" Lu Hong smiled and said, "I can only tell you that it's related to dragons." "Dragons?" Qin Feiyang was shocked. Whoosh. Fatso swooped down and said in a deep voice, "Boss, this mountain range is too big. I'm afraid we won't be able to get out for a while." Qin Feiyang asked, "What about the strength of the beasts?" Fatso said, "Very strong. Just within a few thousand meters, Fat Lord could sense more than a dozen powerful auras. They are not weaker than the lion-head eagle." Qin Feiyang's heart sank to the bottom. There were probably more beasts in this mountain range that surpassed the War Emperor. Lu Hong said, "Fatso and I have wings. As long as we keep a low profile, it shouldn't be a problem for us to pass through the mountain range. But you," at this point, her beautiful eyebrows slightly furrowed. Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, she looked at Fatso and laughed. "Why don't you carry Qin Feiyang and fly over?" Fatso immediately stared at him and said, "What kind of joke is this? Can't you see that Fat Lord is a heavyweight?" Lu Hong said angrily, "You can't possibly let me, a woman, carry him, right?" Fatso chuckled, "It doesn't matter, we don't treat you as a woman anyway, we're brothers." Scram. Lu Hong's face darkened. Truly nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. Alright, you guys can't fly either because at high altitudes you'll be a bigger target." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent the two of them to the castle. At the same time he brought out Wolf King. Next. Qin Feiyang looked around and memorized the coordinates of this place. This was because only by knowing the coordinates could one use the teleportation gate to directly teleport over. "Let's go." After memorizing the coordinates, he let out a long sigh, waved his hand and quietly sneaked into the mountain range with Wolf King. Wolf King had a keen sense of smell. If they encountered a powerful beast, they would take a detour. If they encountered a weaker beast, they would directly start fighting. If they were discovered by a powerful beast, they would hide in the castle. They walked and stopped along the way. Until half a month later, a man and a wolf were still in the mountain range. How big is this place? Qin Feiyang and the Wolf King stood side by side on a short mountain. Both of them were incomparably furious as they swept their eyes over the boundless wilderness before them. They thought that half a month was enough to get out. But now they couldn't even see the shadow of the edge of the mountain range. "Quickly ask Ring Girl, what is this damn place?" Wolf King said. Qin Feiyang nodded, took out the image crystal and quickly activated it. Not long after, a glamorous figure appeared. Ring Wushuang asked, "Feiyang, why are you looking for me?" "Sister, we have left the Sea of Despair, but we are trapped in a mountain range." Qin Feiyang immediately told Ren Wushuang the details of the mountain range. After pondering for a moment, Ren Wushuang said, "If I remember correctly, that should be the Quiescence Mountain Range." Quiescence Mountain Range? The man and the wolf's eyes darkened. From the name they knew that it was not a good place. The Quiescence Mountain Range is very dangerous. It can even be said that it is the headquarters of the beasts in our spiritual state. To be honest, even my grandfather doesn't dare to set foot in it easily. With your current speed and ability, you probably won't be able to get out in 8 to 10 years. Ren Wushuang said. What? The man and the wolf looked at each other. Even the mansion master didn't dare to set foot in it? Did this Wang Hong ask them to come here to die? They couldn't afford to wait 8 to 10 years. Ren Wushuang said, "Give me your coordinates, I'll come and pick you up now." Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "This isn't good, how are we going to explain to Wang Hong?" "Ignore him. He's clearly making things difficult for you. If he dares to blame you, I'll back you up," Ren Wushuang said. It's good to have an awesome sister. Qin Feiyang chuckled and gave the coordinates to Ren Wushuang. Although he also wanted to rely on his own efforts to get out of the Quiescence mountain range, time didn't allow it. More importantly, he didn't have an alchemy furnace and couldn't refine battle chi pills. Without battle chi pills, he didn't know how long it would take to master the battle formula and step into the battle emperor realm by absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Swoosh! In less than 10 breaths. In the void in front of him, a beautiful figure appeared out of thin air. Was Ren Wushuang. This time it wasn't an illusion but a real person. Wolf King waved his claws and laughed. Little girl Ren, long time no see, did you miss your brother? Ren Wushuang rolled his eyes. Seeing that the man and the wolf were in a rather sorry state, he laughed. Thank you for your hard work, I will bring you to the city now. The city? Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. Ren Wushuang waved his hand, opened a teleportation gate and laughed. Quickly follow me. Finished. She took the lead and walked in. Qin Feiyang lowered his head to look at Wolf King and warned, don't tell anyone about the Merfolk clan. I know. Wolf King waved his claws impatiently, and ran into the teleportation gate like a wisp of smoke. Qin Feiyang turned his head to look in the direction of the Sea of Despair, sighed softly, and stepped into the teleportation gate. 2 people and a wolf descended in front of a single courtyard. The courtyard was very large, covering an area of hundreds of meters. In the deepest part, there was a 2-story pavilion with carved beams and painted pillars and an ancient style. The rest of the place was a garden. The small trees were verdant and hundreds of flowers were blooming. An intoxicating fragrance filled the air. There was a secluded path that extended in all directions. There was also a small stream that meandered around. The water of the stream was so clear that one could see the bottom. Colorful fish were playing happily in the water. Beside the stream there were several pavilions. It could be said that the scenery here was pleasant. Ren Wushuang laughed. This is my residence, far away from the bustling city, very quiet, very suitable for secluded cultivation. Wolf King said, so, brother can also live here in the future? Of course. Ren Wushuang smiled and said, after these few months of traveling, you should be tired. Go and have a good rest first, I will inform grandfather. Wait. Qin Feiyang was secretly shocked and hurriedly called out to her. What is it? Ren Wushuang was puzzled. Qin Feiyang said, I am only a 2-star battle king now, I am not qualified to meet the mansion master. Let's talk about it later. 2-star battle king? Ren Wushuang was stunned and looked at Qin Feiyang in disbelief. It had only been 8 months and his cultivation had reached 2-star battle king. This speed was also shocking, right? It seemed that he had to work harder. Otherwise it would not be long before this cheap brother caught up with him. After coming back to his senses, Ren Wushuang laughed. We are already family, what qualifications are there to talk about? Moreover, my grandfather has always been interested in you. I am not interested in him. Qin Feiyang exclaimed in his heart and smiled. Sister, actually, I am not ready. After all, he is a big shot. Others dream of meeting my grandfather, but you are making all kinds of excuses. I really don't know what is going on in your head. All right, up to you. Ren Wushuang rolled her eyes at him and led the man and the wolf to the pavilion. Qin Feiyang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Shuang, why didn't you inform grandfather that an important guest is coming? However, at this moment, an old voice suddenly sounded. Qin Feiyang's heart was in his throat in an instant. Chapter 292. Whoosh. A weather-beaten old man instantly descended in the sky above the courtyard. He was wearing a long white robe with white hair and a white beard, but his eyes were shining. His old body was straight like an iron pine. As soon as he saw this person, Qin Feiyang's head exploded. Back then in the capital, he had indeed seen this person once. He remembered that it was when he was 9 years old. The prefecture lords of the 9 states went to the capital to meet the emperor. At that time, when the emperor went to meet them, he also brought him along. Therefore, this person had also seen him. He just didn't know if this person could still recognize him after 7 or 8 years. He was extremely nervous. The mansion master came too suddenly and he was not prepared at all. Although his current appearance and temperament had undergone an earth-shattering change, he still couldn't help but worry. Because if he was recognized, he was afraid that he would not be able to escape today. Wolf King was also extremely nervous. Although it still didn't know the exact situation, it could still make some connections based on Qin Feiyang's one-sided words. After Ren Wushuang noticed the reaction of the man and wolf, he looked up at the old man and said, Grandpa, why didn't you inform us in advance that you were coming? There was a hint of reproach in his words. The mansion master said unhappily, "Do I need to inform others when I come to my granddaughter's residence?" Ren Wuxuang said unhappily, "You came so suddenly you will scare them. They shouldn't be so weak." The mansion master was stunned and landed in front of the two men and the wolf, sizing up Qin Feiyang and Wolf King. Suddenly, he frowned and fixed his eyes on Qin Feiyang, with a trace of surprise in his old eyes. "Have we been recognized?" Qin Feiyang was shocked and was ready to take Wolf King and hide in the castle at any time. After a torturous wait, the mansion master finally opened his mouth and asked, "Shuang, didn't you say that he was only a martial arts grandmaster?" Phew. Qin Feiyang secretly let out a sigh. It seemed that he hadn't been recognized. Ren Wuxuang smiled bitterly. "When I left the county of Swallow, he was indeed only a martial ancestor. I didn't expect him to break through to the two-star battle monarch so quickly. And this wolf cub." Ren Wuxuang glared at Wolf King. During the 6 months in the Merfolk clan, Wolf King had broken through 2 small realms in a row. He was now a 3-star battle king, surpassing Qin Feiyang. If it hadn't been so playful and had cultivated seriously, it probably wouldn't have reached this level. Of course, if Qin Feiyang didn't copy the battle symbol formula, the 60,000 battle chi pills would be enough for him to break through to the 3-star battle king realm, or even the 4-star battle king realm. Not bad, not bad. They are all good seedlings. The mansion lord looked at the man and wolf and nodded with a smile. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled, "Senior, you flatter me. In the entire spiritual state, there has never been a person who became a battle monarch at the age of 16. Even among the 5 Dao geniuses of the same age as you, the strongest is only a 4-star or 5-star martial ancestor. So you are worthy of praise." The mansion lord smiled. "Old man, what's your cultivation base?" Wolf King asked. Qin Feiyang's identity wasn't recognized, so it became a lot bolder. "Old man?" Ren Wuxuang was slightly stunned and said angrily, "Wolf cub, don't be rude." Qin Feiyang also fiercely glared at it. The mansion lord was also a little surprised. It was the first time in his life that someone dared to call him old man in front of him. Ren Wuxuang is little Qin Zi's sister, and I am little Qin Zi's big brother. We are family. "Old man, you don't mind, right?" Wolf King smiled slyly. Qin Feiyang's face twitched. This bastard really knows how to curry favor. The mansion lord looked at it with interest and said, "What if I say that I mind?" Wolf King shrunk its neck and said timidly, "Old man, you won't be so petty, right?" "Ha!" The mansion lord laughed and seemed to be quite happy. He said, "When you have the ability to fight with me, you will naturally know my cultivation base." What's the big deal?" Wolf King muttered in disdain. The mansion lord ignored it and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Go to the Holy Palace tomorrow, but don't use my name. You have to rely on yourself." "Yes." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands. "Also, only Wang Hong Shuang and I know about your glorious deeds in the county of Yan. So you're just a nameless kid in the spiritual state. I hope that you can continue to keep a low profile. After all, if you are too dazzling, others will be jealous. Also, I will not give you any help, including Shuang," the mansion lord said. "I understand." Qin Feiyang nodded. "All right then, I will go to work. You young people have a good chat." With a flash, the mansion lord disappeared without a trace. Phew. At this moment, Qin Feiyang finally heaved a sigh of relief. Ren Wuxuang said, "Feiyang, you won't blame my grandfather, right?" "Why should I blame him? He did this for my own good. He doesn't want me to become a flower in a greenhouse, pleasant to the eye but useless." Qin Feiyang smiled. "It's good that you think so." Ren Wuxuang nodded and smiled. Suddenly she frowned. "No, from what you said, are you talking about me? How would I dare to talk about you?" Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Ren Wuxuang dared to enter the ruins alone. No one dared to say that she was a rich young lady. "I don't think you dare." Ren Wuxuang snorted coldly, turned around and entered the attic. She sat on a chair and said with a smile, "Tell me about your experience on the way." "There's nothing much to say. In the desert of death, thanks to a giant python, it sent us to the Sea of Despair. When we arrived at the Sea of Despair, Fatso and Lu Hong activated their battle souls not long after, and they even grew a pair of wings. So, they carried me and crossed the Sea of Despair." Qin Feiyang smiled and explained briefly. As for the mermaid clan, he naturally ignored them. Wings. Ren Wuxuang was stunned. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and Fatso and Lu Hong both appeared. He smiled faintly and said, "Let sister see the world." Puchi. With a thought, a pair of wings appeared. What's going on? Ren Wuxuang suddenly stood up and looked at the two of them in shock. Wings could actually grow on a human's body? Wasn't this too unbelievable? Fatso shook his head and smiled narcissistically. Sister Wuxuang, how is it? Do you feel that Fat Lord has become more handsome? A row of black lines appeared on Ren Wuxuang's forehead. How could such a meatball be considered handsome? What a piece of work. She shook her head helplessly and asked, what battle souls did you activate? She naturally suspected that this strange phenomenon was related to Fatso and Wei Wuyan's battle souls. We're keeping it a secret. Fatso chuckled. Ren Wuxuang rolled her eyes. The world was big and there were all kinds of strange things. This sentence was indeed true. Qin Feiyang asked, Sister, where is Yan Nanshan now? Ren Wuxuang said, I heard that he and Wei Zhongyang are locked in prison. What? Do you want to see him? Qin Feiyang nodded. Ren Wuxuang smiled and said, Okay, I'll take you there when you've rested. Qin Feiyang said, I want to go now. Now. Ren Wuxuang was stunned and nodded, Okay, after all, he's your benefactor. It's good to go see him as soon as possible. She stood up and led Qin Feiyang and the others out of the courtyard quickly. At the same time, she introduced the situation of Shao Prefecture City to Qin Feiyang and the others. The scale of the prefecture city was dozens of times larger than Yen City. Just the residents in the city were estimated to be no less than 100 million. If you add in the floating population that came in and out every day, the number would be even larger. There were also countless large and small families. The entire prefecture city was divided into 5 major districts. They were East City, West City, North City, South City, and Central City. Apart from the Central City, the East City and the other 4 major districts all had independent city lord manors. Each city lord was the right-hand man of the prefecture lord, and was even a super overlord that could cover the sky with one hand. As for the Central City, it was undoubtedly the true state capital. Because the prefecture lord's residence was here. And such an important place like the prison was naturally also in the Central City. Moreover, it was right next to the prefecture lord's residence. Swoosh. Ren Wuxuang brought 3 people and 1 wolf and landed on a square. The square was more than 1,000 feet. The ground was covered with a layer of pitch-black stone slabs that had been there for a very long time. Ren Wuxuang pointed ahead and said with a faint smile, That's the dungeon. Qin Feiyang followed and looked over. There was an ancient tower in front. It was completely black and had a total of 99 floors. It was several thousand feet tall and towered into the clouds, emitting an ancient and ice-cold aura. In the center of the tower, there were 2 large words written with iron hook and silver. Prison. When Qin Feiyang saw those 2 words, his pupils suddenly shrank. He could feel a shocking murderous aura from those 2 words. Even his soul was trembling. It was truly hard to imagine who had carved those 2 words. What was the cultivation level of that person? Following behind Ren Wuxuang, they arrived at the entrance of the tower. Greetings, Miss Wuxuang. The stone door was tightly shut. In front of the door there were 10 black armored guards standing upright. Every one of their eyes was as sharp as a knife. The aura emitted from their bodies was also unfathomable. According to Qin Feiyang's estimation, these people's cultivation levels were at least 5-star combat emperors. When they saw Ren Wuxuang coming, the 10 of them bowed and saluted. Ren Wuxuang said, Open the door, I want to see Yan Nanshan. Yan Nanshan? The 10 of them were slightly stunned. The leader of the guards hurriedly said, Miss Wuxuang, Commander Wang Hong has ordered that no one is allowed to see him. Ren Wuxuang said, Then you open the door first, then go and call Commander Wang. This? The guard leader hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, Miss Wuxuang, please wait for a moment. He turned around and took out a black token from his bosom. Battle chi surged into the token. Immediately, a black light shot out from the token and entered the tower door. Clang. In the next moment, the tower door quickly opened. You go and call Commander Wang Hong. I will bring Miss Wuxuang and the others in. The guard leader put away the token and instructed the guard beside him. He then led the 4 people and the wolf into the ancient tower. A dark corridor entered their sight, but it was not damp and there was no unpleasant smell. On both sides of the corridor, there was a stone door at intervals. Behind the stone door there was a cell. On the door there was a number. Miss Wuxuang, Yan Nanshan is in this cell. The guard leader stopped in front of cell number 10 and took out a 5-pointed star object from his bosom. It was similar to a token but more like a badge. This was the key to open the cell's stone door. He grabbed the key and inserted it into a groove on the stone door. With a rumbling sound, the stone door slowly opened. Yan Nanshan gradually appeared in Qin Feiyang's sight.